Raila Mannia, tsunami hits Nyahururu. Today there was a lot of excitement in Nyahururu, Subukia, Mailtisa. I also saw the village of Maina, Kiaye. The youths were so excited, chanting Raila slogans. Then I realized,
Mainda Njenga. Is it Njenga?
Maina, okay, I will confirm, but it was Maina village. It was written Maina village. Some were commenting it was Maina Kiai, some were saying Maina Njenga. I will confirm that village. But the youth were so excited about Raila being in Central. So has finally Baba climbed the mountain. And you see the venue was very strategic. Yesterday, let me post the link. People want to join. Yesterday, there was a UDA in that area, Nyahururu, and they said that for Baba to access the mountain, he has to ask permission from one man, William Samoei Ruto. Today's newspaper headline says, Ruto is the way. Yeah, I almost wanted to ask, is he the way, the truth, and the life? Okay.
Yes.
But that is how viewers, that's how supporters see him. He has become a real factor in their politics. But Baba seems to be very strategic in the way he's doing his politics. And he's almost reaching the peak of the mountain. So today, you're welcome to let's participate in this discussion. The question is Mandela moment finally here with us? Is Baba successfully climbing the mountain? Let me just share a few clips for you guys to see what happened for the viewers, reaches through the comment section. And for those who can be able to join the conversation, the link is already here. You can join us through the link. For those who may not do it, you can still comment on what is going on. You can also tell us where you're watching from. We want to see where our network is reaching. So tell us kama uko Huisero, kama huyu bradangu Alex anasema uko Huisero, tunapokea. Someone Michael anasema still more to come. Someone Butiti anasema Butiti amenitusi, sawa tu, nikubali ishe. Frank, how are you?
I'm fine.
You're welcome. Let me check at this village where Raila was today, yeah? Wamesikia Simba imeanza kunguruma, vijana hoye.
Hiyo video atoa, hiyo iko na shida, toa hiyo.
Yeah, it was just a short clip, not even a full video. Let me share this one.
Attending a church service at the AIC in Naivasha town was accompanied by leaders allied to him, including Junet Mohammed and Maina commander.
Vijana hoye! Vijana hoye! Nyahururu hoye! Nyahururu hoye! Asanteni. Tumekuja Nyahururu. Hey! 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 Sijaona umati kama hiyo hapa Nyahururu. Tuna furaha tele kufika Nyahururu. Na mimi nimekuja kupiga mbio la mgambo. Mbio la mgambo ikilia, kuna jambo sio? Nimekuja kuambia watu wa Nyahururu ya kwamba kumekucha, kumepambauka. Jogoo shawika mara 3. Nataka mkeni tuende kazi. Kazi ya ukombozi wa 3. Ukombozi wa 3 wa Kenya. Ukombozi wa kwanza ilileta uhuru. Ukombozi wa pili ilileta katiba mpya. Ukombozi wa 3 ni ukombozi wa kiuchumi. Ya kiuchumi. Ya kuimarisha uchumi ya Kenya. Unaelewa vizuri? Hapa Nyahururu ninyi ni wakulima. Wakulima. Tunajua wakulima wa mboga, wakulima wa pareto, wakulima majani chai na kadhalika. Na hiko na shida ya bei na vile vile ya soko, sio? Sio? Tutarekebisha. Tutarekebisha. Vile vile tunasema tunataka kuleta viwanda. Viwanda ambaye zitafanya mambo ya kutayarisha bidhaa inatoka kwa mashamba. Kwa kimombo inaitwa value addition. Tunaelewa vizuri? Tunataka kuona kama vijana wetu wakimaliza masomo wanapata kazi sawa sawa. Tunaelewa vizuri? Kazi wa maana. Kazi wa maana. Sio kazi ya kubeba wheelbarrow. Tunaelewa vizuri? Tunataka kila mtoto kuanzia nursery, kuingia primary, secondary, mpaka chuo kikuu awe nafasi sawa. Hata kama wazazi hawana pesa. Kila Mkenya kama ni mgonjwa, hana pesa au hana pesa, anapata matibabu sawa sawa. Ndio vizuri. Na vile vile nilitangaza jana, tumesafanya hesabu. Maana yake wakati huu uchumi imeporomoka. Kuna shida zaidi.
Now that is Raila.
Let me do the final clip and then we begin. That was a certain village. They say it Maina village. I'm not sure which Maina. It was a short clip. So, Frank.
Yes.
Unasema nini? Raila Mannia has finally hit Central. Utaambia nini wa?
You know yesterday nilikuwa live, all of a sudden link yangu ikakatika hivyo, nikajaribu kurudi kata. Eti mimi huwa natoroka. Sijui mbona ikifika mahali inachikata yenyewe. I don't know why kabisa. Juu ikifika mahali ni kuongea tu hivi inachikata. Ama ni wewe unanikatanga from there?
Hakuna mtu anakukata, ni network issues. Hata niliona jana Ayaga akicomplain, nikamwambia si mimi ndio nimekuingiza, sasa ninakutoa aje? So the challenge is right now there are so many people. Umeona saizi almost it's full. Saizi ikikatika uwezi rudi because they are already ukikatika tu hivi mtu mwingine anakuanga amengojea akiingia, so it's already full. When the studio is full utajaribu until uone watu wako less.
Najua Julas wakiwa tunakuanga 10 instead kwa 10 nini.
Yeah, ukiona iko 9
Okay,
sometimes there is a moderator but at the backstage. Ukiona wako 9 inakuanga kuna moderator at the backstage.
Jana kuna breaking news ulikuwa umeweka ya chonjo, tunataka kuambia Wakenya.
Yeah, we want to the people it was trending, but I think it came from a wrong source. We just apologize. It was not we didn't get it from the right source. We didn't get it from the right source.
So kitu yenye mimi nataka what I want to say is one, tuko na in a political season. It's like USA ama England, wakati mtu anahama from Arsenal to Manchester United, zile timu kubwa kubwa. Like now we have 3 big teams in England. Manchester United is one of them. So ukiona mchezaji amehama from Manchester ameingia Arsenal, jua kuna kitu anarenga. Maybe anataka kuchukua title, ama anataka kuwa the best footballer in the world, ama anataka kuwa the best scorer in the world. In Kenya saizi politician wana migrate from one party to kwenda kwa party nyingine. Like now kuna wenye wanahama from Jubilee in the government, ile Jubilee ya government, Jubilee B ya UDA, Ufisadi Daima Alliance ya William Ruto, na kuna wenye wanatoka kwa UDA wakiingia ODM. So it's a transfer window yenye iko free. Leo nimeona baba akiwa Nyahururu, siti Nyahururu ama Laikipia, Nyahururu. Baba alikuwa
Nyahururu, Subukia.
For the first time in history, niliangalia video. Yeah, for the first time in history, naangalia videos za Central. Baba akona uungaji mkono, akona wafuazi, akona umati ya watu anahudhuria. I remember last election ambayo in 2017, baba alijaribu kuingia Thika peke yake. Pati alikatazwa kabisa, kaambiwa hapo uingii. But I'm happy that now Kikuyus have realized their mistake, na wameanza kuingia wameanza kuona ya kwamba yule mtu mwenye walikuwa nachukia ile walikuwa naambiwa. Raila Odinga si mtu mbaya, amesaidia watu wengi from Central. So ukiangalia ile umati ambayo ilikuwa Nyahururu leo, mimi niliangalia mpaka baba yeye mwenyewe alishangaa. Si wale ambao wamenunuliwa, si wale ambao wamepandikwa ati leo kesho kutakuruta atakuwa mahali fulani, pesa ndio 1000 muende mpange laini. Wale ambao baba alienda akamit the genuine one, minus wale wa kununuliwa. So what I'm telling my UDA friends is one, Mount Kenya is now shifting. Mount Kenya is now shifting. Hiyo kitu itakuwa 40-60. 40-60. Haitakuwa 50-50, 40-60. 40 for Ruto, 60 for baba. Itakuwa 40-60. So Mount Kenya now they have realized, wamejua ya kwamba that person mwenye walikuwa wanaita Muguruki, that person mwenye walikuwa anasema chatahili, is now their savior. Ni mwenye anaenda kuwasaidia, ni mwenye anaenda kukomboa Kenya from kutoka kwa mikono ambayo imeangusha Kenya, na anairudisha to the right direction. So what I can tell my friends from Central Kenya, njooni nyinyi nyote mlioteseka na siasa za kudanganywa. Njooni nyinyi nyote ambao umedanganywa for 10 years. Kujeni tuingie kwa baba, tutengeneze serikali 2022. You know, some UDA friends wao wanadhani that William Ruto ndiye akona right peke yake ya kuingia Central. William Ruto peke yake ndiye akona right ya kuingia Central na kuuliza kura. No. Central ni ya wananchi wote, Central ni ya watu wote. Hata Mudavadi mwenye hana kura Kenya hii anastahili kuingia Central aongee na watu. Kalonzo Musyoka mwenye akona kura kama Bafaila Dizudi za Mtito Wandei akona rights ya kuingia Central aulize kura. Raila Odinga kama mwananchi wa Kenya, kama Mkenya, kama kiongozi mwenye amepigania ukombozi wa Kenya akona right ya kuingia Central na ambia watu wa Central ya kwamba after nimechukua 2022 naenda kuwainishia nchi na chenye naenda kufanya ni hii na hii na hii. So ile dhana ambayo ilikuwa sasa ni tsunami. Hii ni tsunami nayo. Tsunami nayo ikikuja unajua inachukuanga anything yenye inapatana nayo. So this is the political tsunami yenye tulikuwa tunaambiwa. Ndio hii sasa. Na baba a concentrate Rift Valley na Central because hapo ndio kura ziko. Sisi watu wa Nyanza, sisi watu wa Kisii tuko nyuma na yeye. Asikuja hata Kisii kufanya campaign. Pia tuachie sisi tufanye campaign, tumfanyie campaign Kisii. We're free kumfanyia campaign. But yeye concentrate na Central Kenya, a concentrate na Rift Valley. Hiyo tu peke yake ndio naweza mwambia.
Thank you Frank. Let's have anaitwa nani? Kukuntu Kukuntu TV. Ama inasomwa aje hiyo jina? Kukuntu.
Yes.
How do I pronounce that name? Huh?
It is called Kukurikuntu. That's my name.
Kuku?
Kukurikuntu.
Kukurikuntu. It sounds like a tongue twister. You're welcome. Is it your first time on this channel?
It is my first time even nimepata a link from the other side. I don't know which is the station. I don't know which the channel, the name of the channel. You can help me with the name so that I can subscribe. Yeah.
Okay, Mtembei TV. Mtembei.
Oh,
okay. Ukisaje Mtembei? Ngoja kidogo.
If it is Mtembei,
ukisaje Mtembei TV. Usaji na channel 21. Channel 21 East Africa News. Usubscribe na yangu pia. Channel 21 East Africa News. Ukisearch kwa YouTube Channel 21 East Africa News, hiyo ni yangu. Ukisubscribe ya Mtembei na mimi unikumbuke.
Mtembei niko nishafanya kitambo sana. Yako ndio hiyo sasa ni nafika on the next minute. Thank you.
Angalia Channel 21. Channel 21 East Africa News.
Ndio naangalia saa hii.
Okay. So how many people have channels? Niwapatie 1 minute mu advertise.
Wow.
Niko na yangu. Temba Ondiege TV.
Watu wa subscribe, si ndio?
Niko na yangu. Temba Ondiege TV, tafadhali enda huko subscribe.
Sorry.
Temba Ondiege TV.
Temba.
Yeah, Ondiege TV. Pale, it's a journey between an African dad and his daughter on how to relate and how to talk. So if you have, if you want to learn, if you don't have a kid yet, you can go there and get to learn a few things, how to talk about key sociological things like issues of sex, puberty, peer pressure, life skills. So karibu kwa channel yangu Temba Ondiege TV.
Okay, asante. Benson, you are saying something?
Na yangu nirudie ni Channel 21. Channel 21 East Africa EA News. East Africa News. So imesimama tu Channel 21 EA East Africa News. Hiyo ni yangu. Uko na logo ambayo imeandikwa channel ya I think ni approve manini. Imeandikwa tu channel hivyo. Tusaidiane hata kama unatoka UDA ama nini. Unaweza niambia hata mimi subscribe. Haina shida kusubscribe channel ya mtu na kuwatch vitu ameweka because ukinisaidia mimi
enda kwa yangu Channel 21 subscribe. Saa hizi.
Yako nikitoka live naenda kusubscribe. Sasa natumia simu. Nikitoka
na mwingine
Benson
yangu ndawapatia bado is in the process.
Okay, sawa. This channel Mtembe is growing other people. So if you have something, even if you are doing something in the society that you think you need to share to the masses, you can come and we have a program for you so that you can market yourself. So we can slot a discussion on a separate time.
Yeah. So
apart from discussing affairs,
Wekesa.
are we done? Are we done with the issues to do with the?
Wekesa.
Yes.
Why don't you set a particular day for all people who have channels? Wakuje tu hapa tupige story tukijengana tuki subscribe kwa ma channels. Wale watu wako na ma channel. Iwe siku moja tu ya hiyo.
It is still okay. You guys plan and let me know.
Wacha ikuwe kesho, wacha ikuwe kesho.
Yeah, provided it's a different time for, yeah, we can do it a different time before.
Utakuwa free saa. Okay, let's agree. Utakuwa free saa ngapi kesho? Maybe kwanza kesho ni huduma day. Hatutakuwa na job, hakuna kwenda job. Can we do it saa moja jioni? Uingie live saa moja jioni mpaka saa 2, 1 hour tu peke yake.
Wekesa, we can do it. We can do it 7 to 8. Hiyo mambo ya channel na nini. Then 8 to 9 tukue na hiyo ni nyingine. Alafu
8 to 9 we have an aspirant forum tomorrow.
Yeah.
We are beginning with the first candidate who will be coming tomorrow. So if you are also an aspirant, we will be hosting aspirants to share to have a platform to sell their manifesto. Tuko sawa na hiyo? If we are done, we can proceed now. Let's start with, we have done Frank, we can go to, yeah, we were talking about, and this name is very difficult. You can now give your some.
Okay. I think vile nimeingia ndio nimepata discussion ikiwa inaendelea. And thank you for this opportunity. Nashukuru sana kwa nafasi hii. Nishajua watu.
There's somebody who needs to mute.
So what I want to say all about Mount Kenya and all whatever about Raila, you know, Raila, he has been there since this politics started, those days. He has been struggling much since that time. Even when we had about 2002, he stood firm and he said, Kibaki tosha. Kwa kufanya hivyo alijijenga hiyo miaka, and I don't know hiyo wakati anasema Kibaki tosha, RUTO alikuwa wapi, because I think he was in politics that time. Yeah, so the first person mwenye alikuwa kwa hiyo kujipatia kujiuza ni Raila. Despite of amekuwa kistruggle and make sure kwamba amefika huko kujitafutia. Hata kama hajai kuwa namba 1 kutoka Mount Kenya party, amekuwa akipata hata kura 2, 3, 4, 5. So this new man mwenye kuna slogan ya wheelbarrow, I think hajapata fame, hajapata ile kitu inaitwa, hajapata uzito pale Mount Kenya. The only thing people come to see from this man ni wakati akisimama kwa crowd, like as we saw yesterday, alikuwa kule Nanyuki anaambia anazawadi msichana mwingine $100,000. So by doing that, that's what people come to see. And wako entertained. He has no any manifest, he has anything to do with the Kenyans. He has to teach these people. So that's why some people have come to realize. And that's why if you see, at the first, tulikuwa tunaona viongozi kutoka Mount Kenya wengi walikuwa wamekimbia kwenda UDA, wakaanza kukimbia kina Moses Kuria, walikuwa kule kujenga so that yani kupatia nani huyo Ruto uzito. But after they realize kwamba huyu jamaa hana future for these people, hana future for the Kenyans, diona kila mtu akianza kuchitoa mmoja. And that's why hawakutoka direct kwenda kuingia kwa Raila, but walitoka nje kutengeneza umoja so that wakikuja wakiattack walete vitu zao kwa meza na anybody ambao watakubaliana na yeye wataingia pale. So and this is the thing ambayo ilikuwa inafanya nini imefanya Raila amepata fame because yeye alikuwa anaenda slow, hajaenda haraka. Another thing, the thing yeye ambayo inafanya Raila ameanza kupata ile uzito pale Mount Kenya, anatumia au wanasemanga sijui au mapwenyenye au watu kuna pesa. So you know hii Kenya at 90%, let's say 90%, 80%, watu wengi kuna watu wako maskini, kuna watu wako middle, watu wako na pesa, wako matajiri si wengi sana kuliko wa maskini. And as you know, as Kenyans, we take ile maoni ya mtu mwenye kuna pesa kisungumza. Unajua mtu kwa village ya kuwa na pesa anazungumza aseme let's go to this route. Mtasikia kitu mtu anasema kwamba mtoto wa nani amesema twende this route, jua yeye ndio taa yetu kwa hii kijiji. So these people wenye anatumia ndio wameweza kumpatia pia market on that side because wanaenda mpaka pale village, they go to village, wanaanzia pale because huko ndio wanatoka. Na unaweza pata village kuna watu 200, unapata watu 5 ndio tajiri. So this tajiri they can entice these people kwamba let's go to this side, hapa ndio tutafanya nini, tutasaidika. Instead huyu mwenye anajiendea anasema kwamba anazungumza direct na mahasla. You know, hiyo sometimes inakuwa very hard to convince these people ambao kunajua kwa mtu pale yeye as long as ukimzungumzia mpatie hata 10 pop asha change mind. Sitasema ni Mount Kenya. Another thing, on Mount Kenya region wamezoea tu uongozi, and they are trying to see. Unajua mzee Raila akiingia, let me just say according to me, akiingia kwa hii kiti he will just take 5 years atoke. But after these 5 years utapata watu washajipanga vile wamezoea kupata hii kiti. But at the moment wamepiga hesabu, at the moment wakiruhusu Ruto akiingia uongozini, it will take itawachukua miaka 10, labda tena after that 10 years, because unaona vile hii Jubilee ilishakufa na vilikuwa mmeagree, anaweza akiuchukua 10 years anaweza amua apatane kwingine, alete mtu mwingine kutoka Tata region. Ushaona? So watakuwa wana rules. So lazima wamepiga hesabu, wameona kwamba the best option is to go to Papa, tumpatie yake 5, tumalizane na yeye, and we see what is next. Okay? And the same time, kitu kingine, we want to change this. Unajua this is slogan ya kusema kwamba kama si Mount Kenya tunaenda pale Rift Valley ndio tupate kiongozi kutoka that side. So this time round they have decided kupata kiongozi from sehemu nyingine ya nchi, so that we can see if the economy it will change. Yesterday I was traveling from somewhere. I had mama wamboga wakiuliza wamama wanauza mitumba, wanauza vitu zingine hapo, viatu, walikuwa wanauza wa mama mboga. Tunasikia nyinyi ndio mnatambulika kwa hii Kenya. Sasa sisi wengine mitumba, we have no business in this country. Do you see? So other people wameanza kufunguka macho, wameanza kufungua hii macho. There's no way these people have come to realize, unajua watu kufanya biashara kubwa kwa hii Kenya, the people from Mount Kenya. Hao watu wanafanyanga biashara sana. And another, so it will just make them kuangalia on what serikali gani itawasaidia, mali economy inaweza saidia mtu. Tuache kutu kudanganya. Unajua kwa kitu kingine tunadanganya, tuna moja na unaona easy work. Youth, wale vijana wako kwa hii country ni wengi sana. There are many as many kushinda watu wengine. For example, from my family tuko na vijana 5. Sasa my brother just tell me, hawa vijana 5 utatuletea sisi wote wheelbarrow, sisi wote watu 5. So kuna kitu zingine tunaambiwa tufungue macho and we see what is ni nini kinaweza tusaidia. These people they are wamekuwa pale since 2017, 2013, 2017 wamekuwa kule. Hii ndio kitu wamekuwa kisungumzia, tutaleta sijui nini, but huyu mtu hajafanya ile kitu ambayo amefanya. Nini alikuwa amepromise. Another thing yenye inafanya Raila anapata fame kushinda RUTO ni ile RUTO alifanya mchezo. Hata kama kulikuwa na handshake, angetulia kwenye serikali, aheshimu kiongozi, bosi wake, wakaya na yeye. But ikifika at last minute, ndio sasa si mnaona tumetembea pamoja as you agreed. Sasa ile kitu yenye iko sasa nipatie chance vile tulikuwa tumeelewana. But sasa yeye after sasa kuchaguliwa second term alijiondoa mwenyewe akaenda kivyake. And na kitu inaona kwamba these people have realized kwamba huyu naibu anaonyesha aibu ama madharau kwa kiongozi wao ambaye ni rais wa Kenya, kwa maana hamuheshimu. Unaona pale hamuheshimu, kuna vile akiingia, unajua sometimes huwa anafuatilianga stories zake. Recently amekuwa Kisii, kuna baadhi ya barabara zilikuwa zinatengenezwa pale Kisii, zimekuwa endorsed wa hiyo time ya campaign 2017 zikatengenezwa. Sasa huyu just hiyo ya mwisho. Yes, amejiondoa kwa serikali, anapiga serikali niseme nini? Vipoko. Anasema kwamba hao watu ndio sijui kuna pesa offshores and all whatever. But in the next minute unasikia anasema kwamba hii barabara inatoka huku na huku, sisi tumetengeneza. So unajua kuna vile jamaa anajichanganya mwenyewe. That's why watu wengine wamerealize kwamba huyu jamaa ile kitu ako nayo ni ile tu mdomo wa kuentesa watu na kuentesa watu, na kitu kingine vile watu wengine wanasema ni mtu mwenye anaweza kuwa na kiburi na mtu mwenye anaweza kuwa na hasira mingi. So watu wenye wako na hasira hawataongoza Kenya. And that's why huyu jamaa hajapata ile kitu inaitwa fame. Ameanza kupoteza wafuasi wake from Mount Kenya region. And at the last minute, wacha tufike next year, atakuwa amepoteza kila kitu. Atakuwa amepoteza kila kitu pale Mount Kenya. Thank you.
Asante. Thank you very much for the submission. And I would like to inform you that we are actually giving our channels. If you have your channel, and we also have the WhatsApp group. I think if you are not a member there, you should just forward your number to Mtembei or Wekesa. They will add you. So alafu tusaidiane kwa hii mambo ya channel. We subscribe, tunainuana tu hapo hivyo. The next person is
Wekesa.
The next person is I can't read your names. The names are not displayed, so I think this guy in blue. You are next. Are we together?
Yes, turn off the light, bro. You want to sleep? You can turn off the light.
Okay.
Just take a look.
Hello.
David Olo, can you continue for us? If you have something to
Okay,
say?
ni mimi ndio nafaa kuongea.
Because I'm seeing, oh, Rupia is back.
Okay, Rupia ni mimi ndio nilikuwa naniongelesha. Okay, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah. Okay, mi kitu naweza sema about meeting ya leo huko nini? Vile ilikuwa huko, ilikuwa wapi? Like kipi ama wapi? Subukia. Naweza sema ilikuwa poa, lakini najua bado campaign bado haijaanza. Hii bado ni kutest to ground. Na naona ground iko positive. So naweza sema vitu zinaenda poa na acha to pray. Okay, siombangi but acha to hope baba atakuwa sawa, akuwe strong hadi tumfikishe State House. Cause ni yeye, hakuna mwingine. Yao wengine wanaboeka tu but hakuna kitu watafanya. Baba akishakuwa na deep state, mambo sasa kuisha. Because hata wenye wanaboeka waliwekwa hapo na deep state. So sasa wanadeny ati hakuna deep state. So baba mambo yake imeisha. Tumebaki tu na swearing in. Na so far vitu zinaenda poa na napenda sana kampeni yake kwa sababu ukiona vitu zenye na post, anaongea na mayouth kwanza hadi nimeshangaa yani anaongea na hearts za mayouth. Ukiangalia leo vile Mungiki walikuwa namzindikisha pale, yani wamefurahia mbaya sana. Na kitu moja anafanya poa pia ni ako na watu wote, yani si ati anachagua mtu ati wewe ni Mungiki sasa yuko na wewe. Yeye ako na kila mtu, ako na Mungiki, ako na watu waendi kanisa, ako na watu wa kanisa, ako na kila. Hii ni Tsunami inabeba kila kitu. Wacha wenye wanabagua, wanasema mabig fish wakae huko, wako na mahasla, hata wataki watu wa mtumba. Umesikia huyo jamaa akisema anataka tu watu wa mboga na watu wa wheelbarrow, watu wa mjengo. So far kila kitu inaenda poa, in fact inaenda more than we planned, and mi naona tu kitu imeingia na bado baba hajaanza kukampeni. Na kwanza kitu strategy yake ni poa. Ukiangalia watu wenye Ruto anatembea nao ni wazee. Ukiangalia watu wenye baba na roll nao ni watu wa young sana, tena watu wako intelligent, akina Liki Nyanjui, akina Peter Kenneth. So kila kitu iko positive. Na mimi naona hii kitu this time, hii chui round hii tunaiua. Acha tu wapingane, sisi tuko humble, lakini round hii tunaenda Canaan, sisi haturudi Misri tena. Hiyo tu ndio kitu naweza sema.
Thank you very much, Bwana Olo. I think you can mute your microphone. Thank you. Kuna watu tumewaruka hapa katikati. Is it Benson and is Benson there?
He has left. He has said he's coming back in the private chat.
Okay, so let's have Penny, because this other guy Kanenje is also not visible. Penny,
Kanenje is available but not visible.
Can you see your face?
No, I mean Shags. I mean I don't have steamer on this side.
Okay, so you can continue.
Yeah, for me actually, this is this is the first time I'm coming to this channel, and as my contribution to Baba's entry into the mountain is that actually this is a strategy that the president himself used for the former prime minister to go to the mountain and test the waters first before the 20th of October on Mashujaa Day. That is when maybe things will unfold even more. But so far for Mr. Ruto is really vile wamesema madharau to the president. Hata mimi mtoto wangu hawezi kuja kwangu na asimame nje ya nyumba asema ati yeye si mlevi na anajua baba anakunywa pombe. Na hiyo ni madharau. Huyo mtoto kama wewe anatakana afukuzwe. So so for me, yeah, the deputy president has really disobeyed the president, and that is not actually in order. And also saying that meeting tycoons. Actually, I'm in the village, and I've just this evening met at least 3 students in the secondary school who have joined through Wings to Fly. And this year alone, I think Wings to Fly has sponsored around 10,000 kids. And this is every year. So you cannot dismiss the tycoons. Even I have never heard of RUTO Foundation, but I know of Raila Foundation, which sponsors about 1,000 people per year. And we remember when Raila was in the village, he instructed his pilot to fly one of his sponsored students to Maranda School. If this was done by UDA, it would still be flying all over by Tumbi, flying it all over the media. But Raila did it, and it was not something big. So for me, when the president goes to the mountain in Kirinyaga on 20th, that is when Mbivu na Mbichi will unfold. And for Anne Waiguru, wherever she is, for me, she's regretting having declared going to UDA a few days before Baba went to the mountain and things went well for him. If by the time Baba was moving from Nanyuki all the way to Githurai, if Waiguru had not declared that he's going to UDA, believe me, he will be in one of these meetings that Baba has been holding from Naivasha all the way to Mile Saba in Nakuru, where I come from. Thank you.
Thank you, Kanenje, for that good contribution. And let's have Penny next.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Okay, today is Baba's campaigns in Nyahururu, Subukia. We can see that the turnout was extremely good. All over the place was packed, and you could even see guys sitting on top of buildings and stuff like that, very eager to listen to Raila. And I think he's already establishing himself as someone who is capable of getting votes from Mount Kenya. Previously, there were so many people who are complaining of the fact that mbona Raila anaenda kufanya campaigns peke yake, I mean. But I think today they are beginning now to accompany, the Mount Kenya team are beginning to accompany Baba to the mountain. And in today's campaigns, we could see people like Governor Lee, which was it was very important. His presence was very, very significant. There was Maina Kamanda, there was Peter Kenneth, there was the MP from Peketoni, there was the CAS, Lawrence Karanja, Junet Mohammed, and there was also the governor for Laikipia. So from all of this team who accompanied Baba to the Mount Kenya, you can see that things are already beginning to pick up, and the mountain is actually responding positively to Baba. And from his address, being that he was carrying out his campaign in Nyahururu, he basically addressed some of the things that resonate with the Nyahururu people, something like agriculture. He talked about him being able to ensure that they get seeds in good time, things like fertilizers. He will also ensure that they get market for their produce, and then also establishing factories. Then he also talked about things like utu, umoja, usawa na uzalishaji. He also addressed economic liberation, and I think it's a very good start for him. It was very successful, and I think some of the things that made him successful is the fact that he has been. I think their strategy is very is working for them, because in politics, it's a marathon. So when you're running a marathon race, you're not supposed to start like you're running 100 meters, which is contrary to what our what their what the UDA team engaged in. They started campaigning very early. They started making their promises way too early, and I think people are very tired of hearing the same things of mama mbogas, borders, and stuff like that. I think the other thing that is working out for Raila in the mountain is the fact that he's embracing everyone. He's not like I think Olo has spoken about the UDA team being very keen
Penny,
on the
I have
job.
a question. I have a question for you.
Yes.
In terms of how Baba is packaged, I think
Yeah.
you have talked about it briefly.
Okay.
Can you just talk about it in terms of how he's packaged
Yeah.
and the information is actually giving, like the 6,000? Are you think is correctly packaged?
Yeah, Baba is correctly packaged, because we are coming from a place where the BBI flopped, because it was not really flopping, but it was stopped by the court. And I think for me, Baba is doing very well, because we expected that after the BBI has been shut down by the courts, he could have gone scampering for safety, or he could have disappeared out of the public limelight. But we find that he quickly came up with the Azimio la Umoja, and I think his message is improving by the day. Yeah, his message is improving by the day, and is well packaged. He has everything to. He has something to offer to everyone in the community. He's not only concentrating on the poor people, because we are a mixed society. Where there are the poor, there'll always be the rich. Where there are the old, there'll always be the young people. So I think he's managing to cut across, and he has maintained a very good balance. And you'll also concur with me that Raila has really packaged himself in a manner that he's so presidential. He looks very presidential. So for me, that is a plus for him. Then he's also engaging in constructive criticism without using inflammatory statements. Yeah, he's very constructive in the way he's criticizing his opponents, which for me is working out well for him, because as a good leader, you need to also exercise a lot of caution in the way you talk. You need to exercise a lot of caution in the way you relate with your opponents. So I think for Baba, he's a doctor of politics, and I think he nailed it, and he will succeed.
Thank you very much. I think the person who came up with the topic of today was very unfair. Don't we
Yes,
have other
because he needed,
candidates?
yeah,
Because we have other candidates.
because
So
I
I
have
think
something to say about UDA, I had something to say about RUTO being in Isiolo, and the today's topic of discussion is a bit limiting. We are only talking about Raila being
no,
in
you can
Nyahururu.
you can proceed, please.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I think for Raila, I have already exhausted, because my colleagues here have already said some of the things. And for Ruto's rally in Isiolo, there is this thing of Governor Kuti.
Santos, is it I Santos? Please, can you mute your microphone?
Huyo demana
noise.
Penny anyamaze, ameongea sana hata hii.
Yeah, she's just concluding, and then we'll have.
Concluding. Santos, I'm concluding. Yeah, about the DP, he was in Isiolo, and I think he also had a very successful rally there. As you can see, the rally was also well packed, and he addressed business, the hustlers, the borders, the mamambogas. He had something to promise them. He had something for them. He also talked about poverty alleviation, and one thing that came out is the fact that he's still very hostile to the billionaires, to the Mount Kenya billionaires. He still even asserted that he ruled out that he will not engage in any interview with the billionaires or anybody. So that came out very clearly. He was very categorical. Then he's still addressing the issue of BBI, which to me I think should be it should be a forgotten matter, because people are now moving on, and we are not focusing so much on the BBI. So there was something he mentioned to do with the BBI. Yeah, then he also addressed the bottom up. So in my opinion, I think he had these two rallies both of them were very successful, except for now the UDA team, the DP. I'm still a bit worried at the way he's taking a stand at isolating the billionaires. It seems he has a problem with the rich people. Yeah, and then he still used terms as Willem.
I think Penny.
Yes.
Just hold it there. We are coming back. We can have Dan Bondeku Mokulu Mobema. Hey, this one is a very serious. Okay, we'll come back to you. Dan Bondeku, we have the topic of today, but there are also other candidates, so you are not restricted.
Exactly, ni Dan Bondeku Mokulu Mobema. Okay, nikiweza sema mimi haspanao nilisema bado sijakuwa na candidate wangu, kwa sababu naelewa siasa vizuri. Yeah, so for today rally ya leo tulikuwa na RUTO, tukakuwa na hata Mudavadi, na pia tukakuwa.
Please adjust your volume, please.
Okay. Iko sawa? Yeah, na pia tukakuwa na ya Raila. So hata leo kuna huyu anaitwa Malala. Yeye pia alisema Mudavadi hayuko kwa hiyo negotiating table. Eti yeye ni direct presidential candidate, ambaye alikasifu hata hao magovernors ambao wameanza ku lose hope na Mudavadi. Anawaambia like you need to support Mudavadi for that. Na nikiangalia out of the three candidates ambaye labda tunaweza sema as per now, we have Mudavadi, tuko na huyu anaitwa Raila, na pia tuko na William Ruto. Tukiangalia vizuri tunaona at least in terms of composure, the only person mwenye naona at least as per now, kwa sababu nilisema siasa inakuanga tofauti. Ukiangalia like what happened to Musalia Mudavadi in 2013, ilikuwa tu hivyo, wakamweka karibu. At the end of the day, within almost 3 months to election, vitu zilienda zikageuka. So as per now, baada hatuwezi sema vizuri, lakini as per Kenya iko kwa ground as per now, tunaona the support inakuwa kwa the right honorable Raila Odinga. But again for that, tukiangalia tena the rally for these other guys, unapatanga like if you go to the Oda camp is composed of, wanasemanga ukitoka huku let's say if you look at the former Jubilee, au ni wale wenye labda either walinyimwa positions wakasema pana, acha tu tuunge huyu, so wako na hiyo uchungu bado, and that's why anytime they go to a rally utasikia Jubilee wataongea mambo na the party in as much as wako order, but utasikia Ruto akisimama anasema mambo na baso, wako na hiyo uchungu because wanaona what they did in 2013, alafu hiyo ka promise, so hiyo uchungu bado wako nayo in as much as things zimechange. So as per now siwezi ongea about my presidential candidate, but hiyo siasa sasa hizi unaweza predict what is there. So if everything continues vile iko saa hizi, then naona Raila anaweza wapea challenge. Ila tu saa zingine siasa ya Kenya huwezi sema up to the last minute nani atakuwa hapo.
Thank you very much.
Dan Bonde kumokolo.
Can you mute? Can you mute, please? There's echo. Thank you, Mokulu Mobemba, for that good name. Welcome to the show. And we have Isantos. Isantos, can you make your contribution?
Mokulu kwa Mobemba, sijui nini. Sasa story na
bwana, utauma ulimi bwana, hiyo kitu kama hujui wacha.
Sasa story na Nyahururu, Subukia baba politics. Unaona watu walijaa pale Nyahururu wengi sana. Watu kuja, they were coming to see the person who saw himself as a president, people president. That's the first thing that people came to see. Unaona? Watu walikuja pale au kuja kuona ati, oh, we are coming now to hear the agenda of right honorable. Na cheki. Na vitu zingine according to politics ya Mount Kenya is very different.
Dan, mute your mic.
David, don't mute your mic. There's a lot of
it's done, yeah.
Then according sana juu climbing the mountain, it needs always energetic men and young. Unacheki. Sasa according to us as an African community, we respect older people. And we always, when I visit my grandpa, huwa nawanunulia jacket mzito ya kuzuia baridi, lakini sasa tukisema baba aende mlimani, jameni, sitakuwa tumechoma. Politics naona tu hapo farasi ni wawili, wacha tu sema ukweli. Is about DP, who is the Deputy President of Kenya, and Rao. Hawa ndio watu wawili, unaona? And we are ready to vote any of them. Any. Furthermore, huko chini, GVN na MCA niko sawa. Huko juu ijipange kivyake. Sawa, hiyo ndio zangu mimi.
Thank you for your contribution.
Rukia, can I interject? Can I interject something?
Proceed. Go on.
Okay, Isantos has just spoken so well, and anasema ya kwamba kupanda mlima lazima mtu akue kijana ama mdogo, you know. Unajua, this idea of climbing the mountain, it is not a physical mountain per se, you know. It is not literal. Don't take it literally like ati ni kupanda mlima. Unaona, sio kupanda mlima. It's just campaigning. And campaigning, Baba is he's a veteran campaigner. So usichukulie kama kwamba ni kupanda mlima ati it's a physical mountain.
Pedi. Nimesha kuelewa lakini wewe just pia elewa. Unaona?
Sawa, sawa.
Thank you, a gentleman and a lady for that. And although you have something for briefly before we go to
nataka niambie huyo jamaa mazee, hatutaki watu wanaongea hizo comment zingine zenye ziko pedestrian hivyo. It is not si ati ni physical mountain, unaona, na usilete feeling sana. Raila ni mtu ako na uzoefu sana, na hata nashangaa, unajua ukiwekwa na yeye uende na yeye hizo kona zenye anapiga utachoka, as long as vile unaringatiwe ni mia. That is his career, hiyo ndio kitu anafanyanga, sio kama usianze kuleta mzaha kwa vitu vingine. Unajua kitu moja na watu wa UDA ni ku make fun na watu wengine. Naona saa zingine hata Raila akifanya kitu wana make fun na yeye, hata akienda kama leo vile alitoa pesa kwa church, wana make fun. Unajua hizo ndio vitu zenye zinakasirisha watu. So it is better you change vile mna handle vitu zenu, ama muendelee na hiyo feeling yenu. Si pia tulikuanga tu kama nyinyi. Ukiangalia vile Raila alikuwa anaongea huko ma 207 alikuwa anabonga tu kama nyinyi hivyo, na kuna penye zilimpeleka. So endeleeni kukuwa na hizo hasira, ku make fun about watu, mnaita watu wengine mabwenyenye, wengine wazee, ni kama nyinyi hamtawahi kuwa wazee. So nyinyi endeleeni tu hivyo. Hiyo ndio kitu naweza kuambia. As a young man, wewe pia siku moja ukizeeka utaona vile watu wata make fun na wewe. Na wewe sasa utazeeka hadi ushindwe kutembea. Usiwaifanya kitu ukifikiria tunafanya kwa internet ati hatuo mwenye unamfanyia ati hawezi kurudia. Hawa tusi kwa internet ni watu wako physical. So hivyo tu vile unafanya ndio vile pia utafanyiwa. Hiyo ndio kitu naweza sema.
Thank you, Olo. Between William Gregory and Bob Marley, who came first? William Gregory and Bob Marley, who came first?
Hey.
So if you know you came first, you should give us your submission. Gregory, can you proceed? I'm talking about WG and Bob. So let's go to Bob then. Bob, let's have
I'm available.
Yeah.
I'm available. Rupia.
Yes.
Can I submit?
Yeah, endelea.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Yeah, the topic for today, first of all, I want to begin by dismissing it. It's very brief and it lacks, contents. Nobody. That's the reason why you see even people like Isantos coming and just saying their own things, because there's nothing to discuss. Actually, analyzing an event is inadequate. So I can forgive Isantos for that. Yeah. So today is a rally in Nyahururu. I realized that there were so many people, I think many, even Raila himself.
WG.
Yes.
There is something that has been added there after us, then RUTO in Isiolo. So I think they have actually expanded it. So you discuss Raila in Nyahururu, Subukia, Maina villages, and then RUTO in Isiolo.
Okay. Okay. I like the way Penny expounded on everything. She tried to give some life to the topic so well by analyzing, everything that emerged today. Let me just also add some few. And I want to say that that kind of multitude did not just come by itself. And I want to also disagree with Isantos that they had come to see the person who saw himself in Okay, that could have been a reason, but I think there's a lot of political activity undercurrent going on underground, below the waters, both in terms of the billionaires and the politicians, especially those ones allied to the president. I think they've all been waiting. They've all been waiting for this opportunity, and the moment the president showed them the direction, they took it up immediately. And this was that Saturday when Raila went to, first of all, to, was it Naivasha or somewhere Elementaita, when he met the Akorinos. And when he was being, when he was anointed with that oil, I think that anointing was as a result of a clear indication from the president. And if you realize, since that time, things have never been the same again in Mount Kenya. Things have never been the same again for the UDA. In fact, they've become reactionary. They just, react to the events that unfolds prompted by Raila's activities. And that's the reason why I'm saying, for that kind of multitude to gather the way they were, it confirms that actually there's a lot of political undercurrents that are happening in the mountain. So if you are waiting to see that Raila is climbing the mountain on his own, you must know that he's amebebwa.
We are sorry for losing WG. So, Bob, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. I want to make myself on 3 issues. Number one, there is one thing that you had asked Penny to clarify on the 6,000, that Mheshimiwa Raila is really supporting or giving more effort on it. I think like his previous campaigns, he comes in with a word, people debates about it. Like yesterday, he just spoke about the 6,000. He left it floating. People have interrogated it, and some of us have not understood or have not come to terms of what he was saying. Just the same way, like in 1999, 2000, around that time there was little money in the economy. In fact, the economy was reading almost zero. He came and said, "We will add we will add the the government workers, the civil servant, will add the civil servant money." It was it was said to be around 2,000 shillings. People bashed him and talked about him like he is useless. Why is he promising such things? But then when they came in with Kibaki, that's the first things that they did. They added people a lot. They added people that 2,000, and that 2,000 was like a relief in the economy. And that's why we are talking about economy in the NAC government that revamped. That was one of the things that made the money to flow in the pockets of the people. And then come 2007, Raila Odinga together with RUTO, who was also in the Pentagon, they were talking about the elderlies. One of their manifesto was around the elderlies, and they said, we can give our elderly some things. We can give them some stipend. People bashed it and said, what are you doing with the elderlies? But we saw him coming in. We saw it coming in the constitutional era when they were with Kibaki. They came in, and as we speak now, our elderlies are receiving some stipend. Let me come now to the real issue about the 6,000. I want to say that, one, it is something that the
Hello,
government would
I can't
want.
hear Ben.
Yeah?
Who is talking?
WG is talking.
It's Bob's time. Bob, can you continue? Let him finish, then you will come in later.
Yeah, let me talk about the 2000 and make it brief. The 2000, he has said something like a social worker or creating a social worker state. And this, we can relate it to the United States of America. When COVID reached their shores, we saw youths losing jobs. And when
Hello,
they lost
Wekesa.
jobs, can I speak
Please,
without interruption?
Yeah,
William Gregory, let Bob Marley finish, then you will be given a chance.
So at the point that
Bob, can you proceed?
Okay, let me proceed. At the point that Corona hit United States of America shores, we saw youth losing jobs, and they had somewhere to go and complain. They had some place to go and register their grievances. And we saw even the government responding through those state agencies. That is what we need in Kenya, a social worker state which will connect workers to the government. And in fact, this 6,000 is just for the needy. Yani, it is not for every youth who is unemployed, but it is for every youth who is a needy and is unemployed. So there are two things that there are two huge difference. That for the jobless can find a job, but those who cannot find job and are in need can be given a stipend. So stipend, like if you look at it, it is a huge amount of money, which it will now force a government to create opportunities through maybe, like he has been speaking about, the local industries, through the Buy Kenya, Build Kenya. We want government to be proactive in creating job for youth. And that, I think, the billions that will go into 6,000 will make governments now be proactive to creating jobs. So for me, I think this is a debate that we will continue hearing about the 6,000. But as it is now, we can say that it is a real thing. It can happen. It is implementable, because we lose a lot of money in corruption. That if we can cap this money, and then if we can have a heart for a youth who has really gone to school from class 1 to Form 4 to university, he deserves nothing but a job. But if that job is not there, then the government must now provide a way for these youths to thrive, even without a job. Some people are saying that, they will be lazy. I want to tell them that in this world, in this current world that we have, there's nobody can be lazy, even for a moment. For the moment you get that money, you will put it into use. And while putting it into use, you will help also economy to grow by circulating the money. Second thing, I wanted to speak about the order, the UDA. The UDA led by Deputy President, they are still living in the past. When we have accepted that BBI is gone, then they are still living in the BBI past. They are still complaining about the foundation, the Mount Kenya Foundation. When as some of us we are now beyond that. That was just a key to get into the main menu. That was just an appetizer to get into the main menu. So this guy knows the influence of Mount Kenya Foundation. And if he himself can get a chance to be supported by these guys, he can be the first person to celebrate. He knows their importance, he knows their roles, and he's sure that these guys are not with him. And just an example that one of us has given, these people, this Mount Kenya Foundation, we cannot wish them away. Even with Baba as an opposition in the past 9 years, he has not wished these people away, because they are carrying our economy, like they are controlling major the movement of money in our systems. So we have a deputy president who uses cash. He doesn't have time for a bank. He doesn't have time for government institutions. So he is coming from nowhere to tell us about people who have really built on our systems. They have built their banks in our shores. I think we can be very patriot to these Mount Kenya guys if they can use their product to upgrade our country and even to give our youths the jobs. Lastly, I want to talk about the Oka brothers. One thing that is very
Your time
I
is
want to
up.
talk about
Just
Oka
briefly
brothers.
finish.
We have them. These people are now missing in action. They are not anywhere near anything. They are not doing anything. So I don't know whether they are waiting for someone to do dirty works, then they jump that they want endorsements. I think if they are serious enough, this is the time that they should go to the people and show their muscle. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob. And our main moderator is back.
Rubia, I just wanted to comment on the topic. I have heard someone argue that the topic is shallow. I don't understand. A broad spectrum topic cannot be shallow. When you are given an event like Nyahururu, that is open. You can say anything about it. Another topic is when I'm talking about Raila alone. But if I give you an event like Nyahururu, there was Leak in Anjui, there was Maina Njenga, there was this governor of Laikipia. You need to look at the event and analyze. And then on the topic, we have put Mandela moment. Do you know the Mandela moment is interpreted differently? From actually the Kieleweke win, according to them, Mandela moment is Raila have 5 years and go so that they get back the seat. But according to the ODM side, Mandela moment means something different. So sometimes it's like we don't take time to analyze what we have been given. We just want to retell the events, but we are here for us to analyze. When you see Raila and governor of governor of Nakuru on the same motorcade, what comes in your mind? Is he focusing on that? When you see Raila and Peter Kenneth, when you see, you need to take those events the way they happened. You know, politics is about optics. They say that nothing happens in politics by chance. It's always planned and premeditated. The reason why they had to create that crowd, and remember, they created a crowd at a place RUTO was there yesterday. So what message were they sending? So these are the things we expected you to analyze, but unfortunately, we are limited. So just open up your mind and look at the event, the way it happened, and then go deep and see what is the message they are sending. You can also interpret RUTO's rally like that. And sometimes they can give you a one-way topic, but you know when Raila is on the mountain, he's affecting RUTO. So nobody has actually limited you to discuss about RUTO because it is in the same breath that Raila stood at Nyahururu and said that kuna mtu alisimama hapa jana na akatuambia ati mimi ndio niko na ufunguo. Now those events, you see, now if you begin looking deep at why they went to Nyahururu, then you understand the message they are sending. So that is the conversation becomes broader and broader. So you can still be discussing RUTO at Nyahururu Raila's event because they went there to send a message to RUTO. Are you seeing, guys? So the topic can just be one statement, but it's you now to open up. We cannot feel a comprehension here. So you are free to discuss as long as they relate. The things you are discussing relate. So I think because Rubia was moderating, he has not contributed. You can make your contribution.
Thank you very much. In fact,
No,
I
there's
was really
sorry, Wekesa, maybe I was
just
thrown
listen.
out, maybe because of the faulty system.
Oh, you
Let me
had
make
I
the
wanted to complete
contribution.
my submission.
you just come in fresh. You watch contribute and then you just come in.
Thank you very much, Wekesa. I have seen the topic of today, Raila Mania, Tsunami, and you, as the way you have put it clear.
I
And
would wish to add something before
let
you
me finish,
continue
please. Please let me finish.
on the topic.
Before, there was a Raila phobia. I think that one was in the mountain. But what I'm seeing right now is historic and will be historic because the mountain is going to meet the lake. And I think this is something that happened during independence when I don't know whether it was after independence or what, when Kenyatta and Jaramogi worked together. Our country was united during that time until Kenyatta and Jaramogi differed in ideologies. And then that is where the division started. It has gone like that for, I think now is over 60 years. And one part of Kenya has been suffering, the other part has been enjoying, truth to be said. But this will be a historic thing that will happen in our country, that we are going to unite from where we started. And I'm seeing the other side that is against unity. Because when President Kenyatta embraced handshake, he was with his deputy and they were together. And they talked and they were supposed to unite this country as one government. But now the deputy bolted out due to personal reasons. Personal reasons that the handshake would interfere with his presidential ambition. This is somebody who had set his mind in 2022. There are political pacts, and I've never seen any one of them fulfilled in this country. When Uhuru said, kumi yangu, he meant that RUTO. That was not in that pact, that I will give you my support. Or, I think that was not part of the agreement. And now RUTO is attacking Raila because his only strategy was the mountain. And I want to correct myself for something, a statement I made yesterday, that Mount Kenya is a swing vote. Mount Kenya is not a swing vote. Mount Kenya, with their voting pattern, will give their votes around 80% to the minimum 60% to a candidate that they believe in. Right now, it's up to politicians, because I think Ruto has been campaigning in the mountain for over years now. I don't know whether they are 9 or 10. Raila started making inroads recently. The other side, that is UDA, actually have restricted themselves to meeting a specific group of people in the mountain. This other side of Kieleweke is meeting everyone, be it a hustler, be it a tycoon, whoever that person is. So that is now up to the politicians to actually strategize properly to get the votes from the mountain. But I can assure you that the mountain votes will be a very good big percentage specific candidate, maybe in a ratio of 60-40 like somebody said, or in a ratio of 80-20. That is very possible, very, very possible. We also have other regions that are also very important. That is Western. The reason why I'm saying other regions, Nyanza is locked, and seemingly Kalenjin vote in the Rift Valley is locked. So we also have other regions which are traditionally belongs to Raila Odinga as a presidential candidate. That is Western, Masai, we have Nairobi, we have Coast Province. Those ones traditionally they belong to Raila Odinga, the ODM leader. And then we also have other regions like Ukambani that belonged to Kalonzo Musyoka. Not, but Mount Kenya being a vote rich, I think for my candidate, I am very happy because I'm witnessing what I've never witnessed. Before it was Raila was the worst person, and that is the narrative that the older people are using. And when they see that Raila can actually climb the mountain, and somebody was corrected here that it is not physical climbing, that is a figurative language that we are applying. If Raila can actually climb the mountain, for me, I have no words to say. I have no comments because that one is a gone case. It's a gone case, Wekesa, and everybody that is on board. Because if we felt in the past that at one time, at one point, we won the elections, even without the mountain. But now with the mountain, my friends, do you think, do we have a contest? I don't think we have a contest. The people who are running against us should just go. And I told them here yesterday, just go back to the drawing board, join our team, so that we should not even have elections in this country, because there is no contest here. Should not even have, because this will be, somebody will get 2 million, the other person is going to get 10 million. So is that a contest? It's just wasting time and resources. So the older guys like the Isantos I saw here, just join, because now they are even running away from the forum. For those who have joined, we had the older guys here, led by Jakes. I've never seen Jakes since Baba started climbing the mountain. Jakes is nowhere. And I guess I just tell Jakes to come back. He is our brother. When we get the government, we cannot leave him outside. He is our brother. In fact, some of the Kalenjin votes belongs to Raila Odinga, because they have actually said that they have not, RUTO was in government for all these years. Maize sector is down. Farmers are suffering. Tea sector is down. So we are also eyeing some votes there. We are also eyeing some votes in the Kalenjin land. So tell Jakes to come back, Ndeto to come back, and tell Nani Flo, Piet akuje kwa show. Nowadays they don't come to show. You find them in the WhatsApp and they are very cruel inside there. Another thing, away from politics, I heard you people talking about channels. I have my channel, but it's a very small channel. People have not subscribed. So I just request you guys, just go there to the YouTube, look for Nyambok TV and subscribe. I'll even post it. And anybody that has another channel that he needs us to subscribe, we will do so willingly, so that we help a brother. These things, if you have them, they pay. So that one you can, is also another way of earning. So please, I'll post my channel. Please make sure you subscribe. Even if I'm posting, I'm going to try to post very good things there. Otherwise, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've seen BG Games anasema Wekesa and Bernard were very angry because of Ndeto. You even removed him from forum. What BG doesn't know that Eric and Ndeto are very friends. I can even show you in my inbox WhatsApp, we chat every day. And tomorrow I'm hosting him because he's a candidate at Kinango, but I know what he's doing politically. So don't see the optics here, what we do, and think that people are enemies. Ndeto is my personal friends. I understand what he's doing. Beyond the political divide, we have engagements. And tomorrow we will be hosting him here a whole 1 hour. So isikusumbue sana. Okay, let's have Benson.
You've forgotten about me.
Wekesa.
Wacha nani amalize yake kwanza. Walter alidrop off when he was making submissions. Kindly proceed.
Yeah. So, okay, I'd submitted regarding the Nyahururu, where I said that it didn't happen on its own. It didn't happen on its own. Apparently, a lot of activities, political activities, are going on in Central and below the table. The other thing I'm saying, if things go on like this, I'm seeing UDA losing grip of Central, and therefore they will be moving very soon. They will be moving and trying their lucks in other territories, which, especially those that were predominantly ODM and Raila, they will also go to attack those regions, since Raila is showing presence in Central. And the first stop, which I think is going to face a lot of political hate, will be Western. To me, Western part will be a battleground. Number one, because even last election, if you check properly, it wasn't a totally ODM zone. Jubilee managed to get a lot of votes from that side, especially in Bungoma, where specifically the Bukusus, the Jubilee reaped a lot of votes there. So I think it's not going to be any different this time round. They will invade with a lot of energy that territory as a compensation for the lost votes in Central. So we are, I'm foreseeing that region, giving, or the way they are normally generous. They will be inviting most of the guests. The other thing I wanted to say about Nyahururu is that when Raila was there, I realized that everyone was so keen. There was no a lot of activities in terms of noise or celebrations and what, but people were very keen to get what Raila was saying. And then I was like, this is the moment. If Raila has a message for Central, this is the moment to drive it home. Because if you compare Raila's gatherings and RUTO's, you will realize that RUTO has just same points that he's been throwing about. I'm using the name throwing because they are thrown carelessly. They are thrown carelessly without measure and without control. And the gospel is preaching is kind of getting tired. It's getting tired. The message about bottom up and wale wazee wanafanya hivi, wale wazee wanafanya hivi. It's about either the government or Raila and ODM, Tialala, or these guys are saying this. So by the end of the day, guys have made a lot of noise, but when you ask anyone what did those people talk about, they will not leave with some very specific and tangible points that they received. While on the other side, Raila's speech is so full of contents to an extent that he lacks time to give the whole of it. So you will find that in some rallies or some points, he will dwell in some points and leave the rest. Then he goes to another center and he also delivers some other points. So which I think is good. I think is good. This is the time that he must drive the points home, because the next I know the next trips will turn into just entertainments and keeping people going, the momentum going. But people must get him, because this is the time where now supporters are aligning themselves behind their leaders. So those who are in UDA must have a reason why they will tell you, I'm in UDA because of this. The reason they used to peddle around about Raila phobia now is going. They must look for some other straws to clutch, because if they don't do that, they will sink. So that's the reason why even sometimes the DP RUTO finds himself in a very precarious situation whereby he must talk. But what will I tell these people? Yet the mic has been given to him. He lacks what to say. So this is the time. I think that is all I have for now. Maybe later on I can say more. Thank you. Unless if someone has a question.
Okay, maybe my question will be related to what you have said. You say that nowadays Baba has a lot of content. On the other side, the opponents see them as they are the ones who have content. Wanasema wengine hawatuambii chenye hawana kitu ya kutuambia, hawana sera. So what do you tell them?
You see, they don't understand. Perhaps to them, Sarah means, populist proclamations. We have populist proclamations, things that entertain. But if you are a keen observer, you will realize that Raila has a lot of, points to promise Kenyans. He is, ranging. He's not even tackled security so well already in security, which is prevailing even in Laikipia area. It's something that must be discussed. It has been historical. It has been historical. Why is it just emerging only during elections? And I heard in his previous visit, the governor of Laikipia and many other Mount Kenya leaders were asking the same questions. So these are things that he has not started tackling. We have things like even drought that has been perennial. Yet we can there can be things to be put in place which will just surmount that challenge once and for all, so that it doesn't emerge every other year. So all these things, and you've had, if you've followed Raila's contributions and points, he has tackled these things, or he has mentioned them in other places that he's visited. That's the reason why I'm saying maybe for now he only gives points or gives his contribution to the ones that they are relevant to. When he is in Laikipia, he gives what is relevant to Nyahururu, or in Nakuru, he gives what is relevant to Nakuru people. But if you observe Wekesa, the DP, it is the same thing. The same thing when he goes to Migori, where he met the Koreans, he was mentioning the same thing. Today he was in Isiolo, the same thing. These guys don't have the same problems. They have unique and diversified problems. So what will impress the Koreans in South Nyanza is not the same thing that will impress the people in Isiolo. And so when anybody asks what Zeraza ODM or Zeraza Raila Nigani, it is
I have a
because they
question.
don't understand him. Yeah.
I have a question.
Okay, ask.
So my question was not about for us to get the thesis. My question is very simple. Me, I've subtracted everything, and now you are saying my party leader is having the same issue. You know, my party leader has have every issue every day, every now and then. That's why he even have the authority to be on the media, and anytime he be on the media, everybody is attacking him. So my party leader has been answering everything, but now he has run out of all the options. Even when you go to the the market and you don't have any tomatoes, you don't have anything. So my question is this: my party leader. Yeah.
Are you listening, Andrew?
Yeah.
Now, before you talk about your party leader, you're assuming everybody knows your party leader. What are you talking about? You assume everybody knows where you stand.
No, so my party leader, I have the negative on my party leader, and I have subtracted it with ×2, so I'm there in the negative side.
Who is
so
your
this
party leader? First of all, we are not understanding.
Oh, so my party leader is the one who have run out of all the resources that he cannot even come in the media and say anything. He's just repeating everything, and he's so good in it.
Who is that?
There are so many parties in Kenya.
See, my party leader is the one that is in -6. He's so smart. He knows how to do everything.
Okay, ask your question direct now.
Pardon, I can't hear you.
Ask your question direct now. Ameenda wapi tena? Now you see people drop off because of network, but there are those who are quick in comments. They think we are pulling them down. We don't pull people down. Even let's have before. So had you understood the question? Let's have Kanje. Let's have Kanenje first. When he comes back, you'll ask the question. Kanenje. Na watu wametuwekea curtain ya black, hatujui kama wako, so nitawaruka tu. Let's have Bavin. How are you, Bavin? Ama melala pia. Bavin. Okay. Let's have Patriot. Had you talked to Dan? Dan
has not talked. Hajaongea, mpatie ongea.
Okay, let's have Dan when we call.
Dan alishaongea.
Dan aliongea.
Bandeko alishaongea.
Alikuwa anaitwa Dan Bandeko Mkolo Mobema.
Oh, let's have Patriot then.
Hello, my fellow panelists. How are you this evening?
Fine, thank you.
We are fine.
We are fine, Patriot. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm grateful to God that we have this opportunity to see each other again. So let me go straight to my today's contribution. I am happy that the topic of today is highly patriotic. Hope we shall find it, resourceful at the end of the discussion. Yeah, when you look at the two rallies critically, there is a lot of observations you can make from analytical point of view. There are high optics on both sides of the divide. The two rallies were amazing, but there are things that come out quite distinctive. And for me, I think I was more keen on really seeing what are the plus and minus on Baba's side. That was very critical for some of us who were really waiting for that Mandela moment. When you see the governor of Nyahururu, the forthcoming senator, that is the former, the former Maina commander, Maina Njenga. We have Maina Njenga there, who is running for senatorial seat somewhere between Laikipia and Nakuru, one of those, I think. Then you see the governor of Nakuru there, putting a lot of, energy and a lot of focus to bring Baba as a person who is not what Mount Kenya have been believing. And people like Commander, there's a lot of synergies that encourages us that we are almost to the promised land, and I think that was encouraging. But the most exciting thing that was highly observed by some of us is the way the people received Baba this time round. I was so amazed. I was so like, oh my goodness, this was, and I will say for sure, if you are the supporter of UDA and the deputy president, that sends a worrying message. When you look at it, it was worrying actually. I almost couldn't believe it. I thought they were showing somewhere in Nyanza or Western. Baba has never had such a following in the history of this country. As much as, yes, he has a history of interacting with Mount Kenya voters whenever he's tried to be the president of this country. That can only be remembered when he was campaigning for Kibaki. And Baba really went straight to remind them that he's actually traversed Mount Kenya. This is not the first time. But as we can clearly see, this kind of following has never come in the presence of Baba since the time he parted with Kibaki and started charting his own way. So that was very critical to me as an observer, and for UDA, that's a point of worry. Then the other team of UDA, you look at what they are doing. I think for Baba, it's a strategy. Baba they are observative. They know that propaganda is one of the tools that is highly employed in politics. You see Baba's side, they are really trying to play clean politics. Not much of them are slinging. But trust me, I think from what I know, Baba is still assembling the arsenal of good propagandists, because propagandism is one of the arsenals UDA have used, and I think their magazine is almost over. I don't know what kind of propagandism they are going to redeploy against Baba now that we are neutralizing the whole thing by making it clear that Baba has a clear sheet of history and he's not the devil they've been describing. So for me, I think Baba has made a lot of plus and it's evident. I want to give kudos to Mount Kenya young people who turned up in big numbers and interacting. They stood there, they listened, they braced the difficulties of the sunshine. They were able to listen to Baba. And don't, in my view, mistake noise for approval. When you see them quiet and listening, I think the message is properly digested. And this reminds me when Waiguru put it clear sometime, in her rhetorics, that you can actually hire a Kikuyu, but you cannot buy him. Some of these statements, they are coming forward to make meaning to me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your generous contribution. There are people who also had an observation of what happened at Nyahururu, and they say, was it Nyahururu or Naivasha? They say Baba ended in a church with a cape, and that is what captured the imagination of his competitors. What do you think?
Come up again, Kesa. That's not clear. The question is not clear.
Okay, Baba was seen in a church.
Yes.
I will just share a photo shortly. He was seen in a church wearing a cape. So for them, it's not one of the good habits of to observe when you are in a church. So that is what captured the imagination of the opponents, and it's what is trending on their side. So what do you think? Did he make a mistake? Did he make a deliberate mistake?
You don't need to clarify because I've already gotten the question. Baba, one thing you people need to know, Baba is not in the business of wanting to be a church leader. Baba is not in the business of showing what a Christian is really, how a Christian should look like. And in my view, whoever is doing that, they're just cherry picking on what Baba was able to achieve. That's neither here nor there. If you asked me, Raila Odinga is not a Christian in the context of leadership and politics. He is a politician. Number two, we don't have it anywhere in our constitution that one must be a Christian or a Muslim for him to be a leader in this country. It's not constitutional. And so it's not one of the fingertips ideals that you can emphasize on. And for sure, even some of us who go to church, some of these things happen. You are somewhere, your hair is not well done. You didn't comb your head well, and then prayers are here. Some people just bend the head and down there. So for me, that was just a technical mission. And this is not the first time. There was a time when it happened. Why can't they compare that with the other time when Baba forgot to get his cape off when they were having that was the national anthem? For those who check, his aide had to pull it from Raila's head. So these things happen. Why didn't they say that Raila is not patriotic? He does not respect the national anthem. So we are human beings, and what is the age of Raila? Those are things you look at. This is Baba. He's not a brother. He's Baba. So to me, it's not an issue in the first place, for even us to, because the more we discuss, the more we validate that kind of sideshow. In my view, whatever we need to discuss here is what is really politically important between the two rallies. And when we start engaging ourselves on the sideshows, then these guys start giving us topics to discuss. It's an issue. You cannot discredit one from the presidency for a mishap. in such a thing while he was in the church. He doesn't go to church every day. He went there because he was called upon. But Raila is a national leader, and the Bible knows that it's very clear how the world and the other side of heavenly matters relate. That's my contribution, Wekesa.
Okay, thank you. Let's unless
Wekesa,
there's
can
a question.
can I add something? Can I
Who is that?
suggest something,
Walter.
please?
Yeah,
Yes.
shortly.
Yeah, very shortly. Okay, I agree with my brother that it's a non-issue, but when it comes to the issue of where we are today, it becomes very sensitive. So, like our opponents would take advantage of the slightest thing and magnify it. You see. But having said so, I think the blame lies totally with his handlers. There are people who are paid to do the work, that work of knowing that Baba is in proper status. They are paid. And if they've not hired anyone to do that, then they should. It's more or less like putting, missing a mask when you are in public or in a bus. In fact, nowadays, when I want to enter into a public place and I don't have my mask, I get ashamed. I'm like, it's natural. So you see, when Baba, sometimes he forgets because he's a man who wears capes. That is his habit. But it reaches a time when he has forgotten. Those people who are surrounding him should ensure that he's in his proper status, so that people don't take advantage of those side shows and magnifying them to something huge. That is my submission.
Okay, it could be he forgot. It could be also he created a conversation. I've seen, Baba likes controversial things just to create a conversation around certain areas. He gives you an opportunity to have a conversation around it. Like today, I saw someone, and that was a Corino, who had taken the photo of Baba and commenting. Then I asked him, now, what is that on your head, that turban? Because I may not agree with you that you need to have a turban on the head. So it's a contentious issue. And we are also told in heaven we will have a crown of life, we will have something on the head. So it's something you can debate. Somebody should not just tell you that you, as a Christian, you must dress like this. And that's why when there was the advent of trousers, there was a problem that ladies should not wear trousers like that. But right now the debate has gone. So some of these things are there to strike a conversation and to see whether is it,
and moreover, the cape was white.
Is it Christianity we are discussing or culture? Are we discussing Christianity or culture?
Baraza.
That is the conversation.
Oh, Wekesa.
Yes.
Let me say something about that. You know what usually happens in the Christianity. There's what we call the culture and doctrine of the church. And when you look at the African traditional societies, there's a way in which each and every church they dress. I can give you a typical example. When you go to church where my mom go worship at a church called Roho, one of the things that they look at is like they have to remove their shoes whenever they go to church. And they know, even me, when I go there, it is a paramount that I have to remove it. And they feel like when they do that, they go to, like, now when you're going to the church now, because that is a holy place, they have to remove their shoes. And this come from a background like Moses was told to remove his shoes. So when somebody maybe sees that Raila has not removed the cap or that thing from his head, like that is like unholy, just go back. Raila is coming from a religion called Legio Maria. When you see, they usually have that. So technically, to me, as somebody who is in the Christianity, I will not say that one is a disrespectful to God, you know, because you can say, see what you are doing. If the clothes that you're putting on is giving respect to God, then you're right. So you have to evaluate yourself. So in some areas, they might say it is not okay, but that is not a guarantee for you to go to heaven. You know, you can put on a cap, the hat, and you can still go to heaven. You know, so it depends with the churches, the doctrine, and the cultures and the doctrine of the churches. So it has nothing to do with the hat. Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah. Sorry for that. And that's why I said maybe he wanted to begin a conversation. And the other question we can ask, how comes when people come with these suspects, we say these are suspects of corruption, like there's no conversation, the church has no issues, but we quickly have issues on the dressing and whatever. You know, it looks, for me, it looks so childish, and it looks so, we look so symbolistic. Like we cannot interrogate and see that people are not having values of the church. Maybe people are not like we have had this topic of corruption for quite a number, for quite a long period, but we seem to be silent on that. And we just pick things like now somebody wearing a cap and think it's a religious issue. In terms of in terms of Jesus' argument, he asked which are weightier matters of the law.
Okay, sir. Just a point, please. Hello, Rekesa.
Who is talking? I can't see. Who is talking?
Patriot is the one asking. I wanted to ask her, yeah.
Yes.
All that we said, I think is okay. We're in agreement. I am requesting that we flip the coin. We go to the main story. Actually, we are putting a lot of flesh to that. And it's just, it's not relevant as such.
No, I was very deliberate. The reason why I brought that, I was very deliberate because, 2022 election has been, church has been at the center. Actually, they literally brought the church at the center of politics. And we have been seeing like, now the things we are advancing in terms of church and politics are not even relevant. But the issues that are more relevant when we talk about church and politics, nobody wants to talk about them. Like when Raila talks, if Raila today says that people should not come to church with the looted money, that becomes bad. He is against the church. But now they pick the elementary issues. That's why I thought
today, sorry, they say today that Raila has started learning from RUTO. He gave money to the church. So I also am requesting that we dwell on that kidogo.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Some of that, an item like giving money in church, I think we have the moral obligation to define what that means. Now that others seems to think that Raila is copying to that. The other thing that I think, Wekesa, we can also include in our discussion, there is somebody whose mic is on. It is disturbing. Thank you. There's somebody whose mic is on.
Let me check.
It's gone.
Okay. So what I was saying with Kesa is that the issue my brothers just mentioned is very important. That an issue like that is credible. It's a good political question to ask. That Raila has given. We saw Raila giving money in church. How do you defend that? As a Baba's follower, or I think that is important. What I was requesting on the same breath that we discuss, it is our moral obligation to explain to the people how it is workable for Baba to give 6,000 shillings to the families that have unemployment, gravitation in the next government. Some of those items, I think, to explain them, it will make a lot of meaning to the campaigns, and that's what I think.
Yeah, can I answer you that,
put our
please?
energies to.
Can I answer you?
No, I was talking about the moderator to define the discussion.
Yeah,
I'm just
that's
passing that
I'm just gonna say and maybe add on the topic.
Yeah, it's Wekesa to say that who should speak.
Yeah, Wekesa, can I add something on the
Okay.
topic?
That one is not even addition. It was part. I told people that, and this topic is a broad spectrum. When I say Nyahururu and then Isiolo, there are many things that happened in Nyahururu, and then part of it is the discussion that came up about the 6,000 being given. It was part of the agenda he was selling. Also, in church, that is what happened. So you can highlight the issues you saw and bring them in the debate. We are still in the context.
Yeah, can I add some?
Yeah, you were you had started before you dropped off, so you can proceed.
Yeah, my phone went off. My daughter just dropped my phone off, and it was a very iPhone 13, which I didn't even use it for the 2 days. Anyway, that's the Luo who I am. Anyway, now, first of all, when we talk about photocopy, remember, my party leader is a very good photocopy person. In the terms of when we started the campaign with my earlier party leader, we used to use on top of the roof of the car. We used to make sure that we have three rallies or 4 rallies, 5 rallies that Baba will do. But my party leader is very good in that. He will make sure that he has get even 5 rallies at the same time. So going to church, Baba, my former party leader, used to do that. So now the photocopy, I already copied it. So my party leader is good in everything. So to me, it's not about photocopy. It's about originality of the photocopy. Thank you.
Okay, although now you have left us wondering which is your former party and which is your current party anyway, but tunakubali tu hivyo. So Benson, are you ready to read now?
Wekesa.
Yes.
I had a small contribution to make regarding Raila's heart in church. You see, one of the narratives that have been used before to discredit Raila's candidature is the fact that he's non-Christian, the Mganga narrative. So people imply that he's not a Christian. So when he's in church and he has not taken off his hat, they want to start throwing abuses at him, that you see, he's non-Christian. That's why he does not recognize the fact that he's before God. So I think there is that holier than thou. There are people who feel that they are more Christian than others, and they are therefore justified in attacking Baba, that he's not well versed with the Christian values or practices, that he should be removing his hat when he's in church.
Yeah, that's why sometimes we create small time and we talk about it. And you see, I told you Baba is deliberate. You remember the funeral of Moi? Baba carrying the fly whisk and crying out, Joey, Joey, Joey. You see, that thing doesn't make Baba shrink. Baba knows as a leader, he represents those who have religious beliefs. He also represents people who have traditional beliefs. He also represents people. He has that diversity. So some of these things he does them deliberate because he knows there is a constituency that needs to understand that as I'm a leader, I'm there for all of them. Otherwise, in terms of Christianity, he has pronounced himself. He says, I'm an SEK member. He was baptized. I remember he was baptized the same day with Marende when he was the speaker. So, but he doesn't want to make it a political agenda. For him, it's part of life, but that is not a political agenda. Can we have now Benson?
Nobody has mentioned about the money, the contribution. Perhaps I begin.
Oh, okay. Let me just mention about the money in the church, and I'm not mentioning.
yes.
Maybe talking about Raila giving out or what. There's a way in which you can give. If you give with an intention of getting something after, then that is you're not a cheerful giver. There's a giving as a person and giving as a cheerful giver. You give with giving them knowing that there is a time that you are going to pay me back. Is a payback period, and you are going to pay me through vote. That is there. But when you give full-heartedly without expecting something back, and when you see, I'm not supporting Baba on this, or I'm not criticizing, but when you see, when the Baba gave the money he gave, he did not give maybe to get something in return, and he doesn't give it each and every day. He give it occasionally, So as compared to the DP, whereby if he goes to church, like even the congregants, the people who are there knows very well that this guy is going to give. So that's what makes the difference. And I want to talk about the things that was written about the topic. As somebody usually take a neutral grounds.
Please respect my party leader, the DP.
Benson, you are on mute. We are not hearing you. You are on mute.
I'm saying to my friend Andrew, if he has been on this platform for so long, I'm one person who will always stand for the truth. There are places that when DP does a good thing, I will always stand by him. And when Raila does wrong thing, I will always call him out. And that has always been my stand. Yeah. Because I'm not a psycho fan, that is one. I stand for common man of Kenya, and I will always fight for Kenyans, the common Kenyan wananchi, the citizen. So when I want to talk about the the topic, one thing for sure,
Please, someone
if you
should mute. Someone should mute.
I think is Bavin. Yes. When you look at when you compare the two candidates actually who has campaigned in those places very recently, you see the difference. And the difference that I see one person with a message of the people without bashing somebody, and one person with a narrative that is bashing. That is not politics, because for instance, I can just call out when you call, like, people are meeting in hotels to share power. One thing that you are forgetting, that when you see the people who are meeting, these people, they're the people, the majority with that controls the Kenyan economy. Yeah. And when these people who are controlling the Kenyan economy, and you are talking very bad of them, and the history, what they've done in the Mount Kenya, speaks louder than words. So if I was one advisor that is advising the DP, he should go slow on the Mount Kenya rich men who meets Mr. Raila. He should find a way of meeting these people and sell the agenda to them if they can listen. Because whether you like it or not, they have a say. And at the end of the day, you cannot wish them away. And the way we know the Kenyan politics is usually the tribe will always come first. That's something that has been there. The politics of Kenya is usually negotiated. And the kind of the idea that DP is bringing is very good idea, like bringing people together under one party, but as it stands, is not going to work. I think he should just go back on a drawing board and come up with some kind of words that are very uniting, without bashing. Sell the policies. That's what I can say.
Am I next or no? Am I next? Wekesa. Ford Kenya. Am I next?
Adam.
Okay.
Adam ama Adi?
Adam.
Sioni vizuri. Adima.
Adam. So,
Yeah, Adam.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to also comment on the two rallies that were held today, and Raila's visit was good today. I saw when he visited Naivasha and then Nyahururu. I see people are welcoming him. Then and that is commendable. Kenyan's politics should be like that. We should not be. We should shun political violence and also abusing other leaders, which is at least the Kenyan politics is becoming commendable. Then the visit by DP RUTO was also good. He's driving the agenda that he is good at, and I think those two visits were good. We are no longer seeing we are no longer seeing people jeering at other leaders and praising others, but we are seeing people are listening to ideas that these two leaders are giving us. Then when we talk of Mount Kenya Foundation, those people have been supporting, and a good number of them have been supporting Baba. When I heard one of our panelists saying that this time round Mount Kenya Mafia is going to support Baba, but some of them have been supporting Baba, and we don't know now what will be the effect now that we have a good number supporting him, but majority have been supporting Baba. On the question of I'm still wondering what is the position of Gideon Moi in the matrix, because I'm thinking of a scenario where maybe President proposes Gideon Moi to be Raila's running mate. I don't know what will be the scenario. What will be the effect? Will the people of Mountain still support Baba when Gideon Moi is the deputy? And all these fighting between deputy president and the president, to my own understanding and how I think Gideon factor is the one that is causing this. President is under pressure for maybe from the promise he made to President Moi to bring his son up in Kenyan politics, which to him it is a political right. And when we talk of UDA in losing ground in Central, I don't think UDA is losing ground, as some of you panelists are saying. Majority of voters this time around are those people who are born between 2000 2000. Those are the majority, and they are youthful, and they know what DP did to Uhuru Kenyatta, to the president. And I think RUTO still command a sizable number of votes in Central. And then when we talk of the speech by the Deputy President in the public meeting, vis-a-vis the speech given by Right Honorable Raila Odinga today, when I see the speech by DP RUTO, there is something like there's an excitement that I didn't see in the side of Raila. I don't know what was happening, but I saw people were silent, they were listening. But in the side of Ruto, people are excited. I don't know if it is people, if it is the agenda that Ruto is giving them resonate well with them. Then when we talk of the Raila phobia that
at the AIC
we've been talking
Town,
about, the
was
Raila
accompanied by leaders.
Vijana hoye! Vijana hoye! Nyahururu hoye! Nyahururu hoye! Asanteni! Tumekuja Nyahururu! Hey! 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 Sijaona umati kama huu hapa Nyahururu.
to give in church. Oh, I want to
Now,
commend
if you say there was no excitement, is that which rally were you watching?
I watch all the rallies. Both the rallies.
Have you seen now? Here we deal with facts. Have you seen that there was excitement? Dil Baba said where he was even lacking words when he said he was excited.
Wekesa, can I respond?
No, kindly, we are dealing with one person at a time.
Can I respond?
No. Let him finish.
When I talk of the excitement, it is clear. It's clear when you see the meeting that Raila held today in Naivasha. People were silent. They were listening. And Raila is new to them because he has not been there for long. Maybe since the time of Kibaki. But Ruto,
and I'm asking, is that clip in that clip were people silent? In that clip,
those when you see, I want you to see the whole crowd, not part of the crowd.
Okay.
Can I help my colleague, please?
Let me finish the issue of giving. I want to comment on the side where the giving. When I saw Baba saying Ruto has been, the other people have been giving money stolen, and he took some step, then he gave his own offering. I think offering, to me as a Christian, we are taught not to, no one should know what you give in terms of monetary, in terms of when you give in kind. So both Ruto and Raila have not been are not doing good because they show the amount of money they give. That's my submission.
So can I respond? Wekesa.
Okay, Benny, you have carried up your hand. What do you want to say?
Oh, can I go ahead?
I think I concur with what Adam has said, that on the DP side there was a bit of excitement. I've been following up on the clips of the rally, and one of the things that I noticed is that when the DP was talking, there are these there was the border group who he had promised atamalizana now, and from that statement you could allude that he was going to give them some goodies in form of money. So already that promise, I think, charged them, and they were really shouting, looking forward to when he finishes, he was going to dish for them that money. And then he also gave 2 million to be disbursed to some businessmen. So I think I observed that clip, and that could have been responsible for the kind of the charging that the crowd had, as opposed to Raila. The fact that Raila's audience was keenly listening, it means that they were keen in digesting what he was saying. You know, they were so attentive to his manifesto, because previously he has been accused of not having anything to promise to the citizens. So the excitement on the DP side was because there were border guys who were demanding for money, and he promised that atamalizana now. Then he had also given some 2 million. So these people were charged because of the money that they had already been given.
Can I respond?
Rekesa, can I add something, please?
No, can I respond? Because you guys are hitting out on my party leader.
One minute, Andrew, then Walter, 1 minute.
So can I go ahead?
Kwani earphones zako ziko na shida? I've said 1 minute.
Okay, all right. So my response is this. My party leader is a giver. And God says, when you give, take it and go home. The -4 + 1, where my party leader goes wrong, he give it in the open. That's why when he give, they give, wanampatia microphone, anaongea vile anataka. I even talked to my party leader today, and even I told him, please, don't make this thing embarrass us, because it's gonna make the ground, to climb the mountain now is becoming slippery from the top. Now we are kind of now fighting the slippery from the top, and the person who is on the ground is clapping on the harder ground to go on the top. So slippery on the top, hard on the ground. So I told my party leader, please help us, because we want to help you. So the young lady who just said that my party leader was giving out, he was just helping the smooth slide of the mountain to slide.
Okay, we have heard. Patriot, what did you want to say? And then Anthony, what do you want to say? Anthony, I think I will give you as you make your contribution. So let Tony, not Anthony. Tony, let's have a Patriot.
You said.
Yeah, it was you.
Wekesa.
It was you who carried up the hand, Walter.
Yes.
Okay, Walter.
Mine is very short. I'm leaving. Yes. So I wanted to just remind. Yes, I wanted to remind the audience. Someone's mic is interfering. Thank you. No, it's still on. Thank you. I wanted to remind the audience that for Baba, he was in Mount Kenya. He's in Mount Kenya. He's just beginning. RUTO has been traversing that area for the past 9 years. He presented himself. If he has not had the time to do so, then quite unfortunate. Time is up for him. But he's been presenting himself. So people listen to him keenly. Until now, there's nothing more strange that he's going to. So it is just, to them, it's just celebration. We will come to that moment when we go now to Mount Kenya, just for celebration, as we await for the voters to cast their vote. That time is coming. But right now, for us, it is still giving them and making them understand what we stand for, what we seek from them. So there will be that time for celebration and the noise. Thank you.
So you're casting my party leader.
Okay, Patriot, shortly. Patriot. Yeah, proceed.
Okay. What is
so somebody's taking my name. I think I'm the one who has to speak. Can you unmute, please? Somebody should unmute.
Patriot, proceed. There's someone whose echoes are just terrible.
That must be Andrew. That must be Andrew. Andrew,
No,
please
no, no,
unmute.
not me. No. Please don't bring that fight on
I
me.
suspect
We are
It's
climbing
only
the
you.
we are climbing the mountain from the top to the bottom.
Wekesa.
So leave me alone.
I agree with you.
Okay.
From the top
Okay.
to the bottom. I'm very happy. He's not bottom up again. He's now top bottom.
They are not trickling down. They don't want to use that term. Anyway, now there's something I want to also weigh into, which is very important here, and I think it's good to admit. Adams pointed out very, very, strong points that we need to agree with, and I think Penny has tried to weigh into this. That being a Baba supporter, of course, there are some things she has not brought out clearly. Let's admit, and I think the clearer we agree, the better for the improvement of our campaign. Now, there are some things that Baba needs to improve as far as his campaign is concerned. And observatively here, I'll want to point out some of them because they include what Adams' query underlines. It is true that the deputy president's campaign is a bit the excited lot. Partly the money, as Penny put it, that's very clear. But there's something else again, and this you can agree with me after some time, maybe if you've not observed it now. You see the kind of music Baba is playing. Let's talk about the music first. The reggae music. That music in itself has a very, very important role it's playing to excite the people. And the politics, you need to know, it's not just the issue of having the audience and giving them lectures. You need to excite them. That's why Baba, that's why you have Junet. When you see Junet Mohammed there's what Junet Mohammed is doing. And the man with humor, When you see Peter Kenneth saying, Buddha akorada, mnamuona aje, ni vipi, rao ako vipi, rada ni baba, rada ni rao, those kind of languages. From the flat face value, they don't have a meaning. But critically looking at that as a politician, that's what resonates with the people. So my advice to the Baba group, and remember some of these things RUTO learned this from Baba. RUTO was one of the people in the Young Orange Democrats. They're the people really made things the way they were when they were in Orange. There are some things he went with, and I think we have to admit. Baba needs to start exciting his group, his followers. And one of the things I think they need to do is also to start coming up with other messages in music, because when I observe keenly, assuming I was a political observer, music plays a very important role in the campaigns and the way you do it. There's somewhere you'll find they just give the music 1 second and then they put it off when the young men really want to dance. Music is a means of passing a message. It's not just music. When you see the young men who have been denied the opportunity to go to the discos and to enjoy themselves, they have a caravan that plays good music. That in itself, it can give you votes. That in itself. And my advice is, if they're ever listening or they watch this, they need to add music. That's a plus. Already Baba is doing that. The other thing is, Baba needs to get people who have humor, like Junet. Add them there. He needs to add people who are comical. This is what is all about. What is the campaign? Otherwise, if it was not that complex, then they will just campaign from the boardrooms. So the excitement of the young men goes with that. Let me give you the example that excited the one Wekesa presented. The clip Wekesa presented, do you know why those guys were excited? Baba started this way, and this is what he does. Hiya, hiya, hiya. You think that is not anything meaningful? It is. When Baba begins that way, people are excited. They resonate with him because that's an identity. So in my view, from what our brother Adams has pointed
I
out.
think also as analysts,
Can I finish,
you are going too far. No, I just wanted to interject, and then you finish.
Okay.
You
Okay,
can
okay,
respond
okay.
on it. Huh?
Okay.
This is a place. This is a mountain where it was called Raila phobia. You just don't expect. Even like a couple when you're wamekosana, you don't just expect wakirudiana and there's at their full blast. It's a process, and that's why when you look at Baba's climbing of the mountain has been very strategic. The first thing he did a meeting, and they said that was just a private event, but he was slowly testing the waters, slowly testing the waters. Today now they were almost releasing the whole of it, but the real Raila Mannia has not come. The rallies you have ever seen Raila holding and the whole crowd is in frenzy has not come. And the advisors who have been advising him is release these things slowly, slowly, slowly. By the time now it reaches full blast, now people will be singing and dancing. Those guys.
So you guys are being biased on my party leader, and my party leader is he has been in the mountain for the last 5 years.
Kindly, we have not talked about your party leader. We are discussing the event at Nyahururu. Your party leader was at Isiolo.
But my party leader is part of the formation of the -2.
So can I finish your case?
Yeah,
okay,
proceed.
Can I finish? Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I'm one person who is very objective sometimes, how I analyze my issues. And I thought what Adams pointed out, in my view, it is something we have also observed. You know, if somebody is giving you a correction and is your opponent, and truly you can see it, it is to his disadvantage for you to correct it immediately. So I was just trying to say that clearly, if you actually watch our rallies, Wekesa, forget about the one of today. Go even to Western. There's a bit of lack of pomp and color compared to what ODM used to be. So we have observed some of these things, and I think Baba is strategic. That is correct. But if you are to ask me, I think there is something to learn from that concern. Thank you.
Wekesa, please allow
that
me
is
just
okay, but I also don't. You know, every day you dear come here, they advise us. I wonder why they are so good at advising us. I don't think so. Let's have
a minute. I brought a scenario where Gideon Moi factor between Raila, Uhuru, and their game. What will be the effect of President pushing Gideon Moi to be the deputy president of Raila?
That was just your imagination. There is nothing like that.
No, it is possible.
You know, you are creating a scenario and you want us to get the solution. Because everybody has his own way of looking at things.
It's okay. He's making a suggestion, which, in my opinion, is it's either diffusing something or exposing something. But all the same, whichever Gideon factor is not to be taken lightly, especially when it comes to the relation between the mountain and Rift Valley and how the voting pattern will be. So dismissing Gideon Moi is trying to look on the other side when you are sure that this is going to be problematic in the long run, based on the traditional way of how the Rift Valley, especially the Kipsiks, the Nandi, and the other, they are called what? Highland Nilots, vote. And they are proxy to power. Their desire to be associated with power than be in opposition. So Gideon factor should not be taken lightly, whether he's going to be deputy or not. And then we shouldn't put it as if it is it's Uhuru. Uhuru is under pressure. I don't see Uhuru under any pressure to make anyone deputy president, except that has been generated from some quarter. I don't know.
Bernard.
Yes.
I just think what our brother has brought about, which is very important, is something that is worthy, rebattling. But there's something that is also clear on that quick one, is that when you get the slot of a DP to the president, presidential candidate, that kind of formation, there's one thing that must be clear. There is what do you call the common denominator when you look at the two. And this is one of the things that is really considered. One is the numbers. I come from a school of thinking that has it that thinks that it is not possible with the current complex stars and personalities who are supporting Raila to end up picking Gideon Moi as a second person. It is very difficult in my view, looking at that factor, because if you're talking about numbers, how do you discredit Kalonzo Musyoka, Salim Davadi, assuming you're picking that from Oka, unless the Oka, in my view, unless the Oka formation presents Gideon Moi as their representative. But if it is Raila picking that directly, this is just my view, if it's Raila picking that directly, it might be very difficult to give the merit on which he will have been brought to be number two. That's my observation, Bernard.
I agree with you. I share your perspective, and probably that is the reason why there is Oka, and there is all this manner of we are going to agree among ourselves. So it could be part of the strategy, but there is okay, like for example, after the mandate being given to him by KANU, the politics in Rift Valley is not as solid as it used to be, because we have those undertones of saying that huyu anaenda peke yake, huyu anaenda na wenzake, tutaangalia tuone ni ipi. So that factor cannot be just.
But Bernard, let me ask you a straight question.
Yes.
Kalonzo Musyoka and they're having a problem. In fact, the only person they could deputize was Raila. They have a problem with that. Now, the reason even why they have not been championship, they go to RUTO, because they think they cannot deputize somebody who is junior. So thinking of even Kalonzo or Mudavadi coming under Gideon, it cannot work. So they are in Oka thinking that Gideon will support them. But the moment Oka says that we are under Gideon, it will not exist itself.
Okay, maybe this is not serious, but the Mount Kenya meeting, the elders asked, you have come here 5 men. How do you want us to give our daughter to 5 men? And everybody began to defend themselves. But what happened? Gideon came up and said, I'm the youngest among them, and I'm still energetic. So they must have escorted me here to collect the daughters.
No, in fact, if they were supporting him, they could have endorsed, they would have said on his behalf. But when you say it yourself, it means you are alone.
Say that. But what do you hear in the undertone? What is Gideon Moi not saying while saying what he's saying?
Okay, me, what I know, Gideon is being prepared for the future, but not like he will, for this season, he will not have direct either presidency or deputy. He's being
The other thing, Wekesa, to the good point that you have raised, why Gideon Moi is on board also It is because Oka thinks, because the issue of bringing Gideon Moy on board is Oka's idea, for your information. They think having Oka on their side, that is going to give them some votes from Rift Valley. That was the flat thinking. But I don't think, just like Wekesa you said, I don't think the Oka will be comfortable to deputize the son of Moi. It is too early to hand power to them. But from the brief some of us have also, Gideon Moi is the one neutralizing neutralizing the Oka. He's the catalyst. He's the one who has reduced the harshness that they developed against Baba. So if you asked me here, I can guess and bait that Gideon Moi is a Baba project, in my view, in the Oka. He cannot part from Baba
now
because of
you
the
have hit
relationship.
the nail on the head.
Just okay. He cannot part from Baba because Gideon Moi and Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, in my view, they are brothers. They might not be biological brothers, but politically speaking, wherever direction they'll go together. So really, I don't think that he's really excited to be a leader today. As Wekesa said, he's being prepared for the future. And that is why I believe if it was just Kalonzo and Musalia without the young man from the Rift Valley, then they will have already anointed themselves. They would have already nominated themselves for the seats. And you remember when they went to Bomas, there was an issue of trying to force KANU to delink themselves from Jubilee. It was very categorical that they couldn't break rank. Reason being, the relationship they have, these leaders who come from the first families, is so close that you cannot break them now. That I think should be understood that way. That's my view.
Okay, I want to bring
give
in
this
Tony.
Wekesa,
I want to
give
kindly let
Tony,
me.
give Tony.
Yeah, I want to bring in Tony. Yes, yeah, he has not spoken since then. Tony, ama akombali amelala. Tony, are you with us?
Tony anacheza na mtoto. He's playing with the boy.
Hapana, niko bwana.
Yeah, make your contribution and Nyahururu ucheze.
Yes, I am.
Your nini has a lot of echoes, Tony.
Yes, I am.
Oh, what is happening? Tony is watching on Tony, you're using two gadgets in your house. Tony's using two gadgets.
So, okay.
Wekesa, unmute one of
Sasa niongee tafadhali.
Unmute one of the Tonys.
Kazi mbili sasa ni uzazi na politics. Is that better?
Yeah, proceed now.
Okay. For me, let me begin by saying I thank God. I don't know where Andrew went. I like his sarcasm together with his support for his presidential candidate. He must have been coached very well. Really, when I look at what the Raila Amolo Odinga has been doing, in the central province, basically he has been coached. He is very aware what he's doing, and of course his advisors have advised him on how to behave. Now, going with what Andrew has been saying, Andrew is very good at saying what he don't mean, but he's saying it for a purpose. And surely is one way of proponeting Baba using the DP's name, which is a plus for him. I'm sorry. You're gonna stop. You're gonna stop. Yeah.
You see now, when you call my party leader's name, your kid is beating you away. Namna tupatia wheelbarrow.
Well, some scenes are allowed the way you have been sinning around. So when I look at what the Baba is doing politically, of course, it's helping him. I have always said in this show that Baba, the dice is cast, is the next 50th president. Him being the 50th president, of course, is looking for the running mate, who is DB. And it's becoming very well that the central province is trying to recruit the DB for him. That will be either Peter Kennedy or there's probably the governor of Nakuru, the one who just joined the Baba recently, who was crowned a Luo elder. Those two guys, compared to Baba's age, are preferably younger, and they have more time to go, even if Baba has to go 2 terms. Of course, Peter Kennedy does not have the scandals like any other candidates, or like the preferred candidate for Andrew and the others. My suggestion on how they managed their campaigns over there in Nyahururu, Subukia, calling this the Mandela moment. Of course, Mandela moment, the most significant thing is that issue that he suffered so much, and then when he came out, he was given a presidency. He only served his term, and he left honorably. And that is what I think the central province is trying to look at, crowning him, giving him the presidency, just to take him out of the equation. If Baba serves his term and leaves, the presidency will go back again to the central people. And that is why the DB is very important, and for him to get the support from the central province, that is why he's doing all these things in Nyahururu, Subukia, and the rest of the mountain places, climbing the mountain. So, and I agree with the idea of climbing them. I don't know whether climbing from the top to bottom, not the bottom to up, because what he's trying to do is he has gotten intact or in touch with the top Mount Kenya political maneuvers, who are the business people, the business moguls, who are now on his side. And that is how it is the top from to the bottom. Now he's coming down. These moguls are going to assist him get a DP who is going to support him. And after that, forget anybody else getting presidency till not after 27, but maybe much later. So the DP, my friend, the DP deputy president's chance is very minimal in clinching the seat. So let me hand up there for now, because I'm just being this.
Wekesa, my name has been touched 3 times. Can I respond? Can I respond?
Yes.
Okay, now I'm gonna be very peaceful about my party leader, and I love my party leader, -1 + 2. Now, the fact that today, when is today? What's the date of today? Today is the 8th or the 10th?
Tony, unmute, please, because of the noise of the child. Unmute,
Yeah, when
Tony,
is
please.
today? Wekesa, when is today?
It's 11th.
11th. Can you mark on your calendar? And this is gonna be a mystery on this platform. Now, one thing I'll tell you for sure, and this is an intelligence that anyone can go do a research. Vice President of the Republic of Kenya will either come from Central Province or any other county, not from the Rift Valley. Why? Because the Rift Valley is the enemy of the government. Take it to the bank. 2, my party leader, he has a choice of either taking a vice president from the Central Province, which he has to make sure that he has to divide the votes for my elder.
Okay, sir. Tell Tony to unmute, please, because the kid is making noise behind. Okay, sir. Tell Tony to unmute.
Can I continue?
Yes, continue, please.
It's mute. When it's mute, is okay.
Okay, so my next thing is, yeah, can I continue?
Yeah.
Okay, now, my party leader, -5.3, has to choose a deputy president from any other county, and including Central Province, with the understanding that if you choose it from the Central Province, is dividing the votes with my former party leader, which means, and I advised him, the chance of him being the president is -5. So he has to make the right decision. I talked to him today in the morning. Now,
okay, we have heard. Thank you.
So no, let me just finish. Let me just finish. Give me time. I've only talked for 2 seconds. Yawa. Hey, kwani mtaka kuja paka kwa nyumba yangu? Muninyang'a, muweke hata kamera kwa nyumba, muanze kufanya vitu mulifanya Kajiado. Wekesa. Kwa
huyu leo sijui kamekunywa, is not making sense, but anyway, we have had Mala and Bernard have not talked. Bernard, I wanted you to guide me. I wanted either I give you you moderate and then I make my submission, or you talk first and then you moderate.
Either way, I will still moderate, isn't it?
Yeah, so do you want to talk first, or you want to you will talk later?
I think let's give opportunity to those who have not made submission.
Mala. Yeah, give to Mala first.
Yes.
Then okay.
Sawa. So Mala, come in. Mala, upo ama upo? Okay. Drop Mala. He seems not to be he seems to be absent. Who else? Kukurungut. that TV.
Kukurukuntu. It's a very nice name, Bernard. Kukurukuntu.
I don't want to make a mistake. That is it.
Well, Bernard, I just wanted to make some movement in the Bali. I will come back in
TV. Go ahead.
20 minutes.
I think Andrew there may work hapa. Sijira umepata nguvu wapi pro. Okay, thank you. I had been here since we started the program. Once again, wacha tu niweze kusema hivi. You know, some people wamekuwa tu, unajua wamekuwa kitrust sana this man unaita Hustler Nation. Before I mentioned some vitu mbili tatu, let me just start with, Today pia nimetravel from somewhere. Okay, nimetravel from Ugembo to Kisii Town. Sasa hii jioni kitu kama 6. In a certain vehicle, in a public vehicle, some men walianzisha debate all about what we are talking here today. And I just came to realize like, you know, these guys, hata niko na record, sijui kama kuna mwanza sikiza Kikisii party just resend it kwa group musikie. Walisema kwamba it is now they thought like Ruto can help the country, but Wempata is the great failure. He will just fail the country. Itaanguka chini kabisa. He won't help the country because the kind of ile nini hasira konayo ni ile ambayo yezi saidia. Another thing, the way he was associating with the other side to UG. Now, as I come to the topic of today, ile kitu nataka kusema ni hii. You know, when to mountain, Raila hajakimbilia to that side. He has gone slowly. Amejipanga pole pole. And that's why nilisema mapema, when we come to up to 2022 January, ndio mtakuja kurealize with the ground iko vipi. Because this guy hajaharakisha. He started with these people ambao ni matajiri. Amezungumza na wao, amemalizana. Now what is now he has started doing, atakuja sasa kwa wengine. Ndio ameanza kuambia I just give you 6k kama una kazi, I just do this and this. And that's the strategic ambayo anafanya. He's planning himself well.
Baba ndiye anapeana 6k. Baba ndiye anapeana 6k.
Ndio nasema mimi nasungumzia papa, sisungumzii mtu mwingine. Nasungumzia papa.
Okay. Okay, sorry for that.
Yes.
So what about my party leader? What about my party leader?
Andrew, hold your horses. Andrew, let's remain simple. Hold on, everybody.
Yes.
Orderliness is godliness, and for us to be helpful to what we are doing, we should not create noise, please. So if you have an issue, lift your finger like this. I'll pick on you. Don't shout. Sawa. Go ahead.
Yes. So on the ground, he has started. Ameanza kujipanga watu wa Mount Kenya, and that's why you see some governors are come together. You know, if you remember, he started with alianza na kina this guy of how do you call it? Ameanza na huyu jamaa wa Royal Media. But at the moment now kuna governors ambao wameanza kuingia, kuna watu wameanza kuingia naye. So siasa na kujipanga pole pole, and that's what he's doing. Hata yule bado hajampenda kutoka pale the other side, still atakuja kuingia kumpenda. Another thing nilizungumza hapa nikasema kwamba ni hii, you know, the people of Mount Kenya wanataka kuangalia ni wapi pale haitawachukua muda sana ndio wasikuje kupotea. Unajua hii kiti ilikuwa na utamu wake. So mkiwa na mtu nyinyi mnasema kwamba ni kiongozi, kuna vile mnapiga hesabu. So hao watu lazima pige hesabu waseme kwamba if we give this chance to somebody, how long will it take before ikuje kwetu. Another thing ni hii, Ruto are disrespect the president mwenye anatoka Mount Kenya. There is no way my brother, mimi uweze heshimu babangu, uweze mpatie heshima zake, and yet unakuja kwetu. Unakuja kufanya nini kwetu my brother? Babangu hujamheshimu na mtusi the other side. So unaonyesha kwamba hujampatia heshima. You don't respect my dad. Hujamheshimu. The only thing you want, there's something unaona iko pale kwetu ndio unataka uchukue kutoka that side. So pia hii imeanza kupoteza nini umaarufu wake the other side ya Mount Kenya, and that's why Papa ameanza kugain. If you see the other day akikuwa Tarakanisi ile time ya 2017 campaign, you just see utaona population how it was, and na hivi soon again how the population will be on that side. Another thing ni hii, the reason why Papa anaanza kugain the other side ama side zingine akiwa anapoteza, Ruto akiwa anapoteza hizo mara alikuwa ameanza tu kupepa watu. Kuna watu wanasemanga watu wa poda. Asase Penny alikuwa amesema kwamba kuna hizo wanazungumzanga handouts. Mtu anasema kwamba wanapoda tukimeza nitawaona. Let us give you an example. Chuzi amekuwa the other side ya Kisii. I think you saw some poda men wakichoma zile reflectors za Asra Nation and or whatever. And very soon, like just in the next week, they want to give a report because walidanganywa. You know, mimi nilikuwa na wao leo. Okay, I was with them today, and they are organizing some press to give some information to the public. These people, walidanganywa. Atipa Ruto akikuja, you know, ni mtu wa kupatiana, ni mtu wa maasra, he'll just give you something. Hao watu wakaja kufanya kazi zao, wakawasindikiza the Ruto, wakasunguka naye the county yote na kurudi at the last moment anaenda napanda ndege akienda. And this is what makes this man akipoteza ile umaarufu wake. So ile kitu alikuwa ametanguliza mbele, ile time alikuwa anaenda mkanisa akitoa pesa, anachangia wanapoda wana biashara wa mama chama ndio whatever, ilienda kapoteza umaarufu wake. And that's why I can say like this. Akina Andrew, my brother, mambo mebadilika. It is you to change the mind and to make this country to be equal country yenye kona nguvu, vile watu wa Mount Kenya wameanza kuchange mind. Arafu as always been nasemanga, wacha kwanza nani akizekazeka kidogo, at least hasira itakuwa imepungua kidogo, atakuwa na reason na wana Kenya na vile sisi wakae vile tunataka. Na kitu kingine cha mwisho, ukiona vile the president amenyamanzia asungumuzi kuhusu kitu, si eti yeye ni mjinga. Kuna vile anajipanga at the last moment ata suppress you jamaa Ruto because madhara anamuonyesha hata kumpatia heshima. So si mjinga, anajua what anafanya ni nini. Thank you very much. Mwenye kuna swali ataweza niuliza. Yes.
Sasa in short, my swali ni, yani you are talking about my party leader like that, -1, and you don't know the +5 on the next party leader.
So
hesabu imeshapangwa.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Was that a question or a comment?
No, I'm just saying, amesema heal about my -1 party leader wangu, which is my party leader UDA. But ajangalia the other side of my positive party leader. Hata ajui ni gani, amesema amenitaja jina yake.
No. Okay. Thank you, Andrew. Please, okay. Order, please. Order, everyone. Kukurukuntu, you are responding?
Mala guy has never spoken. He comes, listens. Can he?
Oh, you want to hear from Mala? Mala. Today is revival.
We've never heard from him.
Hey, show your face properly and declare your stand. Good. Unmute and speak. We are talking about Mala.
Yes. Wekeza. Can you give me 1 more minute, please?
Okay, you're not yet ready. Sawa.
1 more minute.
It's okay, thank you. Mute. Okay, and then from here, everybody. Musa, are you arriving now or you have been here?
I'm arriving now. You want me to present?
Not
actually, I'm not
right away, but if you are ready, you can go ahead because I needed to make my own submission before these things hit up. Mtanifungia at mini moderator.
Okay, ngoja. I have a very few and short points. Maybe I can just read them. I'm not a good long-term speaker. I don't have details to present, but maybe I can just give the few points that I feel people should hear, maybe, and then I can give you muendelee na kipindi. I like listening. I'm good of a listener more than speaking. I'm not
Go
that.
ahead, Musa.
Okay, so the topic is about Raila in Nyahururu and RUTO in Isiolo. So I would just like to say, like point number one, Raila campaign seems to be less attractive. There is need to improve on it because watching his campaigns, it feels like, of course, he's the main title contender between the two. He's among the title contenders, and he looks to be the main one. But when you look at his campaign, it feels like it's not that much of does not bring that attractiveness. If you've been following Aguambo for the past 20 years, this time round feels does not have that strong feeling. So I think he needs to do more than what he's doing right now, and I believe he'll be doing more than what he's doing right now. Point number two, Ruto is an excellent politician. He is working the masses wherever he goes. He has huge crowds. Well, that is just my observation. I feel like his campaigns, he has huge crowds. I don't know what he's doing different than what Raila is doing. To be really honest, Ruto is his masses are really growing up, and I think Raila needs to, as part of politics, Raila needs to borrow one or two things from Ruto. Even if Ruto was his student, Ruto was Raila's student few years ago, but I feel like Raila needs to borrow one or two things from Ruto because he has huge masses following him. Point number three, Ruto started earlier and he is meant to degenerate. This is the thing. He started like 4 years ago. So I feel like he is going to degenerate as time goes by because Raila has no, I think he has not yet started. That's why in my first point I said his campaign is not that much attractive. He needs to do more. So Ruto started earlier. This is my third point. Ruto started earlier and he is meant to degenerate. I think he will degenerate if Raila does better. And yeah, that's what I needed to point out. Point number four, and which is the second last one before I finish. Raila is a seasoned politician. He knows what he is doing. I think he is a very good politician. Despite me saying that his rallies they feel boring, I believe he will come to be this politician that we know in the next few months to come. I believe he has not done that big rally in Uhuru Park because if he does that one, I usually go there. I cannot miss that one. So I believe with time it will improve. And my last point, Aguambo feels old. It feels like he's very much old. He needs more active voices around him. Like when you observe what Ruto is doing right now, Ruto, despite being that active politician and very vocal and anachangamsha watu wherever he goes, anasema hadi anaongea lugha ya local hapo, sijui Wandu Muriega, sijui nini nini, you know, watu wanachangamka sana. I think Raila also needs sai. I don't see him, sioni watu ambao wako around him being that active, the likes of Joho. I don't see Joho around him because Joho is that one guy akiwa karibu na Raila akiongea munasikia, you feel the power of Agwambo. So if I were an advisor to Raila, I would advise that he gets people like Joho to be around him wherever he goes. These guys ambao wako na yeye, they are not that, hawachangamshi umati, and that is all part of politics. And with that, I finish my short submission, short and precise submission.
Thank you. That is rightly like you marked for yourself. You did the paper and marked for yourself, and awarded yourself 100%.
Bernard, I want to comment.
Yeah, can I respond?
Oh, Andrew, you cannot respond on this one.
Are you serious?
Yes, you cannot. Just relax. You cannot be responding to everything. Let's hear from Penny.
Okay, thank you. Ismail Musa. Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment based on the points you have given. You're saying that Raila should be advised to make his rallies more lively compared to the DP. But I think these people have a strategy. You've just mentioned someone like Joho. And and if you look at what Joho has been doing the last 2 days, he's also busy in Nairobi.
I did not see him.
You are on mute.
He has been in Nairobi. He has been in Nairobi mobilizing people to whatever, to pick up to register as voters. So I think it's just part of their strategy. They do not want to reveal all their cards at a go, and it's a strategy they are using. So
Madam, let me protect my party leader, please.
No, anyway, wait other people also to talk, kindly.
Let me finish. So I think the strategy that they have, they will soon reach there. So it's just a question of time. Let's give their team time, because we really don't know how the strategy is going to work. I believe in the coming 2 or 3 months, you're going to see them all together, because as it is, even someone like Simbarati was I think he was seen somewhere, is it Nairobi or wherever? Yeah, so I think
Simbarati has been in Kisii, and he held a very big rally, almost like that one of Isiolo. So if we can talk about masses, those were 3 rallies. There was Joho rally, and there was a Simbarati rally, and DP only had 1 rally.
Yeah, so I think it's a strategy. It's part of their strategy. So we should just give them time to let everything unfold in the next maybe 2 or 3 months. Thank you.
I don't know why we are not agreeing on this one, Penny, for the first time. And with Bernard and with Kesa, I think on this one, I agree with Musa.
Because
I agree with Musa. Please,
one of the things you need to know.
Musa, you're interrupting me. Musa, I mean, who is that? Wekesa, please, let me do it. Let me do it. Please, Musa.
What is it?
Now, what I'm saying, Bernard Wekesa, Penny, I want to say this. There is something, and I know you're brilliant, you guys. There's something Musa has brought out. And who was that? Adam also did the same thing. Penny, I know where you come from. That's okay. But let's interrogate this positive, observation. Let's be honestly, on this one. Hii lazima tutakosania hapa. Wacha tuiweke vile ilivyo. We need to have more color.
Kuna kitu na Miss Patriot. You know, when you are on an incumbent,
hold on.
When you are
when you have interrupted,
one of the strategy of UDA is inviting us into their dance. And that is, you cannot win if you begin to dance a strange music when you've been practicing your own. So there is what the DP is doing and has been doing. But the current, as at now, Baba's strategy right now is meet the people. Is meeting different groups. He's not even going for rally. He meets in the morning, meets the youth, discuss the youth affairs, and then after that, take their memorandum. Then the rally, what he's doing is just greet the people. The really game is yet to start. And then the strategy that Penny is talking about, which I am very excited about, that Joho is mobilizing Nairobi when they are in Isiolo, and Arati has taken Kisi. By the time all these people come together and hold one rally, the kind of trouble this country will see in terms
Okay,
of massive transformation in the launch out of the magnitude of the campaign that will be launched, it will be something else.
Wekesa, can you be fair for me? Let me talk about my party leader, please. Wekesa.
Let me finish then. No,
Wekesa.
Wekesa,
Let me talk about my party leader.
It is my platform.
Right now,
it is my platform.
No, Wekesa.
No.
Wekesa, can I talk about my party leader? Because you are attacking my party leader.
Bernard, it is my platform. I was the one rebattling. Please, can I finish? And I was doing friendly fire. Let me finish that, please.
Rebattling is one
Finish up, Patriot, so that we can also...
Thank you.
Okay, let's have order. Let's have order. Everybody mute your mic. Patriot.
Okay, so what I was saying, Bernard, I hear you, and we are all together. This is friendly fire. Sometimes it's good to be the advocate of the devil, and we know how far we can go. What I'm saying, which Musa is actually bringing out, and I'm happy the way Penny has reasoned. I know what Bernard you will say. I know I can also do that. I know I'm for Baba, but there's something here that I am seeing that we can pick positively from that observation. For your information, the observation that is being brought up here, we have seen it. We have watched it. We watch Baba every day. On this one, Bernard, why I want to differ, because that is democracy, on how we approach it. My views are, we have people like Joshua Kutunyi, who was in BBI. Let's just point them out. These are people who make the whole thing look colorful. We have people like Aisha, not Aisha Juma, the one from Mombasa. She's called who? The lady. If you remember, what is the name? Bernard, you're taking tea. Tell me, what is the name of that lady from Mombasa? Mishimboko. Yes, Mishimboko. And we have quite a number. We have Sifuna is coming out very well. Simbarati is one of them, Joe and others. What we are simply saying, when you want to destroy your enemy who has spent 9 years campaigning, my brother, when you have the opportunity to start, you must start with pomp and color. I don't see the excuse why we can't pull up our socks on how colorful our campaign should be.
I disagree on that.
Lastly, because you disagree, lastly, as I finish, Bernard,
lastly,
can I finish then? Can I finish then?
Everybody order, please.
Rekesa, can I finish?
No, Bernard,
give me a second.
I have to rebuttal. I have to rebuttal.
At your time. You will rebuttal at your time. Let me
just... Let Patriot finish his
let me finish and then you rebuttal then, please.
And then,
thank you.
Look here, we don't have to agree, okay?
Yes, thank you. It's true. Yeah, we don't need to agree on everything.
Also, we should also accept that that Baba is doing his approach. Is not that he's ignorant of what whatever the DP is doing. Baba, with his intelligence, I'm sure he has even.
Bernard, you're eating my time. I should have finished.
Okay,
Bernard.
Go ahead. Finish, please. Finish, please.
Thank you. And on this one, I am sure Themba has come. I will want to hear his views on it as I finish, because I know he's also very sober on this one. I want to say this as I conclude then, so that I let it back to the others. This platform should give us the tools to help Baba improve his campaign. As much as we are defending him, where we see improvement that needs to be done, for sure, if we point out, that doesn't mean we have crossed the bar, moving to the other end. I think, let me leave that as a food for digestion, and that's what I think.
Bernard,
so can I go ahead or I leave?
Hold on, Andrew.
Yeah.
Andrew, you'll be talking after every 2 seconds. What's your
no,
problem?
but I've never contributed anything. I've just been responding. You're being biased.
Andrew, Andrew, you contributed twice.
If you accuse, you are not going to put you number last. You know we have the power.
No, he contributed twice.
Please, let me mention something.
Now I can associate you with your party leader very well.
Well, but
Bernard,
Okay,
please.
Bernard, I was to rebuttal.
To rebuttal or to make
Bernard,
submission?
can I?
I will rebuttal and make submission.
Please do that very
Kindly.
fast. Let's keep within our limits of 3 to 5 minutes, and then let's develop the debate, not to dig in.
Yeah, okay. So I want to say that I think people who are, first of all, dismissing Baba, they should understand that the way Baba has navigated this thing is not easy. And it needs a strategist for him to come up with. Even I think people of UDA have been caught unaware. First of all, they knew that there's no way Baba can go to the mountain. So they knew
we know how to come down. So going back is up is okay. Going down is bigger.
Wait, Andrew. Okay, so hold on. Farida Mwashanda, there's a joining link. When you see the studio is not full, just join in. She's saying that she has been wanting to join and she's not being let in.
Bernard, reshare the link if she's not seeing. Yeah, so I'm saying that Baba has really sat down and they calculated. First, I will talk about the meeting that was in State House when Uhuru called the team of Kieleweke and gave them a signal. And the first thing they were complaining is the issues you guys are bringing here. How comes the UDA are giving people money and us we're not giving? And then Uhuru asked them, if we do what they are doing, do we look different? No. So how comes, they are already all over campaigning? Can you allow us also to campaign? Uhuru Kaambia, no. I had told you guys that I wanted to focus on my legacy first, but time for campaign is coming, and then you go full blast. So ideally, it's not like we could not do what RUTO did from even 2017. Raila could have started 2017 campaigning. But the decision that they came together and decided that they need to work on the project first, and then they will focus on campaign, it was a different strategy, and it has worked for them. So in terms of working up the crowd, first of all, people should now understand that Raila is having a burden of incumbency. He is not in government, but he is associated with government. Now, there is always excitement from opposition. Because, as an opposition candidate, you have a luxury of opposing everything and coming up with all theories. But when you are a candidate coming from the side of government, you have the luggage and the burden of incumbency. That's why you have, when you look at Raila, the way he's presenting his information, he's presenting ideas and concretized ideas alone. Okay, second, when we talk about Mount Kenya has always been against Raila. So he cannot go there and just work up the crowd. In fact, that's why he's dwelling on history. History may look boring, but he's driving the point. And that's why anytime he gets an opportunity, he has to begin from the Kenyatta and Oginga Odinga. And so there are people who say that youths, they don't want those history. But there's a point he's driving that he has to reconnect back to the roots before now they go. When you start these political campaigns of excitement, until you have opened the hearts of people, they are now willing to listen to you. You can't excite them. Themba will tell you, and any other person, that kama mmekosana na bibi na ako na issues na wewe, even if you come with a gift and excite her, bado haimu excite. There's until you reconcile and come back on the same page, even if you come with those exciting gifts, itamu excite. So that's why Baba is taking time and one step at a time to reconcile with Central first. and then there will be that moment of excitement. And then another thing we are talking about the people, let's bring in Joe. And when Baba is climbing the mountain, he needs those central MPs. Bernard will agree with me. He's in the matters of faith. When you preach, when the gospel is being preached, they say that it needs to be preached in the local language. The gospel should reach to every part in its own language. So you need people from Central. That's why Joho may be exciting, but they may understand Kanini Keka more than Joho. These people have never been with Baba. So they need to hear Murithi, and even these people, you think their speech may not be good, but they have a command on the ground. Some people listen. You see, when Nani is going to Kirinyaka, people listen to people like Kibicho. They listen to him. He's their leader. He may not be that exciting leader, but he has a command on the ground than someone. Right now, you want to the region you have never been going there, and then you want to go with just people from exciting, but from other areas. So you have to use the local leaders to open the ground for you. Right now, when you come to the finishing, when they will come for finishing campaign, they can come with Gina Joho, they can come with Gina Nani, and now excite the crowd. So let's give him time. Let's lay the foundation. Let him lay the foundation.
Bernard.
And the last thing he did, our multi-strategy campaign is still working. And Baba explained it when he was in Mombasa. He said, tunatumia siafu. Moja inaingia inashika mkia, ingine inashika koo, ingine inashika masikio. And that's why you have seen kuna groups being dispatched. And we are saying that Baba's team have the advantage because anybody can pull crowd. You can put Simba Arati in Kisii, pull the crowd, put Cho at Coast, pull the crowd. But tell me somebody who can pull crowd in UDA apart from RUTO himself. So he has to be everywhere. In fact, that's why every rally organized wanamngojeanga asipokuja haiwezi take off.
Can I respond,
Bernard, please? Bernard, let me say something.
Goja kwanza. Andrew, you cannot
Give
be
Themba. Can Themba speak
Just
something?
relax,
Themba.
okay?
Bernard, let me say something shortly.
Yes,
Briefly, please.
WG.
Yeah. I really like the way Wekesa has put everything very clear and very soberly. Mount Kenya is such a, like Andrew puts it, is very slippery at the moment. Can you imagine if Baba went there at even one point, the way he's gone there, and then he meets people who throws stones, who are agitated, and then they begin reacting negatively. The impact it would have in that adventure of climbing the mountain, it would be, catastrophic. So it is a very delicate, way of approach. Like Wekesa put it, the only people who can do that are the Centralians themselves, people from Central. They can do it so well. Secondly, there's a need that has just emerged there that is reminding us about Baba's communication team, which is really letting us down. There were those 3 vehicles that had been advertised as having the best, the current, the best, technical, machine. Today, it was a total failure. I don't know whether anyone observed. It was a total failure, and everyone was knocking the microphone. Surely, at this moment when we are, raising the momentum for the whole thing, that team, it either, pulls up, it soaks, or it gets sacked from the because they are failing everything. Okay, and finally, regarding the figures that should be there, I wanted to comment that at this point, if there are those people from Central who are supporting Baba, all the ladies, I didn't see any lady there today. Where are Esther Passaris? Where are Sabina Chege? They were supposed to be there because this is a very important event. These are, and especially those Centralians who are orators, good orators. They should have been there and giving, you know, waxing up the meeting. So I think they should actually, the way Patriot puts it, they should get to the meeting somewhere and plan so well, especially how they are packaging and how they are relaying their messages. Thank you.
Thank you, WG.
Okay, thank you.
You
I
really
think
come
that's
out
well
well, I
taken.
think.
Can I respond? My name is being called everywhere.
We'll call you Mr. Responder, but hold on, I'll still keep you on hold.
No, because they're attacking my party leader.
Your party leader is our party leader. We will listen to you later, okay? Just hold on. Patriot, what were I saying?
I was saying, Bernard, you have finally brought the story back home. The way WG has really put it, he has really tried to circumvent, but I know he's a brilliant guy. The way he has brought it, it is quite clear that there are few errors that need to be improved on. And actually the PR system, the public address, the public address system failed. We saw it. It is not good. And so clearly we are in cognizance that there is some improvement that need to be done. The only thing I wanted to add, just to hammer his point home, is to give this example. You see Passaris, with her light skin, when we were campaigning here in Nairobi, Passaris will stand next to Baba, who contrasts the color of Baba. And when people look at that you know, that skin and with Baba, people will just go wild, you know. Some of them will just have their wild imagination that Passari is a girlfriend to Baba and whatever. Those are some of the dynamics of politics that move the story. And she won it. Probably she won because she's beautiful. So pointing out some of these things to the advantage of Baba, surely will be doing him a service, not a disservice, Bernard. Really, we have quite a battalion that can make our entries. And we have no moment for your information. Someone has been campaigning for 9 years. Every opportunity you have counts today. And that's why, to me, what Musa pointed out, it is something that we need to work on that. If we cannot put it public here, let's do it quietly. If we think it's not right to really discuss in the open, there are some things that need to be improved. The colorfulness of a campaign, my brother, politically, Bernard, it really matters. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Musa, Nishi.
No, Shindu Shilala.
Okay, go on.
Okay. It's just one sentence that I need to add onto what Mr. Patriot has said. We are speaking the same language. I think, you know, voters who will vote in 2022, is it August? I think there are two kinds of voters. There are those who sit down and listen to the message that you are putting forward. And then there's this number two kind of voters who are just there to get motivated, to kushangilia, yani wafurahi waone hii upande ingine imenini. This is the kind of voters that maybe we are not talking about. You guys think this kind of voters do not exist. This kind of voters ndio tunasema they need to be represented, wanafaa waongelelewe, message inafaa iwafikie. Na ni message gani tunaongelelea? We are talking about venye Patriot amesema Passaris akiapia hapo, when Simbarati comes and speaks anasema Ruto anafaa kufanyiwa hii na hii na hii, watu wanashangilia. You know, this is politics. So there is that kind of language that is missing in Raila's team right now. So if you are talking about Mount Kenya, how wenye wako around Baba akiwa Mount Kenya, I feel like they are not enough. We need people who have the voices to send the message to each and every person around around, isikuwe tu ni tunaambiwa history sijui kutoka 1960, which is not bad. Mimi ninaelewa because I can listen to him speak, nielewe ni nini anaongelelea, but what I'm just saying ni, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and your sentence is becoming a paragraph.
Yeah,
So
I hope
let me ask you a
munaelewa.
question, my brother. Now, people like Masale are not doing
his sentence is hanging. Let him finish, please.
Yes, as I was saying, I think I have internet problems. But as I was saying, he needs very active politicians around him. This message needs to reach Baba as soon as possible. Each and every second counts. Ruto has been doing this for the last 9 years, na saa hii mambo ya kusema ati Baba anaenda polepole akiongeza momentum. I don't think it is not making sense. He needs to enter full force na afanye mpaka huko mwisho. Yeah, that
Okay,
is it.
thank you, Musa. And I agree with you, and the sense of urgency that you, especially you and Patriot and WG are urging us into. But there is the danger of emotionalism in politics, especially in approaching the mountain. If you have not noticed, Baba is emotional when he's at the coast, when he's in Nyanza and all that. But when he goes to Central, he remains sober and collected. He has removed emotions from that approach. Why? At this juncture, the courtship is still at the proposal level. Haijafika mahali pa of exchanging pleasantries and all that. So I know he cannot afford to be emotional, because if he becomes emotional, kuna steps ataruka, and those steps are very dangerous with the slippery of the mountain. So the approach right now is slow motion first. Let them go and establish a rapport. When the rapport has been established, there will be a celebration in the mountain. But as at now, let DP enjoy, because he has been courting them for 9 years. He can go and be emotional, and that's why he becomes erratic in any meeting and says anything. But Baba has to choose every word he says, to who he says, and he wants them to get it in a certain way because it's necessary right now. You don't hurry up a relationship and build a strong one. Baba doesn't want to have an emotional attachment to the mountain. He wants to have a really genuine support and genuine appeal.
Wekesa, you're being unfair to my party leader, please.
Okay, Andrew, I have accepted I'm unfair to your party leader. Can you be fair to him right now in the next 1 minute? 1 minute. Then we hear from Wekesa. Yes.
No, not to hear, because you've been putting me on the backload.
You are the one who has put yourself in the backyard right now. We can't see your face. Number two, you say you are now wanting to defend your party leader. Defend him now.
Yeah, so I'm defending my party leader, because one thing you should know, that my party leader has been climbing the mountain long time ago.
Yes.
And now he's trying to catch up. Yeah, he's not trying to catch up. The mountain is slippery, and you know it. Unajua hii kitu, unaweza kuwa unakimbia, unapanda, unashuka, unapanda, unashuka. Ikikuwa baridi huko juu, unateremka kidogo, unatafuta moto huku chini. Sasa party leader wangu alipanda, moto imewaka, hakuna huko juu, iko huku chini. Sasa hiyo ndio tabu. I talked to my party leader even yesterday, and I told my party leader, my friend,
I don't know why it excites you. When you talk about party leader, you get excited. You want even.
Can I finish?
I wanted to ask you a question. Did you watch the by-election of Bungoma? Did you watch the by-election of Bungoma?
I do.
Did you see how UDA was excited and than Fort Kenya? And what were the results? Fort Kenya got 19,000, UDA got 6,000.
But
You
you're
know,
taking my time now.
today's voter is very intelligent. It's not the excitement you see at the rally. It is how you have packaged yourself and sent the message home.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about my party leader, but you just interrupted me.
Please finish your sentence, Andrew, quickly. We need to move on.
So my party leader is trying, and he has been trying, and he's always on the forefront. But the problem when I talked to him yesterday is that he doesn't have that concept of intellectual and thinking that hii kitu ni ngumu. Kanaza umana na ukae kaa ngumu, na ukikaa kaa ngumu inashuka huko chini tu. So my end of the quote is this. The fact of the matter is this, and I will tell you for sure. The 5th president of Kenya is Raila Amolo Odinga. Thank you so much. Let me go sleep.
Okay, have a good sleep. Since you have voted already, and we have one extra vote.
Yeah, that's it. It's already in.
Thank you, thank you. Aya. All right, I think Wekesa ulikuwa umemaliza submission. Tuende kwa Themba tuanze kufungasha.
Themba, you are back. Yeah, let me finish. So and what I was saying.
Mala had asked for 1 minute. Mala, are you ready? He seemed not to be there. So Wekesa, we go to Themba.
Hey, just 1 minute, I'm coming back.
Okay, Themba, go ahead, please.
Okay, good evening, good morning, good afternoon from wherever you are. I like the conversation, and in terms of developments that have happened so far, I want to agree with those who are highlighting on the need for improvement on the different camps, especially Baba's campaign team. I mean, that's normal, and the feedback is important. I want to agree with Patriot that those who hurt the king most are those who don't tell the king that he's naked. You remember the story where the king was dancing naked, but everybody feared to tell the king that he was naked. So it is not bad to inform the king when he's naked. And I think we owe it to the king that when they are showing any parts, we highlight. Now, let's note several things, though. Number one is that the campaigns are not yet officially started. So we just seem to have an incorrigible deputy president who has decided that he's going to go against his boss. And for some specific reason, he's decided to pull the country towards whatever he's doing, because he's been on a campaign trail for the last 4 years, which is not good. You know, ideally, it's not appropriate. It introduces indiscipline in a country that is ruled by a constitution. When you have a constitutional mandate, the constitution says when the campaigns should be starting. The constitution says at what point should we begin to have all these campaign meetings and all. But we do have a part of the executive who has decided to go against the same constitution that in the first place he never voted for. Yeah, he voted no for 2010 constitution. So we understand when he's blatantly breaking it. The constitution says that a campaign period will start, the IEBC will give the period, will give the timetable. But what has happened, even us right now, we are moving to a point where we are using it as a strength, that we are saying the deputy president has been campaigning for 4 years. So it is a strength, actually, that we are celebrating someone who has blatantly broken the constitution. And we are saying that he's doing well because of that. Now, it's unfortunate, but we are there right now. So we are now actively correcting those who are right. We are telling those who are trying to remain within the constitution that within the last 4 or 5 years, the government that is in place should be working for the people. Then after that, when the campaign period has been opened, they give a timetable and then campaigns officially begin. But what are we doing? We are actually celebrating that. We are looking at those who are not doing anything as the ones on the wrong. Now, we are saying that Raila, Baba, Mudavadi should be out there meeting people while we are not alive to the constitutional expectation. Instead of holding the government of the day in check and telling them, okay, these are the things you're supposed to deliver within this time. What has been delivered? What hasn't been delivered? So I think as a citizen, probably we might have to really have what prevents the next government, if they are chosen, the president and the deputy, and they don't agree, what prevents the next deputy from not campaigning from day one? There will be already an example, a precedence has been set, that if you don't agree with your president, then start campaigning for the next 4 years. And before the year's end, we'll be able to say that you've been campaigning for this time. So it means, therefore, as a country officially, we will not have any reason to tell someone not to campaign, because right now, what are we saying? All of us, wherever the deputy president is going, he has been there. He's been here with us. He's been campaigning. But having said that, we are there right now. I know also it is a very tough situation where the Honorable Prime Minister finds himself. He has a president who is still in power, who is trying to execute his mandate and wants a peaceful environment to execute that. Then the deputy president is not obeying those rules, so he's trying to balance the two. Do I remain silent and just wait and follow the provisions of the constitution, which he fought for, and follow what the president is saying, that he needs a peaceful country so that we can have he can deliver the promises that he gave? Or do I start campaigning, going full throttle? So what I'm hearing from most of us here is Raila should go full throttle into the campaign. He should follow, have a team, go out there, That is what I'm hearing from our submission, which I think we are defeating ourselves. We are defeating ourselves by, ignoring the constitution, advising our principals to go out the constitution, not follow it, go campaign, have a good campaign, go to the ground, That, in my view, is defeatist. We are trying to go against the same constitution that we
interjection, Themba, there. Just a quick one, Themba.
Let me finish. I've been quiet. You cannot, then you will come in. Now, when you look at what RUTO is doing, I want to pick an analogy that has been used many times. That when a pig invites you for a fight, do not get in there, because the difference is the pig is used to the fight, to the dirt, you are not. If RUTO has been doing certain things over time, if you follow that route, you'll always be on catch-up. You'll be playing catch-up. In strategy, you set the agenda, you don't follow. If you follow an agenda, you will not get anywhere. But if you set the agenda, you make the other person always be on the reaction, which is the best strategy when you're going out to campaign. So those inviting that you need to do this like RUTO, and I think someone noted that when they told the president that we want to give, then they said, okay, do you want us to give like they are doing? Of course you'd beat him, because for him, that was his strategy. And he knew, if you start giving, this is what I'm going to do. So you need to come up with a different kind of strategy. So in my view, I think it is not about so much doing what RUTO has been doing. Setting the agenda should be the idea. Finally, I think we are seeing history repeating itself. In 2013, Raila, of course, had come with Kibaki. Kibaki links up with Uhuru and then supports Uhuru. And then Raila has to go out and campaign by himself. In 2022, we are seeing Uhuru, Raila coming in and joining Uhuru in the handshake, and now Ruto has to go campaigning by himself. So somehow history has a way of repeating itself. What are some of the disadvantages that you may find in such a situation? Raila will have to go with the burden of whatever worked with Uhuru and whatever didn't work might be blamed on him. It depends with those people who are going to be campaigning against Ruto. Now, if they are able to convince the masses to believe that indeed it is a Jubilee government that has been in power, and whatever failures that accompany Jubilee accompany everybody else, including the deputy president. That way, it will be hard for Ruto to gain a lot of masses. And I realized something. Now, my thought on the 6,000 that Raila gave, I look at that as a way of countering the narrative of we will be giving certain things to Mama Mbogas and Mama Ninis. So the question will be, the voter will be left. If you are saying that there will be 1,000 available to give to every Mama Mboga, it is hard for you to counter the idea that there will be 6,000 being given to people. So that squarely cancels the idea of how are you going to tell people, how are you going to get the 6,000? If you guys can get the 1,000, then we can get the 6,000. That cancels certain certain parts of their conversation. So I think for now, I will leave it at that so that I can take any interjections or any responses.
Bernard, a quick one.
Okay. That is Patriot.
Yes.
Patriot, you want to respond?
Yes, to Themba. There's something
Okay,
there that needs some clarification.
In a minute or so, please. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I always want to try to be as brief as possible. Themba, there is something here that you have brought out that to me looks like a contradiction. You see, Baba is not in government. Baba, if you were to ask me, Baba is the one who should have been campaigning for 9 years because he's not been part of the government. So by you saying that Baba should wait until the other minute, you are simply saying Baba is actually part of government. That should be intellectually analyzing. If that is the way to go, it is very clear. Then you are simply telling us Baba is in government. So he'll be taken to task why he's campaigning now. He is the opposition leader, and Baba has always told us he's not in government. So if you have to ask me, political advice that we need to give to Baba, then correctly, it is to tell Baba it is far too late. You have wined and dined with the leadership of Jubilee to the extent that people are confusing you for a leader in the government. So he's far too late.
Let me respond to that. I didn't imply that Baba should wait. I said this, and if you had me, I was very clear on that matter. The Constitution provides for when we should have political campaigns. Political participation is an ongoing scenario. Of course, constantly there's political participation in different areas, policy, agendas, lobbying, but political campaigns as they were and what we are seeing right now, constitutionally, I'm not saying even Baba waiting, every other politician ought not to have been on the campaign trail as we are seeing right now. So my cry and my agony and the tragedy of our time is that we have allowed our leaders to go against the Constitution and now put the country in a campaign trail mode, such that now the citizens are not able to agitate for the things that Jubilee was supposed to deliver. Now, you're implying that it is too late right now. It's because of the mode that the country has been put in, which is not right for you, for me, and any other citizen. However, having said that, that is where we are at right now. I'm not suggesting in any way that the Baba is in parliament, in government. I'm only saying that it is wrong, it is unconstitutional, that the citizens have been put in a campaign trail right now. Campaign trail ought to have come after the IEBC gives a timetable. I think it is up to all of us. If we don't, by the way, the Constitution is just a document. If we don't give it life, if we don't agitate for it, then we will constantly have such scenarios where we elect leaders and immediately they start campaigning. I don't think that is right. It is not right for you, not right for me, not right for the citizen. So we don't have service delivery at the end of the day.
Yes,
that is what is what I'm trying to say. But I'm not saying, if you heard me well, I said that is where we are right now. So that's the tragedy of our time. So even when you say that now we shouldn't tell Baba not to campaign, I mean, that's the trend that has been set. So when you are telling him you go on the road, we are inviting him, or we are saying, therefore, those who have been campaigning for 9 years or 4 years are right, you know. So
that's why I don't agree with you, Themba, because already somebody has been campaigning for 9 years. So the person who we want to be the next president, do you want him to observe the law and somebody else has campaigned for 9 years? I don't agree with that.
And therefore, Patriot, I'm asking, do you and me agree that the person has been campaigning for 9 years, they are right?
They are not right, and
Good.
That does not. Just a minute. That does not mean we now encourage our leader to observe the law while we have a campaign where somebody else has done it for 9 years. That's a paradox.
Should we steal
Bernard,
because somebody else is stealing?
Yeah,
Hey,
Bernard.
okay. Let's
let-
settle
let-
this, please.
Let me make my final comment so that you move on to someone else. I want to clarify, I have not in any of my statements suggested that Baba should wait. I have highlighted and described the situation as it is. All right? Describing the situation as it is leaves the interpretation to you. So even as we say that Baba ought to catch up and do all that, we should also note that it is unconstitutional. And we need to call them out. You know what that does? You and I as a citizen lose at the end of the day, because we cannot hold the government right now in check. We are not demanding for the services and whatever was promised by Jubilee. We are now busy telling campaign people on what they should give us come 2022. So I think I'm just highlighting. So I'm not saying that Baba should slow down. If the invitation has been there and it's up to them, it's up to his campaign team to do that. But I think as a citizen, we need to move beyond just the players. We need to move, also think of the way
Themba,
our service delivery is done.
Themba, can I add something on top of what you said? I want to say that if someone has gone berserk, not everyone should follow. I think we need to be sober, just like Themba is trying to impress upon us. We need to be sober because there are those who really don't care the direction of things in this country, the way we've observed for the past 9 years. When the economy needed some touch, there are those who ran away and instead helped the economy to go even down deeper, to drop deeper. So such a person should not set us an example. I believe the leaders we have in the person of the president and the prime minister, former prime minister, Raila Odinga, they are doing the right things. Just like you're saying, I've seen them struggling to keep the temperature low so that the country does not go for an early election mood. The way it's supposed to be 5 years. But remember, someone just started immediately after 2018, he hit the ground campaigning. What if Baba decided to follow him by then? I think we wouldn't be where we are today in the developments that we've realized this year, shortly after Baba joined hands with Uhuru. So I'm one person who believes that the temperatures should be cooled. And as we draw towards the deadline for the IBC to give us now the green light to do a full blast, campaign, we should just be, doing what Baba is doing, marshalling his troops and preparing everything so that when they say go, then the whole thing is let out. So that is I think that is how we should handle this. Thank you.
It's okay. Thank you.
Hello,
I think
Bernard.
Musa, you are the one who started this. What is
I'm
it?
sorry. Yes, I know I'm the one who started it. Just one last point to comment on what WG said and Bernard. I completely agree with what you guys are saying. It literally makes sense on what you guys are saying. But then again, we have to sit back and think, who are this majority of people we are talking, tunaongelelea kwa niaba yao? Truth be said, we are few of us speaking here, but kuna mamilioni, as Ruto likes to say, kuna mamilioni ya Wakenya ambao wako huko kando. What is in their heads? Unajua, Wakenya wengi ambao labda wako upande wa baba wanasema huyu baba ako tu amekaa hapo, he is not campaigning. Ruto tu ako kule, amekuwa miaka 4 akifanya mambo yake, mbona yeye asifanye? Maybe Ruto is right. Now this kind of statement ambazo ziko kwa vijiji zetu ndio what Raila needs to work on. It is okay, it is constitutional right ya watu kungoja kabla ya wakati mzuri wa campaign kuanza ndio campaign ianze. Ni vizuri watu kungoja, but huyu mjamaa ameanza hiyo game yake ya nguruwe, that someone talked about game, big games and stuff. Ameanza hiyo nini yake. It is good. I propose that it will be better to beat someone in their own game, hata kama ni game mbaya, so that we correct it in the earliest possible time. I think I would propose that Baba aanze campaign zake full force. That's what I would, because already we are already in campaign mode, so there is no need ya kungoja ati tungoje sasa tupatiwe hapa na IBC ndio tuanze kucampaign. We need to start it as early as possible, because there are people to convince. Watu wako hapo, they are easily swayed, wanasema maybe Ruto is right, sasa wanaenda huko, watu wanaenda huko kwa wingi.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
what I needed to say.
There is no need to panic. In fact, the UDA people are the ones panicking. They are going to the mountain for crisis management. We shouldn't follow them into their panic. Let's play our game the way we know it, soberly, quietly. We will pull that carpet and everything will fall in place. Tukianza kufuatana na hizi mbio za sakafuni, zitaishia ukingoni. So tuachane na hiyo maneno kabisa. Reacting to Ruto is the worst mistake for Baba to do. Let Baba play at his pace, plan his strategy, the way he's planned on how to campaign in Rift Valley. There is already a team on the ground. And what Joho is doing, mobilizing people to register as voters. Let us do voter registration now. After that, then we pull in our machinery. We have, the strategy is clean. Hakuna haja kureact. Reacting is not going to help anything. It's going to make matters worse. And the worst campaign to lead is the one of trying to, unafunga huku, maji inatokea huku, unakimbia, unafunga huku, maji inatokea huku. Then the elections is just here. No. Baba is too mature for that. So let's understand that he's working on our own plan. He's not waiting for somebody to do something for him to respond to.
Bernard, as much as they applause Ruto, Ruto is doing things in a panic. In fact, what the team of Baba have done is to make sure he's playing half field. Half field, they have tied him on the mountain. He tries to call somewhere else, he comes back to the mountain because he knows that is where the problem is. And you guys, do you do benchmarking? We had elections in America. What waliambia? Trump was holding the crowd, and imagine the president, he does not control COVID, he allowed the crowd. Joe Biden decided to play by the rules. He was having small meetings in the halls. People say that, oh, those meetings are boring, they are not exciting. But when it came to the votes, my friend, those excitement were thrashed away. So the voter today is very intelligent. Those people who go to the rallies and get excited, they are not the voters. The voters are busy at home, and when the time comes, when we queue online for voting, you will see the quiet people, the excited lot. In fact, unaona wamama wazee ndio wanatangulia asubuhi. Wale vijana wanakuanga excited, hawaonekanangi kwa voting line. So let's be sober on this.
Can I make a comment, Bernard? For those
in half a minute, so that we hear from Ancestor and then Atuya.
Yeah, you see, when you're, I just want to give a follow up to what Wekesa said. You know, I'm sure right now the campaign teams will not release their strategies to everyone. What you're going to see is that our interpretation of what is happening. But you see, when you're dealing with someone who is stronger than you, you don't face them with the head on, because that way you're going to lose. You know. And if for those who care to read, you can read The Art of War by Sun Tzu, and also you can go and read the lives of Mao Zedong. You know, they fought conventional and unconventional warfare. They didn't have the power, you know. But they were fighting those who have more power than they have. So you have to see, how do you employ your tactics to fight the other person. If you go with firepower, definitely you'll be overpowered. Now, if we are saying RUTO has been campaigning for 9 years, as you say it right now, if Baba rises within that particular level, then definitely, as Bernard is saying, it's going to be a rundown. You have to be tactical. You have to see a way of, operating in a way that you're denying the person, the masses and the population that they have, slowly and carefully. I don't have the strategy of Baba. I'm not in his campaign team. But I want to believe that if he's invited by RUTO and he goes to that, definitely it is not going to work. In a campaign and in a fight, if you are playing so much of, like you're not setting the agenda, you're on a losing target. But if you set the agenda, then you're on a winning target.
Okay, thank you. I think that's clear enough. Ancestor, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good.
Karibu toa hoja zako.
Asante sana. Dakika ngapi hizo?
You are 3 minutes.
Oh yeah, that is good. In fact, ile jambo ambayo ningependa kusema kuhusu the issue of campaigns, kuwa maybe Baba amechelewa ama ako kwa wakati unaofaa. In fact, mimi napenda kuiweka wazi namna hii kuwa IBC Chepkati in one way or the other, because yeye ndiye atapeana kibali ya campaigns, but kama William Samoei Ruto aliamua kuanza campaigns mapema, sisi kama Wakenya tukamwangalia na macho yetu, bas saa hii tusianze kuruka na kulia eti mbona iko namna hiyo. Unajua, wakati William Samoei Ruto alipoanza kwenda kufanya hizi campaigns immediately after he was sworn in, that is when the likes of the civil society ama the likes of Umtata ndio wangeenda in the court of law waseme kuwa, why is the deputy president campaigning whereas this is not the right moment ya kucampaign. Then kutoka hapo baba akiwa amenyamaza namna hii, kama Ruto angeendelea kukaidi, IBC iambiwe kuwa msipeane kibali cha William Samoei Ruto kurun for presidency. But sisi kama Kenya tuna nini, we don't want to follow the rule of law. Bas sisi wote tunajipata katika hii shida. So sasa hivi wacha campaign zianze, kwa sababu it is failure kwetu kabisa. Kama tungesimamisha William Samoei Ruto mapema, asianze campaign, bas maybe hata hizi wrangles hapa na pale hatungekuwa tunaziona kati yake na President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. But sasa sisi wote tumeingia hapo, wacha kila mtu ang'ang'ane kutafuta uungwaji mkono. Alafu jambo lingine, nimeangalia baba anafanya vizuri, by the way, kupanda kwenda mountain kutafuta votes, na nimesikia mkisema kuwa the PA system zake ziko na shida. It is true, ziko na tabu, inafaa ziangaliwe kabisa, kwa sababu we want ile message yenye baba anatupatia isink into our minds well, ndiposa wakati utakapofika, when we go for casting our ballot, then tutafanya right decisions. Sasa nataka nilete jambo moja kuhusu mambo ya courage. Mbona mimi nampenda huyu Raila Amolo Odinga? Raila Amolo Odinga, naomba you take your biro and draw a circle in your mind. Alafu hapo juu uandike Raila, chini yake uandike danger. On your west on your right on your west side uweke Martin Shikuku, uweke danger. On the east side uweke Orengo, uweke chini yake danger. Hapa at the south point uweke the likes of Matiba, alafu chini yao uweke danger. Katikati ya hiyo circle uweke jina lako, chini ya jina lako you put what we call your country, which is Kenya, alafu uweke name save. Raila Amolo Odinga, this is an individual, in fact, who has been fighting for all ills ambazo zinakumba hii society yetu. Tukisema mambo ya tukisema mambo ya Mau Forest, Raila Amolo Odinga alifight. Now ile water catchment ya River Mala inapeana maji. Raila Amolo Odinga is the very person ambaye alifight mambo ya multipartyism in our country Kenya, whereby mpaka ikabidi jamaa atoke unyoya wakati alikuwa pursued na Moi. The likes of Orengo walikamatwa, the likes of Martin Shikuku walipitia shida kwa sababu walitaka kuliberate this country. Sasa it has reached a time whereby after Raila Amolo Odinga kufight hiyo, alafu kitu kingine tusije tukasahau kuwa Raila Amolo Odinga wakiwa na Kibaki, they fought, tukapata devolution na tukapata CDF, pesa za CDF. Sasa chini yake naomba mweke chini corruption. Sasa Raila Amolo Odinga baada ya kupigana na wenzake hizo vitu zote, now the dangers are now getting away. Sasa it is the time for Raila Amolo Odinga aingie ndani ya hiyo sako yenye niliwaambia kuwa this is the safety place. Sasa Raila Amolo Odinga akiingia anaingia kutufanyia nini kama Wakenya? Just only to fight corruption. Akifight corruption namna hii, bas all this manner of things ambazo tumekuwa tukimiss, kwa sababu tutakuwa na resources. My brothers and my sisters, hizo resources zitakuja na tutaziweka into ile miradi ambayo inastahili kusaidia sisi kama Wakenya. Courage for somebody to have courage. Courage has got consequences. You must endure suffering. You must undergo some injuries, even breaking your backbone. But now, for any leader, that is the choice. That is why we pay you as a president over 1.5 million Kenya shillings. As a deputy president, that is why we pay you over 1.2 million Kenya shillings. So, huyu Raila Amolo Odinga akikuja tu atufaitie corruption, then kutoka hapo hii mambo ya pesa ambazo zimekwama Switzerland, pesa ambazo zimekwama wapi, ambazo ziliibwa na watu wachache, those monies will be brought back, because corruption haitakuwa fought hapo ndani ya sako. Already itakuwa imekuwa cleared outside the circle. Ndio Raila Amolo Odinga akiingia ndani ya hiyo sako anajua kuwa all those manner of things ambazo zimekuwa zikiharibu uchumi wetu wa Kenya lazima lazima isiwe katikati ya hiyo sako. That is why ninawaambia kuwa, so our leaders, kama umepewa an opportunity to give us the required services, kindly you have to put this in mind, that everything which comes, it must come with a cost. Na hiyo cost, it is very, very expensive. So if Raila Amolo Odinga is ready to enter into that circle, if William Samoei Ruto is ready to enter inside that circle ambayo iko safe, because Wakenya, all 52 or 50 millions of Kenyans are inside that circle, lazima ajue kuwa hapo ndani si mahali pa mchezo. That is why sasa hivi tunasikiza hao viongozi wetu na zile agenda zao, then at the end of the day to make right decisions kwa ballot come 2022. So I gonna leave there, nipeane nafasi kwa ndugu Atuya.
Thank you. That is a long story. I'm sure there is no question on that one. All right. Now, wale watu wako kwa black screen. Naomba you bring your faces, ama kama mmeng'atuka mseme tuwang'oe wengine waingie. Tunahitaji hiyo. And then also those of us who are on this screen, you can assist by ensuring that you share the watching link with your groups on Facebook groups and all that, so that we have a good audience and good followership. Let's not just wait for a speaking turn. When it's not your turn to speak, you can do something else by ensuring that you share, you invite people to watch, so that this information reaches right people. We are here to shape the opinion for the country by ensuring that we make the light shine bright against every darkness and any form of twistedness. I think that's clear enough. Hatuya, karibu kwa show. Vipi?
Salama sana.
Haya, toa hoja zako.
Sijui Kiswahili sitaweza sana.
You are at liberty. English is the official language.
What about Kisii?
Iyo tafadhali, Arati is my friend, but he is yet to take me through the class.
Arati, chunga sikupoteze bana pasta. Okay.
Arati mshirika mzuri sana, fungu lake la 10 tunapokea.
I hope that's not the main reason he's your friend. First and foremost, I think I'm pleased today at seeing my enemies fighting each other. I sat back watching you guys debating on how best to strategize and counter us. And I think it was interesting to see that we're actually making people panic at some places. I don't think I have much to say, but I just want to reply to very few issues that I just noted. Community center was actually trying to say that maybe Omtata should have gone to court to stop William Ruto from campaigning. If today the best of the lawyers in the world went to court, he cannot prove a case that William Ruto has been campaigning for 4 years. If he visits a place, he visits a church, you cannot equate that to campaigning. And even if he's campaigning, we have no law in this country. I don't think anywhere in the world that disqualifies one from conducting his campaign even 20 years before elections. I'm sure Bernard is already planning on how he will be vying maybe 2027 as from today. And he's already doing something about it. So nobody can stop him. I want to remind you that Raila's camp has been campaigning. Those of you who are saying that he needs to catch up, that is his pace. With his age, with his people around him, that is what he can afford to do at the moment. You cannot force him to increase the pace. He can't do that. Whatever you're seeing him do, that is his best that he can do at the moment. So don't harass that man into doing 7 or 10 meetings a day that his competitor is doing. He cannot do that. And again, for those who are crying that Raila has not been campaigning, I want to take you back to 2018. BBI was a campaign platform. BBI was not was a political strategy that him and Uhuru were using to conduct their political games in this country. The truth is that that plan failed. The courts halted that plan. They were on the campaign trail. If you remember, before COVID, they were all over doing rallies, Kisumu, Kisii. They were chased from Meru. There was also another one in Kitui where Moses Kuria was being tortured. Those were political campaigns. And don't lie to us that he has not been campaigning. And then community ancestor, you spoke something about the Mau. And I congratulate Raila Odinga for actually trying to conserve the environment. But there's one big issue I have with it. If you go to the Mau, all the small fishes were removed. That is something very commendable. But the Tobicos, we have Moi, they have large tracts of land in that forest. Moi even owns a factory by the name Kitagich Farm. He has a tea farm, acres of land, thousands of acres, and has a factory in there. We have the Kiriago Tobicos who have big lands inside there. They have not been touched. So if Raila is actually, is actually does mean that he's fighting some ills in this country, he should not be biased. There was another issue that I wanted to speak. You also spoke about Raila being the one to fight corruption, and currently he's actually the one aiding the government to perpetuate all the manner of corruption in this country. If Raila was that right person, we could have never, he could not sit and watch the government doing all the ills. He is providing the political support that Uhuru needs to perpetuate the kind of evils that he's doing currently. So he cannot portray himself as a clean person. He has been sanitizing governors. Remember, Waiguru went into his office and came out very clean. We know what he has been doing. He has protected COVID billionaires. So many scandals. He has not spoken about the illegal money that is stashed in the offshore accounts. Our president has accounts in some dirty countries and dirty, dark bank accounts with some of the drug lords of this world. Some of the worst presidents also have the accounts there. But it's not evil to have an offshore account. We need to hear him speak against him. And I'm very, very sure if it was William Ruto who was found with one account, one company in Panama, this guy, Mutembe could have done headlines every day about it. There's also one thing that I wanted to speak about. There's somebody who was saying that the big rallies don't have votes. I don't want to disagree, but I want to remind you that Ruto is doing both the rallies and is doing the mini meetings at Karen. There is no politician who's doing the very basics of politics. He meets the people in the morning in his offices. He takes their memorandum, and then late in the evening he's doing his popularizing rallies. So for you guys, I think you have a long way to go. I don't think you can ever catch up. You can always you are at liberty to continue doing what you're doing, but I will ask you just to be ready for a big loss. And then there's something Demba raised about the 6,000 issue, and I was really waiting for someone to bring it up, and it's good that it came up. You know, Bernard has always been so hard on us, questioning us where will you get money to give Mama Mbogas? Where will you get, do what? Just looking at some statistics here, we have over 7 million jobless youths, and I think by jobless Kenyans, by next year or by 2023, if Raila will be president, we'll be having even 10 million jobless people in this country. So, and when someone, a presidential candidate, comes saying that he'll be giving 6,000, I think even if it's a counter narrative, it is as fake as it sounds. You cannot just pay 6,000 to where? How? Where? What have you done? Which country does that? I don't know. So I think that was a lazy strategy. It is pointless. It can never work. I don't think it can sell in this country that I'll be giving you 6,000. And if that happens, and then I think that is the worst economical crime that can ever happen. For that, I don't think. Oh, there's an issue. You guys were actually saying that Ruto started campaigning early. I want to ask you a question. Back in 2013, Ruto was already crisscrossing this country. Those I don't know. I can't remember Uhuru Kenyatta and his people actually trying to stop the deputy president from going to Western, going to Eastern, trying to solidify the votes for Uhuru. But while he's doing it now for trying to empower Mama Mbogas and the border guys, you people are at arms. Why does it pain you that Ruto is going around? He has been doing it ever since even 2009 or even 2006. Why does it make you feel bad that he's doing it now? Everybody has a way of doing his politics. You cannot regulate on how someone, or you cannot legislate on how someone campaigns. That's all I could say for today. And Bernard, I'm feeling sick. I hope you will pray for me.
Bernard, can I check on him?
I just wanted to land on you. You mentioned me
I'm
that
very sick. I'm very
I am.
sick. And I hope you'll be soft on me.
You will be
Can I
healed.
check on
Don't
him,
worry.
Bernard?
You're well. It shall be well with you. Just on the issue of the 6K, I've been avoiding to say something about it. But now, since you have pushed me to that, Nini, I will say something. One, I have never had a problem of where the money will come from. If you have been listening to me, I am a very optimistic person, and I know that with proper planning, money is always available to take care of the needs that are necessary. And the guys who have a problem with where will the money come from are from UDA. They opposed the 2010 constitution saying where will the money come from to do the counties. Now counties are functioning regardless of the limited resources that are available. Necessity is the mother of invention, it is said. So Baba's proposal for giving, as ridiculous as it may sound, Baba's experience in public service and national management, I'm sure he knows what he's talking about. On the other hand, there is no government that want to maintain unemployed people. The first thing Baba is talking about is the multiplication of economic zones in all counties and all sub-counties so that Kenyans can be working. So he's not going to maintain the 10 million unemployed. If employment is found, that number will drastically fall. And then only the vulnerable few people, like they are supporting the elderly through the government system, supporting specific, the way they were sending out money during COVID lockdown. I think that was the proposition. So the people will be located through the structure of the government, through the chief and the assistant chief and Nyumba Kumi, which family really needs what kind of support. The government can facilitate that. So I don't see that to be, in fact, it's not an alternative or it's not given as an economic approach or an economic system. It is a mitigation program that, like what was introduced during the Grand Coalition. You remember when Baba went to Kibera and said ODM, and people answered and say Unga. ODM, they say Unga. And then they came up with Unga ya mtu wa chini na Unga ya watu wa juu. And it worked. By that time, DP was the Minister for Agriculture. Akaleta hii unga ya gunia. So the government can always come up with mechanisms to do mitigation for the people that are less fortunate as they work out on programs to get permanent solution to their crisis. We shouldn't dismiss that as unworkable. It can easily work. Bora imewekwa kwa budget na imekadiriwa vizuri na mpango umeweka kambambe ambapo the needy people that need that support can get it quietly, not as a political gimmick, but as a reality, and I'm sure it can work.
Bernard,
question for you.
Bernard, can I add something? Can I add something?
Can I ask Bernard a question?
Okay, let me receive the question from Sam.
Okay, Bernard, you said it very well, but I tend to disagree with you because we can see the country which you're trying to put that you can raise that money. You know, in first world countries, like the one that I'm in at the moment, they cannot even be able to pay that amount of money, because if you calculate that amount of money, it's like 150 plus billion every month the government is paying.
No. We need to correct that. That's not true. That's not true. So I'm sorry for interjection.
Why don't you want me to finish it? Then you can interject.
Okay, okay. You will help us on how you are arriving on the figure. Go ahead.
Yeah, you should have asked me, but if you say it's not correct, that's why you guys failed this show, because
no, that's how we speak, Sam. Just speak.
I tend to disagree because every time I come to the show,
no, don't teach people how to answer you, Sam.
Themba and Patriot mute your mics, okay?
No, I mean, see, Atuya ameongea hapa akamaliza, nobody interfered with him. Why do you always come here and then the first thing you start, you people spoiling the show? Atuya has talked. He has talked about UDA. Nobody has interfered with him. I don't think it's fair for us to come here. I mean, Atuya has been we have been rather very respectful. Atuya, nobody has interfered with you, have we? We have only come at the point at which we are asking questions. So
and we wanted to clarify so that it doesn't continue with the wrong narrative. Baba spoke about household. He didn't speak about giving everybody household. And when you do from that calculation, it doesn't arrive to that figure. So some listen to others when we are saying this. So why would we waste time calculating things from your head and you don't want us to tell you? Households is not every individual.
And then I think it's not fair to come to the show with already a preconceived mind that the show will be spoiled, and then you start accusing everybody here. So you are not even having an engagement. Let me now. That aside, Sam has gone. Let's not talk about someone who has left. Let me talk to. Now I want to just say something to Atuya, because he mentioned me. Atuya, thank you for what you have highlighted. I see you have brought in certain elements, and today I'm not going to try and convince a UDA member who has already decided on UDA. I'm just going to respect their position, but I want to highlight that as a young person and as a citizen, there's a constitution and there's constitutional demands. It is for you to ensure that whatever leader you are supporting, they respect the constitution. When you say here that you don't know the world over, where it has never been, it has been set a certain campaign period. Why do we have IBC, a body set by the constitution, giving out campaign timetable? Why do we have that? That's a constitutional requirement. So when you sit here and then you start saying there's nowhere where the constitution is saying that, I find that is our tragedy as a people. Let us love our people, the people we support, but also not forget our responsibility as a citizen. Love the person, but always, whether they do it 100 people or they do it 100 times, if it is wrong by the constitution, is wrong. You don't quote a bad thing to justify another bad thing. It's wrong when if it happened 10 times, if it's wrong, if it happens once. Not because people have been stealing every time, so stealing is okay. So you are quoting, 2013 it happened, 2014 it happened. So if it is happening right now and it is wrong, we should say it's wrong. Whether it has been done before or 100 people agree with us or not, it's wrong. The constitution sets when we should be having the campaign things happening. I mean, campaign, it gives a timetable, the thing is broken, and then we should, as a citizen, whether you support Raila or you support RUTO, call wrong. Whether, you may not have control of what they're doing, but at least you are shouting about it.
Okay. Can I be clear of what I meant?
Bernard, I was on to speak, please. Can I speak now?
Okay.
Bernard, just a clarification.
Hold on, Atuya. Atuya, hold on. Patriot, you want to say something about what Atuya said, or?
Yes, exactly. We are building on Atuya's story.
Yeah. Atuya, listen to Patriot, then you will respond to both. Thank you.
Well, I think all the discussions that we have on this panel have been quite progressive. And today, the way members put it, we've decided to play the devil's advocates so that we make the discussion more lively and learning from our friends and trying to feel into their shoes in their absence. That does not mean we've changed our positions. However, just going straight to what Atuya had just mentioned, it is very clear that Atuya is playing ignorant to some of the things he's trying to raise here. And it's good that this is made very clear for him to understand. This country, as we speak, the person who has the moral standard, the moral standard bar for the person who is in leadership as far as the constitution is concerned, either you're looking at it directly with the constitution or the general moral rule, is that the person who has the mantle of leadership, has been put on high expectations. The responsibility is heavier. When we talk about government, of course, it includes the opposition. But when you have been given the mantle, you have sworn by the Bible, whatever you do carries the day as far as what happens to that country, whether people supported you or didn't support you. Then the other thing you need to be alive to, Atuya, is that for sure, when you see things happening the way they are happening, it is not because probably some people are holier than others. The point is this: sometimes it is the issue of being lenient, it's the issue of being patriotic that things happen the way they are. Now, look like the example you just mentioned. You're talking about the KEMSA scandal. And the way you guys are peddling this is so careless. You can see you have a laptop. You must be having a desktop. If I was to put you to task clearly, I don't think whether you know where that case stands now. The KEMSA thing. You people just pick things from the your campaign programs and just throw them around. The issue of KEMSA is being processed. You cannot talk about the guilt while the process of getting justice is on. And that is where you need to understand, for some reason, some of the things that I mentioned about you have been a great excuse, and we agree, until, as much as we speculate, until the final whistle, the final hammer has been banged on the table, all this, we allow you to run with that. And those are the kind of narratives. There are a lot of accusations that have been presented on your end, and you've turned this quickly to be political. Gashagwa, the guy, when they're asking him about the 13 billion shillings, I would be very happy if you explain to us where 13 billion shillings came from. These are things that we treat to be as rumors as they are, and we expect you to treat our side the same. But if you're to balance the equation, how many people, in terms of equity, how many people on your end have accusations that are being processed, and on the Baba and the Uhuru side who have accusations, whether true or not? Your story is so big that one needs a very good author to write several books, whether they are true or not. And we've lived with that. In any case, if we were to be a bit careless like you, we'll tell you words that you might not like. Going to the dictionary, some of the meanings of the words that you have adjected to your nouns mean things that are quite vulgar openly, but we don't go to that because we have chosen to be patriotic. We have chosen to be careful on how we do our things. So Atuya, the questions you are presenting to me, they are what do I say? They are hypocritical in the sense that you want to just draw us to narratives that really don't stand up. When I mentioned, for instance, you've just come and said, oh, we have had some of you've been fighting. We have not been fighting. Let me clarify so that you get it clearly. When somebody tells you, for instance, from a political angle, Bernard, you said you come from Western, and Kisi and Nyanza, that's a big story as an item in politics. When somebody tells you, you want to be the MP and you don't have a house here, okay? If they tell you early enough, before the time of the real campaign, what you do, you build the house. You simply build the house so that they don't use that narrative at the last minute to say, this guy is a foreigner. He's been living in Nairobi and this is the time he has come. So when you do that, that does mean you have changed your philosophical, thinking in how you want to lead that very constituency. So borrowing from your opponent, in my view, as far as politics is concerned, it happens. And what happens is the perception which carries the day is what really counts. So back to Themba, the last one now, just back to Themba, because we were talking generally. I wasn't attacking Atuya, I was just making clarification. Themba, what I wanted to also bring to your attention is that as we discuss about the pros and cons on where we are politically as a country, because the big blocks is the UDA and the Baba, something that we need to bear in mind is that politics majorly is perception. Perception tends to carry the day when we are dealing with politics than reality. So that's where I come from when I was reasoning the way I was reasoning, because perception has seemed to carry the day, and sometimes that seems to be, and unfortunately, democracy is a Greek philosophy which goes with majority. If majority believed the perception and you didn't correct it, then that carries the day. Thank you.
Okay, Atuya, you can respond. Ancestor, swali ama nini tena?
Ningependa kuzungumzia just jambo moja lenye Atuya ameguzia kuhusu where we shall be able to get the 6K, yeah? I heard him talking of that. In fact, very fast, I want to tell you, Mr. Atuya, that hii 6,000 yenye umesikia baba akisema, hiyo pesa tutaipata. Na tutaipata kwa njia gani? What we are going to do, we are going to build industries. Now, these industries are going to accommodate these 10 million young Kenyans ambao umesema by 2023 watakuwa kwa market ya kutafuta kazi. Na hiyo itawezeshwa na nini? Once we slain this dragon which we call corruption. Na hiyo itamake Kenya iwe an inducive environment whereby hata these people of us, kuna hawa Kenyans wetu ambao wameinvest far away from home, tutawaambia now bring your businesses back at home. Wakileta hiyo businesses back at home, we will make Kenya an investment hub whereby tukiwa na hizo industries tuwe tuna add values on our products. Sasa tutatuma the likes of James Mwangi, tumwambie enda pale Eritrea, enda hapo Uganda, tutafutie businesses mahali tutakuwa tunapeleka these our products ambazo already zimekuwa added value, so tutapata do. Alafu na kitu kingine, kuna hizi multinational companies ambazo kazi yao every end of financial year wana declare losses instead of ya kudeclare profits, so that tupate tax kwao. Tutaweka chichopefu hapo hivi, amulike au mabwenyenye, taxes zilipwe vizuri, then tutapata surplus billions of money or trillions of money, whereby vijana wetu wale ambao hawatakuwa accommodated kufanya kazi kwa factories and industries watapewa 6,000 ama 10,000 per month.
Community ancestor, just on that.
Okay.
On
Thank
that
you.
issue of raising taxes, I think your principal, your party leader, should speak about the Kenyatta's family, the wealth that they have outside, which is untaxed. We had only one company that we were told it's almost worth 3 trillion or 3 billion. So, Speaker, when you say that he will do that when he's in government to bring that money back, you should tell him to do it right now. So, just to go back to Demba, actually my argument was, in the Kenyan Constitution, it is, I don't think there is a clause. If there is, you can help me with that. That actually makes it illegal for I, Atuya, today to start campaigning for a position that I want in 2027. If there is, and I don't think it's an immoral issue or it's an immoral issue. If I want to campaign for a Senate position in 2027 in Nyamira County, if I start campaigning now, I don't find it illegal in the Constitution for me to do that. And if you say that the deputy president he was sworn in, was given mandate, I will agree to that. But you, the same guys who de-whipped him his duties, I know you will all disagree. You're the same people who de-whipped him his duties as a deputy president. He has nothing to do in the office. He campaigns. Then it should be a non-issue. I struggled to get your point, Patriot. I struggled to comprehend on actually what you were trying to rebut on what I said. But if there's something I picked, it was about corruption.
Hold on. Did you say it should be a non-issue when the deputy president campaigns?
Yeah, it is a non-issue to me. You're the same guys who de-whipped him his duties, his roles. What do you want him to do? Patriot, I struggle to get your point.
Sorry for interrupting you, but just one question. The deputy president is presenting himself as the defender of the constitution. Is he only defender of the constitution in the courts and not in his own personal life?
Has he gone against the constitution?
Yes.
Where?
By violating his responsibilities.
Which ones? Which responsibility has he been given that he has not performed?
He's in the office as deputy president and not functioning as deputy president.
The Kenyan constitution. Let me finish this before.
The Kenyan
constitution.
The privileges. He enjoys everything. Then he goes and says he's not.
No, the Kenyan constitution. The Kenyan constitution says the deputy president shall be a principal assistant to the president. And he's given work to do by the president. If the president comes out tomorrow, if a president comes out tomorrow and says, I assigned Dr. William RUTO ABCD and he was unable to perform it, then we can conclusively agree that he has failed. But as much as he has not been given any roles, nobody should throw stones to him.
Atuya?
Yes.
When does the role of IBC start? Why should the IBC, what gives the IBC the mandate to set the period within which candidates should campaign? What law? What provision?
I cannot actually mention it, but I know that.
So you don't know.
Let me go on. I don't know. Which is your career? You're a lawyer. You like?
No, I'm just asking. I'm just asking you so that we are on the same page.
No,
do you know
like,
that it is?
People.
No, hold on. The IBC sets the campaign period, right?
I know there's the official campaign time. That is around. Is it 6 months to?
No, who sets?
After Parliament has been dissolved.
Who sets?
Then there is the official, the IBC, of course.
Given powers by what?
The Kenyan Constitution.
You just said there's no constitutional provision as to when you should campaign.
Yeah. Okay. Is there a law in the Constitution that makes it illegal for one to campaign 10 years before an election?
What is illegal? What is illegality? When you break the Constitution, you just said it is the IBC given powers by the Constitution.
You cannot read the Constitution where it favors you. I'm just asking, is there a clause that outlaws campaigning before elections?
Atuya, I'm answering your question.
There is a law.
It is December.
Okay, order, please. Order.
Can I add?
It is a moral issue, more of constitutional.
Yeah.
It's a moral issue.
It's a morality.
It's a moral issue. It's morality.
Patriot, you're misleading. You're misleading Atuya. Atuya has just said the Constitution gives IBC the mandate to set the period within which, if it was open, then there was no need for IBC to have that provision.
on this one, Temba.
So when you're saying it's a moral issue, you are actually giving an excuse. What Atuya is trying to find solace on.
Temba, I'm not defending him. I just want us to learn something.
No. Wait. You have told Atuya it's a moral issue. It is not a moral issue. Moral is whether you choose.
I wasn't telling Atuya, Temba. I was saying.
Atuya just said Wait, Patriot. Atuya just said that the constitution gives the IBC to set the period within which they should start campaigning. So if the constitution has already given IBC that powers to do that within that time, all right? Now, when he's asking you, where is it illegal? So what is illegality?
No, now, you know,
The illegality, Themba, the illegality is this. The illegality is this. One, it is the moral question. Number two is the spirit of the constitution. And you know why I'm telling Atuya this? The ruling against the BBI was highly anchored on the spirit, not the content of the constitution. So you can say it is constitutional, but you cannot quote. It's not in the literal written. There is a spirit. You know, when you talk about the constitution for lawyers, it is, you have to understand that the spirit that is carried in the constitution, there is the morality, there is the other elements that are not necessarily written. There is the undertones and the objectivity of the constitution. So a sitting deputy president, he is morally obliged, morally obligated, okay, to be a working deputy president until it is time. When Atuya is asking you to quote a constitution line, he knows you can't get it. It's not that. That's what I was trying to say. But that does not mean it's legal. It is illegal, yes, but on morality.
But Patriot, morality cannot be legal. It is illegal when it is against the law. When you are talking about morality, that one is out of law. It is illegality.
No, morality is in the morality is in the law.
No, you people, ngoja kwanza. There is something I want to bring up here. When civil servants are supposed to join politics, they are required by the law to resign early from their civil service so that they can go and campaign for political seats. You can't be a civil servant. You are full-time in the office as a civil servant, and then at the same time you are campaigning for a political seat. Educate me.
That's it. Okay. Can I, Bernard?
Go ahead.
Now hold on,
Okay.
Patriot, there's something you said there. You know,
Yes,
moral
sir.
requirement, for example, there's a law that has been written that it is wrong to sound like you are proposing agendas of another party while you are still on another party. That's the law. Now, the fact of the matter is, when you take it to try and prove it and get to know who is now, the problem now there comes in there. How do we find someone guilty? Okay, you might be against the law, but the fact that you cannot be, the threshold for proving that is higher, then it doesn't mean it is not illegal. The same thing, it is IBC that sets the agenda for the campaigns. But you see, IBC cannot take you to court. Someone else has to go to court. Now, that person trying to prove is now what Atuya will come in and start saying, no, how do you prove? You see? So to avoid those dramas, nobody's going to court. And it is just there, right there. But it is not okay for you to campaign before the IBC announces this is the time for campaign. But Atuya is right in terms of proving it. Now, prove for me. You see, now that is what now you are supposed to take to court.
Okay, Thambo. Then let me also add to that. So what I'm saying, I think you've brought it clearly. I was trying to answer Bernard. Let me answer the question of Bernard first before I get off the track. So Bernard, when we talk about morality as a parameter in leadership, it is a very interesting element that sometimes it depends on how the courts interpret that, to conjoin that with the written law. For instance, today, let me give you a clear example why, morally speaking, things politically are going the way they are. and somebody else can argue the other way around, but because it's morally incorrect, they will not change the trajectory. Let me give you an example. Today, it is morally wrong for us to have a presidential candidate coming from the mountain. It is only on morality that our brothers from the mountain are not presenting a presidential candidate this time round, you know, because they can easily do it. They have the numbers, but the information that has put them where they are today is a moral question, because they think, you know, other communities have a right to vie, they have been supported, and that moral obligation, which borders the spirit, it has left them with no option other than supporting any other person. That's morality. So the question you asked, in my view, Bernard, is that the morality part of this majorly depends on the interpretation of the courts. That's why some things, the way they remain, until somebody pursues the matter, until it goes to the hearing, all the three levels of judicial system, to the finality, and interpretations can be for or against. Then that's why, in my view, the DP, you know, had to violate this, knowing clearly that there is a very thin line, you know, for you to go out there and prove that it's guilty. But as Themba put it clearly, we need not to have started the campaign as Elliot started. But where I don't agree with him is where my party leader, all right, is being forced to go the gentleman way when somebody else that he wants to compete has been fighting, you know, on moral grounds, immorally, who has an edge over it. So to me, when you look at Raila Amolo Odinga, that's why I'm saying it's too late. He has to up the game. He has to play it well, because the law cannot really pin anybody down on this specifically. It's a long process. Bernard, that's my view.
Okay, thank you. Enough on that. Let's get the response from Atuya, and I think we should begin to call it a day. Tomorrow is a daybreak, is a building the nation day. So let us, we can begin to wind up unless there is something new. So Atuya, you give your response, and I think we should begin to take our closing remarks. Tukienda after Atuya is Tony, and then tunapanda namna hiyo. WG, I hope you are still around. Okay, Atuya, go ahead.
I think Patriot has already defended me against the attacks from my good friend Denver. So I'll go back to Patriot. There is an issue he was saying that the issue about corruption. My issue is, you know, your party leader, and I'm saying that because I strongly believe you're supporting Raila. Your party leader and his friend, Mr. Kenyatta, have portrayed themselves in the last few years as the people who are against corruption. They're the people who are actually defending the poor people from these corrupt leaders. So I expect the same zeal that Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga have been having on the cases of other people. I expect the same to deal with the same cases of corruption around their own people. That's my issue. I'm not defending anybody from corruption, and I'm one of those people who says if Western Hotel has been proved that it's on public land, let it be brought down. And so should all the illegally acquired land, 3% of Kenya, that belongs to a certain family, should be given back. And so is the people living, the Moi family that lives and has a big land in Mau, and the Tobicos should be removed. You cannot just seem to be acting on the lesser human of this country, chase them out of Bau. The people who doesn't belong to your political circles, take them to court. We are questioning Gachagwa's 13 billion, but we are not questioning the source of the 3 billion that is stashed in those foreign accounts. I was listening to somebody, and I think Bernard has read the book Facing Mount Kenya. I have not read it, but I'm told Kenyatta came out of prison with 9 shillings in the bank.
Sorry,
In
Atuye, were you asking a question? If it is a question, make it.
Yeah.
If it's a question, make it in summary.
Yeah, in a few years after Kenyatta came out of prison with 9 shillings in the account, he owned 3% of Kenya. That is what we want to question. And I want one Raila Odinga to question that. We are questioning the DP's sources of income, source of the wealth. We also must question which business did Mama Ngina Kenyatta do to own what she owns. Now, my question to you was, be fair when it comes to corruption. I think that was the issue. And then you raised something about households. So before I even gave the numbers that I had here, so you said it is household and not the jobless people. So
not individuals. It's job. It is household. And I stand by that. Household. Yes.
From the figures that I had, it was around 7 million of unemployed people. So we can cut that by a half, and we can say it's 3 million households will be paid 6,000.
No, you're not a statistician. Don't go to that. We know how to do that. So don't go to that. That's not the way to do it.
Okay, let's use that figure. Then you will
Just
deconstruct
let
that
him
later.
make his point, then you can poke holes in it.
You will debunk that later. So if I'm seeing that if 6,000 is given to the 3 point whatever million people in this country, that is around 250 billion shillings per year. Our currently we contribute the Kenyan counties actually share 370 billion. Now you're seeing if the counties are being given 370 billion, now we want to give some households 250 billion. And then someone was here, community ancestor, telling us that the 6,000 will be available because Raila Odinga will build industries in each and every village. So I don't know, it will take how many years to build the industries first so that we can employ these people so that they can get the 6,000. So it's just a narrative that was ill-calculated. It does not merge with whatever he's campaigning on. It was ill-informed. And I'm very sure most of you can't buy it, but you will defend it on TV.
So Bernard.
Yes, Patrick,
I'd like to
respond,
comment.
please.
Okay, what I want to let my brother know. Hello? Am I audible?
Patriot, respond quickly in 1 minute so that Musa also can add on it to answer Kufunga.
Am I online? Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Patriot. We can hear you. Umeji mute, officer.
Okay. There.
Go ahead.
Since Atuya has put us to task, I think it's good to answer him. Yeah. Atuya, do you have a passport? Just a quick one. Do you have a passport?
No.
Okay. I know where I was asking.
I can look for one. If you want me to come visit, I can get one.
Okay. So in the developed countries, there's what we call social welfare. A social welfare is not a one-off program. In developed countries, there are no people who sleep hungry. There's no way. The government is obligated to provide food, so people don't sleep hungry. Housing and other. That's a complex, project, which we will be able to tell you as we go on. When we get the power. So what I want to tell you is a reality. It happens. Now, where does the money come from? I just want to give you a little bit of the tips how we're going to get that money. Currently, the biggest leakage of the money that should go to the people is corruption. Corruption leaks, and you developed on that story the other day. Corruption leaks 2 billion shillings in a day from our budget. you can do the math, how much we lose at the end of the year. If that leakage is sealed, then that answers your question, Atuya. I think we agree. The next thing, where the money was to come, I think it's good you reasoned that how long are we going to have the factories before that happens? That's not where we were going to get the 6,000 shillings. The 6,000 shillings is already available. We have matters economics. That tabulation has already happened. Raila does not lie. By the time he speaks of a figure, he will never change. It is 6,000 for every household. Then the last thing, which you also asked, I want to be very specific. The Mao issue. You know, I like Atuya the way you come with facts. Now, let me talk about the Mao issue. The people you are speaking about, they are not in Mao forest that you can take to any bank. The names that you are trying to peddle around here, they are not in Mao forest. There is Mao. I want to educate you something about Mao because I know. There is Mao. Then there is what we call, I'll equate to the Gaza Strip, if you understand the Gaza Strip, the Palestine and Israel. Gaza Strip is land that belongs to nobody, okay, to separate Palestinians and the Jews, which has been in contention up to today. And this is actually the issue of the Mao. From the forest, there's the Gaza Strip. The people you are speaking about are people who are outside the Gaza Strip, the immediate owners of land after Gaza Strip. That is ancestrally properly owned land by the Maasai. You get facts to the contrary, I'll be ready to withdraw my statement. So why I was hard on you is that you come here with the half truth. You know, half truth is hurting. You rather not know it. When you come with half truth, then you confuse people. That's why I was getting hard on you. That when you talk about half truth, that's where the whole thing gets funny. Lastly, you talked about the offshores investment, and you've just carelessly thrown those words around. Let me also teach you something. We have over 18 countries that today are, you know, put in the line of developed countries, mainly because they are investment havens. Mainly because they're investment havens. And I'll give you the list. 1, the UK. 2, South America. 3, Mauritius. 4, Australia. The list is long. And today, including Singapore, when we look at how we want to move our country to the next level, one of the things I will tell you, if we were to reason from the economic point of view, I'll tell you, let Kenya be an investment haven, you know, and it's legal. It's very legal. So it is not illegal for one to invest out there. The other day we handled this. I don't know why you didn't pick it. It's not illegal to invest anywhere in the world. It is correct. What really is of concern is how you get that money. Then on the same bit, if the DP today is using the wrong history of our country to perpetuate the same, that cannot be a right. You cannot tell me today, this is when you realized that the first family who RUTO supported 2013, 2017, and they are now in government, you want to tell me this is the time you want to question their wealth just because you have stolen a few things here and yet you were poor the other day. So having a wrong does not, justify the wrong. So assuming that the first family was wrong, you need to be more guilty because these are the people you've been supporting leadership. And now you are telling us, oh, let's ask where they got their money from. Probably the money that they had is what made you DPs and who you are. So let's not play double standard. That's what I will tell you. And you have no more authority to question the wealth of the first family anyway, because in the first place, they're the people who have made you to be the DPs. That's my rebuttal to you.
Yes, and I
quickly on the land issue, I think Mtembei made it very clear here that in the past, and I got that from my grandfather, people acquired land by clearing the bush. The land registration just came in the other day, I think in the 70s. But in the previous day, when the Bantus were moving from Congo forest, they occupy a place, they clear the bush, that was known as their land. So it was
a quick one, Bernard. So
Yes.
the Kenyatas went to coast and cleared bushes and acquired land. Huh?
Why are you rushing to cut my point?
I will answer that one. I will answer that one.
Okay, thank you. So I am just saying that from the past, the land registration program was introduced by SK Macharia was the one saying it was called from abroad after independence. Then they began that process of land registration. From my own family, we had like my grandfather had like 3 lands, and then we lost some of the lands because during the registration process, my father had gone to work in the city, so the land was shared and allocated, and he was not there, so we lost some lands that we had occupied, but because we were absent at the time for registration, they were written on one number, and then the others were shared by the villagers. That's how we lost the land. All the same, Musa, what were I saying?
Yes, it's just one sentence once again. Tuya alikuwa amesema Kenyatta came out of prison with 9 shillings. I think hapa there is some kind of misinformation, and I think some few days back we discussed this, if anyone can remember. Kenyatta came out of prison with 9 shillings. Mtu akitoka prison hatokangi na mashamba yote yenye ako nayo ama magari yote yenye ako nayo kutoka from the prison. Mtu akiingia prison huwa anapatiana mshipi, anapatiana kiatu. So Kenyatta had 9 shillings when he went into prison. Literally, he had 9 shillings, and that is what he gave out. Now, you guys, nyinyi watu wa UDA, you are coining the truth, mona mix so that it can appear like it's a fact. The fact is, and get it clear, he came out of prison with the 9 shillings, and the issue of hii mashamba yote ambayo inasemwa, you guys have answered him. I think mumemu answer, but listening to one of the lectures zenye Raila was talking, one of the meetings, in fact, I watched it on Mutembei TV like few months ago. One of the earliest meetings Raila akifanya na Mount Kenya leaders, he gave a good story on how the Kenyatas and other earlier Kikuyu people got their land, like how Kenyatta amepata hii 3% of Kenyan land. Wazungu walikuwa waliwapatia literally, I can try to explain it in Kiswahili, like in literal manner. They gave them land, wakasema the only way you can acquire this land ni we lease it to you, or we give it to you so that you guys can buy, and that is among the reasons why walikosana na Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, because Jaramogi wanted hizi mashamba socialism, wapatiwe watu warudishiwe mashamba ipeanwe tu hivyo hivyo, but the Kenyatta side ambayo ni capitalism, someone will correct me, it was that watu wanunue shamba, watu wanunue, ule mwenye ana uwezo anunue shamba so that iandikishwe kwake, but hii upande ingine ilikuwa inataka gawa tu shamba tu igawanywe hivyo hivyo. On to my last point, Tuya said that the DP should just campaign because the constitution does not haimkatazi yeye kucampaign. Okay, as for me it's not a matter of ni sheria imesema hivi ama haijasema hivi. It's a matter of is it morality ama integrity? I don't know the correct words, but wewe mtu mko kwa nyumba, wewe bwana na bibi yako, alafu the bibi anakupose kimpango, what should you do? You as the DP, the best thing you can do is just to resign na uanze uongelee mambo yako nje ya nyumba. It is not fair wewe mimi ninakuongelesha huko kwa nyumba yangu na unafanya mambo tu opposite na mimi. I mean it does not make sense. Hata ukijaribu kujustify aje, it does not make sense. And with that I close my remarks.
Okay, thank you. And those were also your closing remarks. I'm very happy. Atuya, you want to respond? Nataka tumalize hiyo maneno we
Quick
hear from Tony
questions.
tukifunga
Quick
tukienda.
questions.
Yes.
Bernard,
Quick
we were
questions.
closing.
Yeah, just a quick question to Musa. So you expected the independent Kenyans, the very poor Kenyans who were slaves at the Wazungu's farms, to have money to buy their ancestral land back. So they needed to have money to buy their land back, right? So
It's not
Kenyatta's
literally
Kenyatta's
not
had the
not
advantage
literally to have money.
How are they to acquire that land? Their own land.
Like loan. The
Loan.
Wazungus
You
they
get a
loan you.
loan to acquire your own land. I come to your
That's
farm
how,
today, I chase you, and then you
that
take.
is why Kenyatta differed with Jaramogi. Jaramogi wanted hizo mashamba zipeanwe.
Not even Patriot or Bernard Demba will agree with you with that one.
Yes,
So
they don't have to
just
agree with me, but that's the way it was at that time.
Thank you, Musa. Thank you, Musa. I think the point is clear. The issue of land is an emotive issue in this country, and probably we'll get a shot just to discuss my story of land. And then the issue that the Kenyatta family has the 3/4 of this country is neither here or there. Muende kupima kwanza, mkuja na measurements. Mwache story ya ku blow things out of proportion. How can one own 3/4 of the country? Let's be realistic.
Not 3/4, 3%.
Only 3% is what your complaint is, not even a tithe. So please let's leave it there. We'll do a show on the land issue. We'll get the Ndungu report, take the truth and truth, justice, and
TGRC.
the hair report, all of them. Then we do a thorough program on the same, so that we settle this matter once and for all. But politicians have taken advantage of that just to whip up emotions, and it's not right to be opening up a wound every time for your personal gain. It's immoral, it's unpatriotic, and uncalled for. Tony.
Yes. So finally you gave me the chance. I think it's worth to speak something about land, but it's ambiguous to discuss land during the election period, because land issues are very emotive in this country, and quite honestly, land laws have gone transformations since independence up to this time, which gives advantages to those who were smart before us to gain advantage of land over years. Most of the land was gifted to individuals, and those who were smart, of course, took land as as you said, like if you go clear somewhere and they start putting your animals there or farm there, that automatically becomes your portion. Yeah, so it's neither here nor there that you can really discuss like the first family has more land than anybody else. Of course, yes, because themselves was smart, and he was using the free labor or people who were, loyal to him, the chiefs and the like, to gift him with some land so that they can stay near. They feel like they were safe to stay near him. Yeah, but of course, the current president is simply a victim. I mean, he's a member of the family. He did not take anybody's land. He grew up with all those assets associated with this family, and he's not the only. He's one of them. Okay, let me go back to the main topic about the elections. The campaigns about DP RUTO and our favorite Baba. As I have always held, is like Baba is the next 50th president, and the smart thing that is being assisted with is the mafia of Central Province, who are they call them tycoons or call them business brokers or political brokers, all the golf players. The dice is already cast.
Tony, mind your language. Mind your language, Tony.
Okay. Okay. I believe that the already casted dice is meant. The DP is a smart guy in politics, but he made a grave mistake, especially by defying his boss or he becoming insubordinate too much, and then no one actually would accept him to be at the helm of the country with what he has shown to be. I promise you, whether he wins, he gets more votes or not, he will not take the office. He will not take the oath. Why I say that is because you know how many times Baba won, and because of the propaganda, they never allowed him to take off. What is going to be different with the DP? It is being fought right, left, west, south, east, north. They will not let him be. And right now, because of the matrix of the deputy president, his probability of becoming at the helm of the country's mantle is very slim, simply because people like Peter Kennedy, all the Lee Nyanji, or anybody else, these are young thugs. They have more time to be. After Baba finishes, it's going to be 10 more years for Baba and 10 more years for whoever is going to be the DP. And that's going to be the song. Walipe deni ya kwanza, alafu hiyo ingine itakuja kujulikana. But anyway, when I look at the probability of the safety or security of the nation, how it's gonna be, it's kind of.
Tony.
Yes, Tony, you have good points. Choir. Mute kwanza, mute first.
You might need
Take
to
care
take
of the
care of
choir
it.
first, then you will come back. Thank you. All right. WG. Upo haupo? Okay. Tony, indicate if your choir has gone to umalizie. Lord have mercy. Okay, let's have Penny in the meantime. Penny, give your closing remarks. Tukiendelea namna hiyo tufungashe hiki kitu mapema leo. Hata sio mapema, saa 10 ndio hii inaanza kunichungulia.
Okay, I was just looking at the two rallies today and made some conclusions. In the DP's address at the Isiolo rally, he mentioned the fact that he's not after Vios and Mamlaka, that his first priority should be to give jobs to the jobless. And I was just wondering and making an analysis. He has been in the government for 9 years. So one wonders whether he's just waking up to the fact that there are jobless people, and he has been in government for 9 years. The other fact is also that he's a DP currently he's the DP but not doing any work. You know, he so claims that he has not been assigned any work, and he claims that he's not after position. So one wonders why he cannot. One wonders whether he doesn't have a conscience, because if he had a conscience, he should have resigned and concentrated on his ambition of being the president and campaigning. He also comes out as someone who doesn't have constructive criticism, as he's still calling his opponents names. Then he's still harboring ill feelings towards the Mount Kenya Foundation for calling his opponents for interview. And he even says that he will not go for the interview. So you see that this is someone who is a threat to the rich in the country. He seems to be more comfortable with the poor, but he has a problem with the rich. So one wonders what will happen to the rich when he clinches power. So he comes out as someone who is very dangerous. Then in his address today, he also mentioned something to do with his opponents wanting the budget allocation for Isiolo slashed down, which I think is propaganda as usual. I don't think that is what was in BBI. BBI was in support of the 1 man, 1 shilling. So I think the other team also should be very careful about such propaganda. Then yeah, about the issue of corruption, Atuya has been on Baba's case for not being able to confront corruption. But one also wonders why the DP, being in government with his 150 MPs, why can't he's in a better position to fight corruption when it's still in government than to look up to Raila to be the one to fight when he's in the opposition side. He's not officially in government. So I think DP is in a better position to handle corruption when in government. So I think that is my observation today, and I arrest my case.
Thank you. He is. Let me not say that. I will say that later. Tony, are we now good?
Yes, I'm good. I escaped with the basement, man.
Yes. So you take your 1 minute summarize tumalize maneno tafadhali.
Yeah. So yeah, basically, my strongest opinion is that the deputy president is a smart politician, and he truly had a better chance of taking power. But I think he miscalculated so much. Now I wonder what his backyard is saying, because his backing dogs are very quiet, like Murkomen and the other Sudi and the like. And I guess behind the curtains there are some wars in between them. Of course, they set him out to go and look for votes, assuring him of the home background support, but it's no longer so, because they are also fearing some foreigners are becoming too close to him, and they fear their positions in case he succeeds. So he has a two-way fight to fight. Of course, on the national level, he has spent a lot of money, and as we have realized, he does not get support unless he gives handouts. Every place he goes, he has to give cash handouts. And unlike Baba, you see, he only gives handouts where there is need and where it is justified, and it's much less more. So what about if he was not giving these handouts? And the system is going to dry the source of his handouts, and that is going to be, he is going to lose all the support because he is buying it literally. So I think it's upon us as citizens to interrogate our leaders before we vote. By the way, I'm also running. So,
which seat?
Welcome to the field.
Yes, I'm strongly running. Yes, I'm strongly running for the MP position for Kitutu Masaba.
Nyamira County.
Nyamira County, formerly for Anyona. So I'm on the ground and I'm on running hard and watch my space. I'm the next MP.
You should have looked for me long time ago, man.
Thank you very much. So we've just been discussing with Mtembe. We'll be doing a show here for aspirants to share with your constituents what you're offering them. So tuonane kando ya curtain vile tutapanga hiyo show. You will have an hour to come and tell your people what you think you are more suited to deliver to them as their MP, as their senator, as their governor, the rest. And tell the rest of the aspirants who would want a platform like this to use and share their views. Bora tu kuja na propaganda, kuja tu tuambie vizuri, hii mambo iko hivi. Sawa sawa?
Yes, asante.
Thank you Tony.
Wacha niangalia hao waheshimiwa sasa.
Wewe shughulika, charity begin at home.
Thank you.
God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we go straight to community ancestor. Your closing remarks.
Yeah, in fact, my closing remarks are ningependa kuambia Atuya, kama umetuambia kuwa by 2023 or 2022 tutakuwa na 10 million unemployed people, which means since your man, Deputy President, President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta took over office, every year hizi technical schools, universities zimekuwa zikimwaga 1 million jobs, whereby hakuna job yoyote mmecreate for these people, and ni kitu ya ajabu sana, nimeshangaa sana. So a great leader is someone, in fact, who welcomes people so that they can be able to feed him or her opinions, because he is there or she is there to serve people. But a dictator president is somebody who feels uncomfortable when people come to his vicinity. Reason being, maybe he is scared that if he commits something which is wrong, the people will be able to topple him or her. So, to Raila Amolo Odinga, William Samoei Ruto, and all aspirants, which category do you belong? Do you belong in a leader who welcomes people with different opinions, or in that opposite which I have said? Now my parting shot, I know itawaguza, but ni hivyo, wacha niiseme. To you, Raila Amolo Odinga, I give you credit as a father of devolution, as a father of the new constitution that was promulgated in 2010. Now, if you take over presidency come 2022, you catch the neck of the monster we call corruption. Then declare Kenya as a free country from corruption. Then wherever I am or wherever I will be, I will tell my living God to let Harun sleep well at his set time, because I know behind I will leave my kids and Kenyans at large enjoying the fruits of economic freedom our forefathers shed their bloods for. I thank you all.
Okay, Thank you, Arun, community ancestor himself. We appreciate your contribution on this platform. I want to go to Atuya and then Themba. Mi nitasema la mwisho alafu ni, I think ningesema okay, yeah. Let's hear from Atuya first. Your closing remarks.
You know, you guys are so many in here, so my closing remarks always just
We
becomes
have no way of balancing this thing.
No, I know. I know the kind of headlines you put scare my people. So we are not violent. I don't know where.
Just 1 minute, Bernard. Atuya unasimama kiti gani brother? Unajua hata mimi natoka nyumbani.
Mimi sisimami bana. Mimi I'm a die hard supporter na.
Wewe ni campaign manager, achana yeye.
Sisimami raundi.
Amepromisiwa CS.
Those are good prayers, bana Bernard. There is Patriot. I don't know where he left. You know, he was purporting to be educating me or the forum by actually misinforming the Kenyans who are watching, and unfortunately he left. When he says that he is educating me or the forum about the issue of giving money, the 6,000 issue we're speaking, and he was comparing that to developed countries. He is not educating, but he's giving an opinion, of which his opinion I don't agree to. We cannot equate Kenya to the United States, for instance, when it comes to such issues of taking care of the very vulnerable in society. We cannot equate the two countries. Number two, I think you guys have always spoken about this, and I think last week you took me to task about it. The tokenism ideology. You guys were saying RUTO is promoting tokenism ideology by promising people will give them money. But we have never ever said we will give money. We've said we will create a fund where mama mbogas, boda boda guys, the small scale people will get loans. But now real tokenism is promising households money. You trying to make a young man who's 22, 23, because he doesn't have a job, he will sit in the house and he will get 6,000. That is the greatest tokenism that I've ever had. Again, Patriot was actually saying about the Gaza Strip and equating it to the Mau. And I want to task him. There's a report, I cannot remember the name, but there's a report I remember Aaron Choriot brought it to JKL. And he gave Jeff Koinange to read the names that actually own land in Mau, and Jeff was unable to read because it's a legal issue. You cannot just mention people. The Moi family owns acres of land. You cannot purport to say that it is in no man's land. The Moi family cleared Mau forest and they acquired large pieces of land where he has a factory by the name Kiptagich Farm. There are Tobicos, there is the late Ntimama. Those people own actually land in the Mau forest. So Patrick, wherever you are not educating this forum, you are lying to this forum. There's a report, and I will come with the name. I'll go and check the JKL report where Aaron was in that interview. And then Raila Odinga made the land issue a campaign thing in 2013. When we are doing it in 2022, you guys are crying foul. I remember in 2013, Raila and remember, was it Wetangula actually said Uhuru is selling his illegally acquired land and bribing voters. But today, when we speak about that illegally acquired land, someone comes in and says you cannot question the first family for owning land. Land illegally acquired, any beneficiary of theft is a thief. You cannot sanitize Uhuru that he got his wealth from his father. The land, the properties that the family has is questionable. I was listening to somebody asking the richest people in this world. You can name them, and you can name what they invented, and how they acquired their wealth. You cannot mention one thing that Mama Ngina did to have 13 offshore companies. And then Patrick was actually again purporting to educate me about offshore accounts. We know all about them. They are not illegal; they are legal. But there are issues with those having those accounts. We question the source of the money that is stashed there. When we have presidents of some very corrupt countries keeping their money there, we have our president keeping his money there with not even his own name, but with some code. Why the top level of secrecy about his money if it's well earned? And then I think Penny has left. She raised some issues. I cannot because she left. I just leave it. And what was else? Was I supposed to talk about? I think I'll just leave it at that, and I'll just ask for equal prosecution of corruption cases. If something was working for you in 2013, the land issue, it should work in 2017, in 2022. We cannot have double standards about that. And that is it. Now, the two of you, you can now prosecute me. You have the floor, and you can take it home.
Wacha hiyo defense mechanism yako. We are coming for you, and your points are clear. Only that your point of references are the ones that are wanting. In the sense that you're saying that the NASA people made the land issue a campaign issue in 2017. So we have also decided to make it a land issue. I mean, an issue in the campaign, and that should balance each other, and that should justify any group that is using that. Now, to me, that is not a legal provision. That somebody did something doesn't necessarily make it a right for somebody else to use it on the ground that because it was used. You should tell us the Constitution allows us to do this or to do that, in my opinion. And then matters of presidency. The DP is free to go for the presidential seat. He has expressed his desire to be the Kenya's president, but he should remain a desire and then offer himself as a candidate to be elected as president. He should not make it a matter of we have to elect him or else. That, in my opinion, doesn't go well with some Kenyans, if not all, because the presidential ticket is after the parliament is dissolved, that seat will be open for any Kenyan who is 35 years and above, of sane mind, and wants to be president, will be free to express their desire and go ahead and pay the 1 million, whichever, get the signatures, and be cleared by IBC to run. So let it not be an issue of I have to be president, and the campaign is these people are trying to stop me. This is what is open for everybody. Let's not narrow it to somebody being stopped. I don't appreciate that, especially when it's coming from somebody who is in authority and in knowledge. Okay, in knowledge, clear knowledge that this thing is open for competition and the best man will win. And that best man doesn't have to be him or another man. The voters will decide. Then casting aspersion. I know everybody doesn't agree with me, but elders have a stake in this country. They have a say. And respecting traditional values is an important aspect of our politics. As much as we are wherever.com and youthful, our traditional values are important. And that is why some they are questionable acts that are taken by politicians, like that being made an elder of this community, being made an elder of this community, being confirmed as an elder of this community. All that is not undertaken as a Christian ritual. It is undertaken as a traditional requirement. You're made a Meru elder, you're made a Aluo elder, Aluya elder, Kalenjin elder. All that is done traditionally. Now, these traditions have a way of giving us our identity as a people. And so when we begin to rubbish them and begin to make jest of them, what we are doing is we are eroding our own identity. Then what are we left with at the end of the day? So let's play our roles properly. And then DP claiming to be the kingpin of Mount Kenya, and anybody wanting to get to Mount Kenya, he has to talk to him. In my calculation, Ian overshooting. that one is not just disrespectful. It is intimidating to the owners of the house. Na hiyo sioni ikichukuliwa vizuri na wazee. Mimi sio mzee, lakini wazee hawezi kuchukua hiyo namna hiyo. Boma la watu lazima liheshimiwe, na kama umeletwa kama mgeni kwa boma la watu, unatembea ukiwa makini. Kwetu wanasema if you go to a foreign land, you suspend yourself so that where they push you, you get pushed. But if you go there and begin to demand, I don't think you will stay there longer than you would want to. So let's remain at a proper focus. Put Kenya first, even in the campaign. Propaganda sawa, kwa sababu siasa inaenda hivyo, lakini kukuwe na propaganda kiasi, sio produce propaganda on every issue. Now, I will land there, but before Themba gives his closing remark, Sam has come back. Sam, are you there?
Yes, Bernard.
Yeah, you can make your submission and your closing remark. Tunafungasha.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Bernard. Hi, everyone. Follow Demba, I nilingia and I didn't want to actually start at that tempo that was, so I had just to go because I didn't want to talk much of what was happening. That's why I had to leave, and it wasn't good. So, first of all, about the issue of our presidential candidate, I would say number one, Raila Amolo Odinga has started his campaign, and remember, this is a man who has been on campaign seasons since 1982. 1992, he has been the man on the road campaigning. So I would say, like any other driver who's gained experience, so he knows how to navigate corners well. He know how to plan his journey well. So I'll give a credit where it belongs, and I'll say, to me, if I will be asked to comment, I'll say he's doing good to the best of his interests and his supporters, and that's the way to go. Another thing that I would want to allude on is about our Kenyan rallies and and political meetings. I would say if today any other politician, let's say between the two, William Ruto and Raila, goes to the same place, you will see the same people coming. But the difference comes when the day of casting ballot comes. That's the time you will know who are the real people who came to see. Because somehow might be our people are idle and they will be able to come and see. And I'd like to correct something that I heard sometimes here and also in the group. Is all about when a politician goes to a place and he pulls a crowd. To some people, they will even pull up and say that even in this place Kidurai. When there's an accident, a bus get an accident in Anguka, it can even pull up a crowd. That one was one time referred when Ruto was there. So I would I would say for me, one thing that I would say regarding this crowd, I don't want to be objective and say much like if the crowd comes, this is the man to carry the day. There's no one to be ignored at that point. The whole question remains: what do these people subscribe to, of which they're not telling us whether they subscribe on this candidate or not this one, because they will come and they will cheer up. You see, in Migori they came, and you can't lie to yourself that those people who came to Migori they will vote Ruto 100% or even 50% of the crowd. So with the issue of campaign crowd and the one you say that is tsunami, to me I would say the real tsunami will come on the secret ballot when someone is going to cast the votes and now the results come rolling down, because our Kenyans, we have to prove a level of democracy whereby we will welcome any other leaders to show one Kenya, but they think democracy itself, uh, they will be able to express it when someone goes to the ballot and vote. So to me, I would say we can carry all the day, use all the political language or yeah, and propagandas, but a day will come where it will separate the water and the oil itself, and that's now the time you will know who was really who on the ground. At the moment, we can use our own interests in heart to say, hey, Ruto leo amebeba watu Isiolo, ama Raila leo ameshika Subukia, people have come. People might come that way, but you might be disappointed on the day of the ballot. Because to me, I would say one thing about Raila, he is a man who has been pulling this crowd. It's not something new for him. Unlike Ruto, who might be the first time for him to vie for presidency, I would say Ruto has tried as a person. I would say he started actually selling his agenda and campaign and resonate well with the people. And to me, I would say any other means that someone wants to use as a means of campaign should never even worry as an opponent, because to say that I've seen Bernard or these guys on the other side, me as I'm a Ruto diehard, and to say that I've seen those people who are supporting Baba having so many problems with all the things that Ruto is using while campaigning, and I would see, to me, I would say anyone who wants to come with their own style, the real judges are the people on the ground to see if it resonates well with them. Everyone has their own tricks, of jumping in the forest, As long as you can navigate around the forest using any kind of trick you use, that one should not even bother your opponent of what you're doing, there is a technical part of it that I might say either way, if it was working, if it was done by Raila to encounter what Ruto, that is what we call the technical part of it, saying, oh, now me I can now pay this amount of money monthly to this household, like the way they've said here, because I think I was missing that point. If that was a matrix to counter what Ruto has been going on with, that's good as far as the competition of vote searching or vote hunting is concerned. But one thing that I would want to say about that is it should be done because everybody has got their own right to say what they want. And as much as we go to these things, people will see. In fact, like the way we will be talking about the issue of land and stuff, people like I would say, me and you, we can differ strongly, based on the candidate we see. But the real thing is, those people who are on the ground, the voters, how do they feel? Because for me, I would say I might not be feeling the pinch of what people are feeling on the ground, but they know what's going on the ground. And the day of the ballot will come, they will vote. One thing that will make made me to understand that is when we had our campaigns, I think in this side of Western, like Abuchai my party actually it was like an euphoria, thinking like they would be able to get the votes. But when the real day of the ballot came, the truth came out. So that's the truth that me and myself I'll be waiting to see on that day when we're going on the ballots. Lastly, to sum it up, is I wanted to actually say one thing that according to every little thing that are happening in the country, it's good as a countryman to reason and not being biased on where you think that it favors you. For example, if the question and the issues of corruption, let us not be selective and have a selective mind on how things are happening. Give a credit where it belongs, and it makes a conversation good when you say, hey, hapa kweli kunaenda hivi. But I know if I want to defend something, if I'm very creative enough and I learn literature, I can twist something which is not right to look right, and that's what most of us we try to do here. Trying to be good to counter some statement, but it's just a open and shut truth. So one thing that I was just saying is all about corruption. Corruption has gone in our country, and a lot of things are happening. And for someone, a point that I picked when I was listening on YouTube in the background, I heard someone saying about the issue of land, that we were meant to buy the land. Who who resonate that your land, which was your ancestral land, that you need to buy it? Where on your country? Who is that person that you're paying the money to? And how did he acquire? We have to be honest. Shamba ilikuwa ni wazee walifukuzwa, bado wanauguza majeraha ya kufukuzwa kwa mlima huko, kwa hizo white settlers islands huko, alafu bado unasema unataka kuja kuwauzia. Wameenda wamehangaika huko, mumeenda mumewasanya huko, watapata wapi hiyo pesa ya kununua? you know and the Ebo family knew about it. Alafu tusijidanganye, siasa yetu ya Kenya at the moment inakuwa control with the interest of some people. They will take some, like, let's say for example, they will take a party leader like Raila, wamwambie we are fronting you because you can articulate our issues. And then everyone will just sing, and because of the interest of their heart, they want to do things wachunga mali yao wenye waliiba. But I hope one day that the justice to those people who are crying, it will be actually be done one day in Kenya, because there are people wenye walinyang'anywa mashamba yao, the Ndungu report haiwezi funguliwa. Kuna vitu mingi sana imefanyika. In fact, hata like, let's say for example, even the election yenye imekuwa ikiibiwa, we cannot champion all those bad things that have happened before. We really want to have a good Kenya ile itatufanya wewe, mimi na wewe Bernard, we feel like we are one together. But tukikuwa ni ile Kenya ile itatufanya tuone ni kama sisi ni adui. We can stand once and build a strong Kenya together, but we can never stand apart and purport to be building one Kenya together. And another last thing before last thing nikimalizia, this issue whereby they're saying they're gonna be paying that money to the household, meaning we have to bring down the value of our currency. The currency value yetu lazima maybe irudi chini kama ile ya Tanzania ama Uganda, and then we can be able, ile ukienda kwa hoteli unaweza kula, maybe like let's say utumie kama ni chai, unaweza nunua chai 200, kikombe moja ni 200, ama let's say 300 or 500. That's now the economy that can venture well with that amount of money giving out, because this is a third world country. We're struggling a lot of things. Don't forget that we have corruption here, which is hounding us every day, every second, every minute of our lifetime. Countries like Australia, US, they have zero corruption. Pesa zao zote zinaingia kwa kikapu. But Kenya, with being on a third world country, bado tuna struggle na corruption, bado tuna struggle na vitu mingi, and jobless people. We don't have those people when you're productive to pay taxes. And now we are putting that we want to pay this money. So that one itself will be, kwa sababu kama tumeishi tukiomba madeni, sasa hii pesa ya kulipa hawa watu itatoka wapi, to be honest? you know, and that one squarely goes even to what the deputy president was saying. I would say, but that one was itatoka kwa side here, but I don't know how it's gonna be. But to me, I would say really that one I don't think, but it might be a political statement to counter the other one. It might work to him kupunguza makali ya ile statement from deputy president side, of which that one is allowed for Raila to do that because it's a game now. It depends on how you flip your cards. If you flip your cards well, it can work for you, you know, just to counter another narrative. So to me, I would say we have a long way to go as Kenya. We are a third world country and we have a lot of things. Corruption is there. A lot of people are still under poverty line. It is hard to get that one. I would wish to see if Raila becomes a president. I would want to see him if he's going to implement that. Then I will know that Kenya might be rich as more than we knew. Labda kuna mshimo kubwa sana mahali pesa inaendana, na kama ataziba hiyo shimo na apatie Wakenya hiyo pesa, bas, that's it. Thank you very much, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Sam. I believe that the government has ways of mitigating the ills of the people, and this has been demonstrated in the past. So I'm sure it can be demonstrated, but it's not as an economic policy or a process of permanently supporting people who are unemployed. There must be exit strategy from the same. So as the government begins to support, like Nyayo used to give us milk, maziwa ilikuwa inatoka wapi ndio tukunywe tukiwa shule, na maziwa ilikuwa ya bure na ilikuwa inaenda in every school and every student was taking. So there is a processing of issues that can make certain programs take place, but as long as there is an exit strategy from the same, it's workable. But if it is made a permanent wage that is supposed to be sustained, then it will result into crisis.
Bernard,
yes,
hata ile pesa walikuwa wanasema wanapeanga wazee sijui wako na miaka 60 plus ilienda mpaka ikafail. Sasa how do you expect this one to work?
Ilienda ikafail.
You know it's an interest. Yes, kuna wazee bado wanapata.
They don't receive the money.
They still getting.
They don't.
When did it fail? Me, I'm not aware.
Is it still working? No, I'm asking. Is it working?
No, it's there. The only money that was withdrawn was the one for COVID.
Okay,
they were distributing in subsidy for COVID issues, but pesa wazee inaendelea kuwepo.
I know some wazee who used to get money back there in Kenya, and I still talk to them, but they say that money is no more.
It stopped after 2017 elections.
Let's just be honest. Siko bad, hujakona Raila. Raila is a great man. He's a statesman. Na sisi tunatoa bongo points for Raila. You're trying to reason as Kenyan.
I'm just saying, if it is stopped, I'm not aware. Okay, but from the government point of view, okay, the money that was stopped was ile ilikuwa inapeanwa kwa sababu ya COVID, lakini ya wazee as late as when the president even talked about it. So kama kuna wazee ambao hawapokei, of course Kenya with corruption, you never know. My mother is entitled to that money, but she has never received it because
Bernard,
she's ngoja kwanza, because she's supposed to be recommended by the chief, who is my uncle, and my uncle says my mother has us in Nairobi. How can she be put on a support system of the government? So she doesn't receive the money, but so pesa inaweza kuwa inakuja mtaani na chief anakula, si eti serikali ijatuma pesa.
Sasa
but Bernard, wait, Sam. Yes. You see, Sam is being unfair to us. Those are questions that he should be asking the DP, because the DP is part of the current government. So it should be, they should be told, you promised us to give our wazees this particular money every month. Why aren't you giving? You know, those questions of, wait, Sam, the questions that are Jubilee related right now, anything that is not working and is related to Jubilee, if you can claim that you have made, what do you call it? You have made roads. If you can claim that you have made schools, if you can claim the development that Jubilee has implemented, because the deputy president is in record, championing and saying that we have made roads, we have made this, we have made this. Sam, you can agree with me that he has actually claimed that you have done that. In the same vein, he should also take ownership of the things that haven't worked, including what you're talking about. Is there something that 2017 they were giving that they're not giving? He should also equally take responsibility. Not that now when it comes to things that have not been done, now you pull the card of he was kicked out. But now when things that have been done along, that one is being praised. You were just said here, Sam, that we need to praise our leaders and appreciate them.
Allow me say something. Allow me say something. He says that those days when he was still working, but at the moment when he's not working, he can't even commission any
No, Sam.
What do you mean he's not working? Where is he?
Where is he?
So yeah, if he's just there like
he's not working and you are paying him.
Yeah, he's being paid.
So you are paying him for not working and you are happy?
Oh, of course. So let him enjoy the money because he was elected.
No, those questions are fair again. Who's supposed to assign him work? Has he assigned him work and Bruto has not performed?
You see, you guys. Okay, Atuya and Sam. Now that both of
ako na kazi yake, sio lazima apewe kazi.
Which
Go
one?
And check the constitution.
No, Bernard.
He shares IBEC and he
Bernard,
has done that.
Yes.
Bernard, tell this Atuya and Sam. Now that they are both here, I think I liked Sam's presentation pretty well. He said that even if we support the people we support, we need to come to a point where Kenya is more important than an individual. I think both of you know that you cannot keep someone in your house who is not working and you continue paying that person. For you, it's not a legal question, it's a moral question.
If you don't
you cannot. No. Wait. If you're having someone in your house, for example, you have a farmer who is supposed to do, or you want to use the house manager in your house, and she's not doing any work, and each month you'll be giving her pay. Will you be happy?
If I'm not assigning her work, if I'm not giving her duties to do, and I'm still paying her, then who is to blame? Let her sit pretty.
So you'll be happy. You see your argument. You wake up every day, you go to the office, and you're not being assigned any work. Will you still wake up to go to that work?
No, that's now you want to bring in the
exactly. It requires moral responsibility for you to take money.
You cannot put me in a situation. You cannot put me in a situation to act the way you want. The reason why they denied William Ruto duties is to
no. You guys,
so that he can resign. But
no, Sam and Atuya, you need to have the courage. You know, telling the deputy president is wrong that he's earned a salary for 4 years without discharging his duties. It's not wrong. It doesn't mean you're not supporting him. You can continue supporting him. You can, but tell him it is wrong, morally wrong. You cannot eat your cake and eat it.
Look here. The DP's title, in the office is called Deputy President. Deputy President does not work only by what the president asks him to do. That's just one segment of what his office entitles. There are duties he will be given to do, but there is what he's supposed to do as deputy president.
For
That
instance,
is why he has an office, he has
okay, for
staff
instance,
who are being paid for. That is why he has government housing and he has allowances to facilitate his function as
for
deputy
instance,
president. So
which
if
role has he
he's...
not played?
Sorry?
Which role, which work has he not performed as required?
The one you're telling he was not given, that's the one you need to tell us. Which
No,
one was he not given? Now that you're saying that he has been whipped
no, the
all his
Constitution clearly
responsibilities.
says the deputy president works as a principal assistant to the president, and the president will always assign him work to do.
No,
But
the Constitution. No. Atuya.
Let me finish this. When you have a president,
Read the Constitution well.
No, when you have a
read the Constitution well. Are you reading the Constitution?
I don't have it here, but I will get it. When you have
It
a
doesn't say he will always.
No, that is subjective.
No, it's not subjective. It's the letter of the law.
No, again, the roles defined by the Constitution will always have to be given by the president. He cannot wake up and build a road with what budget? And when you have a president who's hell bent to undermine his deputy,
no.
Let me finish. Remember, you always sober. Let me finish.
I'm always sober, but when you're misrepresenting the truth, I need to stop you before you continue on your trail of thought.
You have your time. It's only fair.
You'd already given your closing statement.
No, you opened the discussion once again. When you have a president who assigns, a cabinet secretary roles that the deputy president is supposed to do.
No.
You cannot even agree to that.
No, the Constitution doesn't say that. Read the Constitution.
When the deputy president begin to compete with CS, the problem is not the CS.
No, when the CS start disrespecting the deputy president, the problem is not the CS. The problem is
the CS is working under the president and his deputy. So when
but
the deputy begins to compete with the CS,
president?
The deputy has a problem. He doesn't know his position. He doesn't appreciate
his
role as the leader of the government. He wants to be petty and participate into things that don't fall into his docket.
Now those are rumors.
Bernard, can I say something, sir? Sorry, I went off and I'm back. Can I say something?
We were close. I was giving my final remark.
No, I was hearing what my brother said. It's actually Atuya who said something.
Hold on. Patriot, you'll have the last word, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Let Temba finish his closing remark. Then we hear from Patriot na tuondoke hapa. Saa 10 ndio hiyo nilikuwa na ihepa imenipata hapa.
Yeah, we need to get out of here, but I need allow me to read for Atuya what the Constitution says, because he's being selective when he tries to quote certain parts of the Constitution and the executive. That is chapter. It's not an argument. I want to read for you the Constitution.
You read it. Even Patriot will defend me. He's here.
No.
You hit on me, Atuya. I want to rebuttal. Okay.
I want to read for Atuya the part of the Constitution that talks about the executive and the roles of the president and his deputy. Even as I'm looking for that, Atuya, the Constitution, what we have is the problem of the Constitution, not the problem of the people in power. So it is the Constitution that we need to be questioning. There's nowhere that the Constitution obligates the president to assign him. It doesn't obligate him. It says may, any other duty that may be assigned. And also the Constitution gives the president the powers to even assign the duties to the CSs. Okay? So it is the Constitution. It is not that the president is doing something out of the Constitution. Our Constitution does not stipulate that other than the principal assistant, it doesn't say assisting in what. You see? And unlike the Constitution, like the US, the deputy president is the president of the Senate, a clear mandate, you see. So there's that sense in which the Constitution did not assign, it did not say, okay, fine, these are your duties that cannot be taken away by the Constitution. Like the duties, what the IEBC is supposed to be doing is given, stipulated very clearly by the Constitution. Independent commission, this is what you're going to do, you see. So our Constitution, what we are facing right now, that we are saying the president has refused, no. The Constitution gives him mandate to allocate the CSS, the duties. And that's exactly what he did. So when you come here and the propaganda has been pushed around, oh, Sujui, he refused to give him. The thing is, the Constitution also says they were elected together. So that means what? The president can't fire him. That's a constitutional protection. Now, which is also now what our deputy president is using. That, okay, I'm here, I'll do anything I want, but you can't fire me because the Constitution gives me that protection. Now, the same Constitution gives the president the leeway to give the responsibility to any other minister, which he did. So we are accusing him for implementing Constitution. But again, we are here saying he was not given any duty. He can't get out. We are not saying the deputy is breaking any constitution, but it's a moral responsibility. If you feel,
can I read you the article now? I have it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Article 147, clause 1. The deputy president shall be the principal assistant of the president and shall deputize for the president in the execution of the president's functions. Clause 2 says the deputy shall perform the functions conferred by this constitution and any other function of the president.
Stop there.
Let me finish. As the deputy president shall perform the functions conferred by this constitution and any other functions of the president as the president may assign.
Good. May. What does may mean to you?
May means
any other, meaning on the periphery. It's where any other comes up.
No, it means as the president may assign. So he might assign, and he might not assign.
Good. So if the president decides, did you see where it says the president can also choose among the CSS? It is in the Constitution. Now, this is where I'm telling you we're having a constitutional problem, where we are saying that he'll perform these functions as given or any other, but the functions that he's supposed to be performing are not outlined. But the president's function. The president's functions are outlined. You see now where we are finding a constitutional problem. So the Constitution says he will perform these duties as given and may be assigned others, but it doesn't give the duties. So that is where we are at.
Who are we to judge that he has been given work he has not performed?
That's what I'm saying, therefore, as I close on that particular scenario. And we have submitted in this before, and I think Bernard, you remember there was a time we took I think a whole debate time talking about this. Is that our problem right now? It is not the persons, it is a constitutional problem. So probably, and that's why right now, even that time we came to a conclusion that one of the difficult choices, and I saw it being discussed in other forum, the difficult choices the presidential candidate will be having is choosing a running mate because of the behavior of the current deputy president. So I think I will close it at that. Now, let me give my other closing remarks so that we don't reopen the debate. Probably in another forum, we will. I think I want to agree with Sam and Atuya. It's a time for political campaigns, and therefore the politicians will do everything possible to get them to positions of power. So your candidate is doing his best to get to a position of power. He's using rhetoric, he's using whatever to get him to the position of power, propaganda and all. Now, it is upon all the competitors to do that. But now my interest comes back to us as the voters. For me, I would like usually to close at the point at which I interact with what changes my life. And that is my local leadership. I want us to move the debate sometimes away from these big people back to where the rubber meets the road. That is your leadership in terms of the MCA, the MP, and the governor. Who are we choosing as our MCA? Who are we choosing as our MP? Sometimes you'll find even the best person is an independent candidate. Sometimes let us, as we go to vote, look at that person whom we know is going to work for us. Because if we focus on parties alone, the constitution as it is at the moment, there are functions of national government and functions of devolved governments. Now, devolved governments reach us more with development if we have progressive leaders in those particular positions. It doesn't matter whom you have at the top, because the national government will give certain level of policies in certain situations. But at the end of the day, the devolved government, if it is poor and it is not running well, still we will remain as where we were or even worse before we voted. So I want as much as possible to encourage all of us, I submit, that even as we discuss national issues, let us go to where the government meets us. And this is where we see development every day. MCA, MP, and governors. Let us interrogate them. Let us look at what they have done. For those who are coming for re-election, let us look at all the aspirants, those who are coming in, and then interrogate their policies, interrogate what they're going to give us, and then, of course, choose wisely, vote wisely for that particular person. Because for another 5 years, that person will be in power, and we might not find it easy to even recall them. In Kenya, I'm yet to see any recall vote for anybody. Probably we need to have civic education to make our people know that you can recall a person who is not performing. So I think I want to close it as that, as Kenyans, because at the end of the day, we are all Kenyans. No matter the party that we support, no matter the person that we support, we still remain Kenya, and Kenya will remain even beyond us. Let's always pray for peace, and let's look more at what we share together than where we differ. Thank you so much.
Okay, let's now hear from Patriot.
Okay, thank you, my comrades. I think so far we are doing well, and my brother
Just
Atuya.
just a second, Mr. Speaker, you will have to protect me now. I'm under serious, I'm under attack now.
You are safe. Don't worry.
Atuya, don't be a psychologist. Don't be a psychologist.
Just a moment.
Okay.
Ile kofia and Ndude ulipewa na Deputy President is now necessary now. Put it on.
What is that?
Patriot, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Atuya, just feel relaxed. I'm not going to I'm a very liberal-minded person. By now, you should have known that. To the extent that you thought I was here to defend you today, you can see I'm a gentleman. Now, we've covered quite a lot of ground today, and I think one thing that we all agree is that we are here to give our opinions, and we may not agree, but at the end of the day, what matters is that we are able to register that with dignity and respect. And that is a good example to this country on how politicians need to debate and stuff. I'll have to go a bit personal on some things here, just to do my conclusion in a manner that will be beneficial to those who would want to watch this. it is very important for any serious politicians to know that there is one law that is not written in politics. And that law goes like this. If you are not ready, then don't appear. If you are not ready, don't appear. In another paraphrased terms, it says, if you are not at your best, then it's not the moment. This goes back to answer the issue we talked about, which my brother Atuya picked as a defense for him when I was talking about the plus and minus on the campaign trail, when I looked at what Baba is doing and how far he's dealing with the matters campaign vis-a-vis the DP, president, and the way he's doing that. So what I meant here, and I don't want anybody to rebuttal because this is just my opinion. What I meant when I seemed to bring up the point of pointing out how the former president, I don't know why I'm becoming a stammerer. Maybe it's because of Atuya. Sorry, this is not me. Atuya, what did you do to me? Okay, let me proceed. Please let me free Atuya to do it. Okay, the former prime minister, who is, in my view, going to be the 5th president of this country. When I sit back and look at what he's doing, I think I'm morally obligated to advise his campaign on what they are supposed to do to catch up on what I think is applies to the DP. And I understand clearly from a political perspective that politics, what carries politics is perception. There are many politicians who have come out here in the name of rich fellas, like where we come from, me and Atuya. Atuya does not know that I come from Kisi. Let him know here today. Where we come from, when you come in big cars and with big money, before people interrogate to know who you are, they have already given you the job. It is perception. And I know of many guys who have gone on hired vehicles, V8. They live in Nairobi with matatus. When they reach Kisi, they pick V8 that are hired. By the time people get to know these guys, they have been elected and they start earning genuine money to buy cars. That is perception. You create a perception that you have, while in the real sense, you're just playing politics. Let's agree and know that Atuya, politics is much to do with perception than reality. That I think that's a very clear, analogy to bring the story home. And lastly, me as a person, I'll tell you, some of us are advising very senior aspirants as governors in Kenyan contest today, and for sure, regardless of who we are supporting, if we are to be very genuine on the way we are discussing, it's very easy to pick some of these brains among ourselves, people who can be advisors to other people. We want to be very honest that even Baba, we are playing a very critical role in the way they are handling the issue. So for some of us, it's a blood thing, it's within us, and those things that we think are very critical, we have not brought them into the public, but we are passing that mantle correctly so that 2 years don't take advantage of us. I just thought it's good to put it that way, that when we make arguments, let those arguments enrich our experience, learn from the opponents, because politics is also strategic. You might find, for instance, if one person picks a running mate as a woman, that will inform you on what kind of a running mate you will also pick. Those strategies are highly applicable. But one thing I want to emphasize, which is my conclusive statement, is that Baba must actually pull up his socks, because as we look at things today, perception carrying the order of politics, the DP seems to be having a higher perception that he is actually doing better than Baba. So what they need to do is to catch up. And I know Baba is not learning anything new. He knows how to do it. When you look at the history, unfortunately, some people don't want history. When you look at the history, Baba is very good at strategies. It is true the way Themba said, and Bernard, the way you said, I'm not really trying to debunk on that.
Baba is doing this quite strategic, but sometimes you have to change strategy because in the wisdom of mind, we know it's only the fools who don't change their mind, but wise men do. So the retreatment is a strategy. Pulling up your socks is a strategy. It all depends with circumstances. But from my point of view, the former prime minister should not waste any second for their 2 years. They need to be, dealt with left, right. Use all the ammunitions that are available. The comments online, like you can see now in the social media, we have really debunked a lot of lies that they were doing because we have come out to actually defend that. They were the order of the day, as we are not insulting them. And I'm happy that soon you are going to join the bandwagon. You don't abuse people, people will listen to you. But when you come up with insults, it will never go the way. Lastly, the next president of this country is Raila Amolo Odinga. Take that to any bank, and I'm going to be part of that government.
Thank you very much. Atuya, uko na la kusema?
I just want to disagree. He's seemingly not sure of what he's saying. The next president of this country is well known. He's already afraid of him. He's actually urging his presidential candidate to catch up with him. And I think I welcome the battle. I think I prefer we running against Raila more than the Kalonzos and whatever. It makes our game better. And we welcome him as a competitor. And we shall have another handshake come 2022, August, December, around there with him for peace again. And just to finish,
I am not a prophet and I'm not the son of one.
Just to finish, I
forgot to say there will be no handshake in 2022.
Bernard, one statement I just pluck off. Just one, now that Atuya has still tried to bring me back. Just one statement. Atuya, my brother.
Yes.
I'm speaking this from my heart. If I was to really give you to the affirmative, and I want probably we exchange our contacts, that some of these things are put clearly. I will tell you, and we have so many reasons. I will tell you 1,000 times, not just because I'm supporting him, by the way. Raila is the next president. Why? If, for instance, I just want to throw one jab. If, for instance, today, Oka gave their mantle to Musalia Mudavadi, and Baba decides to vote for Musalia Mudavadi, trust me, Luos will vote for RUTO. That's the only way he can become a president. But as long as Raila is still there, you are done, my brother. And I appreciate, I know you will not agree, but time will actually prove my point. Thank you.
It's okay. One last thing, Bernard. It was, I think, the guy who said he's vying, I've forgotten his name, from Nyamira Sama. Bernard, remind me his name, please.
Tony.
Yeah, Tony. Yeah, Tony believes William Ruto's victory will be stolen. And I want to also remind him that he's going for elections, and we might do the same to him. So if he wants a just system, let him pray for a fair and free election, because he might end up being a victim of stolen victory.
There is no need of stealing anybody's victory. There isn't. The 2022 elections will be won on numbers. The difference will be so wide that it will be impossible for anybody to complain. So
yeah,
just wait and see.
That should be the ending. The gap will be too big, and it will be
possible. Yes, it will be too big. The difference I see is about 4 million, at least 4 million difference. So hiyo mtu akileta kelele, ndio nilisema the DP should talk to the president while they are still in talking terms. Ampatie ile concessions speech ile ya 2002. Aanze kufanya rehearsal mapema.
One thing I'm sure, if William Ruto loses elections, he will concede defeat and he will shake Raila Amolo Odinga's hands, and we will continue, and we will do our work diligently as the opposition, and we will keep you in touch. And remember, And
The
remember,
only problem is that you stopped yourself from being opposition leader by opposing BBI. Sasa shida ni hiyo kwamba anarudi Sugoi kupalilia mdizi.
No, we can do it from even the chicken's house in Sugoi, as long as we are delivering what we're supposed to do. But one thing I want to know, will Raila Amolo Odinga accept defeat?
There is
I'll give you the answer. The vocabulary of defeat does not exist. So we can't contemplate on what is not going to be there.
This is the reason why we actually know you guys will not accept defeat. We have come out to say we will accept defeat.
Order, everyone, please. We are out of here. Caesar has just come. Caesar, umekuwa wapi siku mzima wewe? Wewe Kaisari wewe.
Yes, brother.
Give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar. Now you can only say 1, 2, 3 things to funga. Tumefunga. Umekuja kama duka tumefunga.
Yeah, it's okay. I just wanted to say hi to you guys.
Thank you. You are saying hi.
Yeah, and also listening from my brother Ayaga. He's still dreaming day and night, even midnight.
Ayaga is your brother.
It's my brother because he's from Kisii. I'm also from Kisii. That's why when I look at him, I really wonder what happened to this young brother.
Ayaga or Atuya?
It is good for him to. It is good for him to dream because it's at night.
No. Atuya, I mean, not Ayaga, Atuya.
Hey.
Me and Ayaga are very different people.
I think he comes from a different Kisii than the one you're coming from.
No, that's not the matter. Either you come from Nyamira or I come from Kisii. Both of us, we are Abagusi. So
we come from
we talk the same language.
We come from a very democratic community that shares the votes equally. So,
but my brother, you are lost.
I will say the same about the two of you. You also lost.
No, you are lost. At least you come back home. You know, ODM, we accommodate everybody. Even if you go, and still you are free to come back. Not like UDA.
The Greek philosophy that defines democracy, 2 versus 1, 2 will win. That is democracy, and that is the Greek philosophy. So we have just won Atuya. We are 2.
Let us take a vote right now, Atuya.
I'm actually in the enemy's territory, so I'm at liberty to be among the minority.
That is democracy. They say the majority have their way, the minority will have their say.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Bernard.
Yes, sir.
You know, even if Atuya is trying to deny, we are not coming from the same place, but he has to respect him because, you know, in Kisii County is the father, Nyamira is the mother. So even when they are doing some meetings, you know, they go to Kisii Hotel. They don't have Nyamira, they don't have even hotels to do meetings. So at least he has to listen from his father.
No. That is wrong. That is very wrong of you. We are the Nyamira people, and we produce a lot which we have invested in Kisii. So you need to know that, by the way. Much of the investment that is in Kisii comes from Nyamira. That's where we come from.
No, but at least you have to make Nyamira to be somehow big. You know, Nyamira is smaller even than Keroka.
Okay, you guys, hold on now. You are turning this platform into Kisii affair. Now let's we are beginning a new program on this show. We will be communicating for all political aspirants. We'll be having a special show for you to come and share with your constituency what you are standing for, what you are vying for, what you are making available for them. So if you know anybody who is an aspirant and would like to do that, utuachie contact yake ama ukishamuongelesha mwambie, then we'll link them with the rest of the audience online. I'm sure you belong to WhatsApp groups and all that, so this platform will be a good platform for you to share what you think is good for the country and good for your constituency. Ukwe MCA, ukwe governor, ukwe nini. So let that also be passed around. Otherwise, I've enjoyed everyone's contribution. Sam, Temba, Caesar, lakini umekuja kuchelewa. Ujitahidi kesho ukuje mapema. Of course, Patriot, and then the rest of our able followers is Robert Marley, Variety, Gitashi. These are our constant followers. The Wicked Run Unchased, Run Away Unchased. Huyu ni mmoja wetu kabisa. We have Omari. Thank you for staying at Mtembei TV. Let us continue subscribing and sharing this. Even when we are off air, you will have an opportunity to watch the rest of the contribution that was made before you came or online. So don't just watch alone, watch with everybody else, so that Kenya will be making an informed decision on who they are putting in office come 2022. From the MCA to the senator, to the governor, to the women rep, to the president, and the rest. Don't just follow the wind. Make sure that you're making an informed decision based on credible information. It's all available, especially on Tembei TV. God bless you all. Let's do this again.
Before you pray, is the platform for aspirants free? They'll need a fee.
There will be a small fee.
Okay, I will suggest some friends to you.
Maina,
Yes.
before you pray, last thing.
Yes.
Sisi kama watu wa Tangatanga, I know at some point we were with you guys 2007. So please guys, you guys are too hard on us. We are brothers, man. Hey, ile mbio mnatupelekanga kwa hii show, let me just be honest.
Wewe kwanza Sam, jana ulihepa, tulikuwa tuongee hii maneno chini ya nyuma ya curtain.
Hapana, sikuhepa.
So fanya wewe tulia hapo, tutoke hewani, alafu tuweke hii maneno vizuri vile yalivyo. Sababu tukimweka mtama hapa kuku wako wengi tafadhali.
Bernard.
Yes.
I want you to run for the... Are you ready to get my blessings? You know, I don't want to just do it. If you don't want to hear, I can keep it.
No, I'm all yours.
Okay.
Bless me.
I want you to run for the senatorial position in Bungoma.
Wow. Bungoma County.
Bungoma, you heard me right. Bungoma County.
Jesus.
And I will negotiate for your party ticket at UDA as from tomorrow.
No. If that is the case, then I withdraw.
That will take an act of God.
Now, Bernard, on a light note.
Yes, sir.
There is a new party. We can give it to you and we can finance you. You know, I'm here to recruit aspirants for your information. So you qualify.
Thank you,
can
sir.
Finance it, and we can finance that. So I didn't want to preempt this before it happened. So you qualify and you want to run, so we can talk about that.
Patrick, I'm thinking to run also under ODM now.
Well, now you're talking.
Now you're
talking.
Guys, let's do this.
Sorry.
Let's do this.
Okay.
Let's get off line, then we can talk the rest. receive the blessing in private. So,
Okay.
let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you. We appreciate you for allowing us to be on this platform, share different views as far as our country is concerned. We commit each and every Kenyan, each and every leader at all levels into your able hands. We ask you to keep and preserve each one of us as individuals and corporately, that as we go about our taking responsibility for our nation, let it be under your wisdom and under your guidance. Help each and every one of us, oh God, as Kenyans, to rise up to the occasion and do what is required of us. We pray that your banner shall be lifted over this nation from the east to the west, from the north to the south, that Jehovah, you alone shall be the Lord and the King of this nation. Let only those that you have set apart to be in power in this nation ascend to that position. Let every other wrong person be taken away so that this nation can recover from every loss that they have suffered. We thank you and bless you that the future is secure with you leading the way. We bless you and worship you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Well, bless you all. Thank you so much. Let's stick it here and do it again in another show.
Before you leave,